Race War. White Supremacy and the Japanese Attack on the British Empire. Gerald Horne. Preface. As the Great Depression was unfolding, Robert Abbott, the wealthy African-American publisher, sailed eastward to England with his spouse. The experience proved to be a racial nightmare. Upon arriving in London headquarters of the powerful British Empire, he was refused a room in the prestigious Savoy in the West End, though he arrived with reservation in hand. Why? He was informed curtly that the hotel did not cater to Negroes. He left in disgust and went to several other hotels where he dispatched his fairer-skinned wife to register, but in each case when he sought to enter he was blocked at the desk and asked to leave. All told, 30 hotels engaged in this odious practice. 1. Shortly thereafter, the noted African-American jazz musician, Buck Clayton, was on board a ship, sailing in a different direction, actually and metaphorically westward to Asia. He suffered, was dismally seasick, and really wanted to die, not because of incommodious treatment but because the choppy waves rocked his vessel. Yet his maritime ailments were quickly forgotten when they landed in Japan. We were the only ones allowed to disembark. All the white passengers had to remain aboard while the ship was in dock, while we blacks were allowed to go ashore and have a ball. We could come and go as we pleased, he concluded, still wondrous at this reversal of Jim Crow. 2. Neither Abbott's experience in London nor that of Clayton in Kobe was unusual for the time. In the former, all those not of pure European descent were treated like so much chattel within the empire and in a good deal of North America. Effectively, this was the treatment meted out to the overwhelming majority of the planet's inhabitants, effectively providing an enormous opportunity for the Japanese, who were treated similarly, to flip the script and challenge the empire and its US cousin on the basis of race. This reverse discrimination was Tokyo's way of appealing to Negroes, not to mention Asians, neutralizing them or even converting them into a fifth column in case of war with Washington and London. This tactic was not altogether unsuccessful. This is a book about race and racism within the British Empire in Asia. The focus is on Hong Kong, though the narrative ranges from Fiji and New Zealand to India. The narrative is told from both a top-down perspective, for example, the viewpoints of Europeans in British Asia in the pre- and post-war eras, and a bottom-up perspective, that is, the viewpoints of destitute and interned Europeans, along with those of US Negroes and some Africans and Asians. The chronology veers from the period leading up to the Pacific War, to the war itself and the immediate post-war era. The thesis is simple: an all-encompassing British racism amply bolstered by other European powers and particularly by the United States demobilized the colonized, making them highly susceptible to Japanese racial appeals. This was a major factor contributing to Tokyo's early success in the war. Europeans and Euro-Americans interned by the Japanese authorities during the war received a harsh and sobering taste of racial subordination, and, after the war concluded, a Chinese bourgeoisie was given a boost as a result of the looting, fleecing, and fleeing of many British, not to mention the profitable collaboration of some Asians with Tokyo. The subtext but not the principal focus of this book is the brutality unleashed by Japanese forces, particularly in China. Initially at least, many of those subjected to European colonialism and imperialism welcomed the invaders as liberators from a private hell. However, as the war ground on, it became apparent that this fond wish was far from the truth. I should make clear early on that if I had been living during the era of the Pacific War, I would have fought against Japan, though I would have been subjected to discriminatory, racially segregated treatment in the US military. Thus, readers should be alert to the fact that my indictment of London and Washington is not intended as an exculpation of Tokyo. Instead, I am seeking to show how London's racial policies in particular actually enabled Tokyo. Likewise, I recognize above all that there were salient factors beyond race that shaped the Pacific War: economics, geopolitics, and anti-fascism in the first place. In other words, this book is not the latest chapter in the ongoing saga that has become so popular in North America and, to an extent, in the North Atlantic generally, that is, the good war fought by the greatest generation. 3. The physicist Freeman Dyson once concluded that a good cause can become bad if we fight for it with means that are indiscriminately murderous. A bad cause can become good if enough people fight for it in a spirit of comradeship and self-sacrifice. The historian Michael Sherry has added, that grasp of moral complexity has weakened amid the recent feel-good politics of nostalgia about America's role in World War II, and he might well have added, that of Great Britain as well. Point 4. Thus, as one nuanced study of Chinese collaboration with Japan argues, accounts of this complicated era should seek to break free from the moralistic framework in which wartime history is viewed, which holds the historian's task to be that of assigning praise and blame. 5. This approach has been exemplified by scholars in other contexts. The journalist and historian Roger Wilkins has wrestled with the idea that those apostles of freedom and liberty who founded the nation to which he swears fervent allegiance, were slaveholders. Point 6. He could have added that the victorious North in the U.S. Civil War tolerated a virulent racial segregation, dispossession of Native Americans and worse, but that does not mean that they deserved to be defeated during this titanic conflict. In short, Japan's claim to be the champion of the colored races was fraudulent in no minor way, though inevitably some who fought on her behalf actually believed the claim, just as some who fought for the United States during the Gulf War actually believed this war was fundamentally about human rights and not about oil. But although Tokyo's claim was fraudulent, the shock Tokyo administered to the ingrained system of white supremacy, which was an essential underpinning of the Empire and the United States alike, was central to the devolution of the doctrine of white supremacy. Despite this doctrine, however, the Allies did not merit defeat. To the contrary, the withering experience of the war was critical in compelling a forced retreat from the dictates of white supremacy, as Washington and London most notably increasingly came to see racism as a threat to national security. Britain was compelled to deploy tens of thousands of Africans to fight Japanese troops in India and Burma. Point 7. Ironically, just as African Americans earlier in the century had pointed to Japan as evidence for the proposition that modernity was not solely the province of those of European descent, London, reeling from their defeat at the hands of Tokyo, pointed anxiously to the success of these African troops as evidence for the proposition that the Japanese were not superior beings. The United States contained an obstreperous African American population that had been cultivated for decades by Japanese operatives. As the war plodded on, it was evident that London and Washington would have to adjust their policies of white supremacy and rules privileging those of pure European descent. The enormous atrocities committed by Japan should not obscure the point that the war it helped to trigger led to this result. As Frank Furedi observed in noting the similar impact triggered by another pilloried regime, other than the Russian Revolution of 1917, the Japanese war effort probably constituted the most significant challenge to the Western-dominated world order, though, for various reasons, this is rarely acknowledged. 8. This underscores the differing kinds of bigotry that Japan and its European and Euro-American antagonists represented. B.V.A. Rawling, an eminent Dutch jurist who served on the post-war tribunal in Tokyo that tried Japanese war criminals, has concluded that Japanese chauvinism grew out of discrimination. In slavery, he has noted, the feeling of being the chosen people can easily surface. The brusque imposition of unequal treaties on Japan in the 19th century and the failure to provide this nation with full membership in the club of imperialists generated a severe counter-reaction. Rawling adds that Japan wanted to expel the colonial powers from Asia. But there was no plan to exterminate all Europeans. 9. Thus there was a critical distinction between Tokyo and Berlin. That there is something to what he says is suggested by the experience of Israel Epstein. In 1942 he was in Japanese-controlled Hong Kong, where his political activities made freedom so dangerous that he decided to slip into an internment camp. I was safer as an enemy national interned with 3,000 other foreign nationals, he recalled years later, than I would have been walking around in Hong Kong. 10. It is hard to imagine anyone choosing internment in German-occupied Europe. One of the leading scholars of race in Japan has observed that the Japanese equivalent of white supremacy was improbable if not impossible. Whereas racism in the West was markedly characterized by denigration of others, the Japanese were preoccupied far more with elevating themselves. 11. Though the term World War II is often tossed casually over a complex series of differing struggles, this book seeks to distinguish the Pacific War, which substantially involved attacks on European colonialism, and the War in Europe, which primarily involved attacks on sovereign states. This distinction was evident in the war's aftermath. After the liberation of France in 1944, 1,500 people were executed peremptorily. After trials which had a trifling acquaintance with due process, about 9,000 more were executed and 38,000 sentenced to prison. 12 In Hong Kong, as shown later in this book, the number of revenge killings and trials with executions and jail terms was stunningly small by comparison, even given the disparities in population. 13. In sum, this is a study in whiteness, not a book about Japan. As the subtitle suggests, this is a book about white supremacy, its high tide, ebbing, and reorientation. 14 The focus is primarily on the British Empire and its rival cum successor in Washington and its reaction to the racially charged events that were unfolding. Thus, this book should be read as a complement to and, quite frankly, homage to the work of John Dower, Yukiko Koshiro, and Christopher Thorne, 15, all of whom have written about the racial interplay between Japan and its non-Asian rivals. The focal point here, however, is much narrower and sharper, that is, Europeans and Euro-Americans, followed by Negroes and Asians. Moreover, unlike the above-mentioned authors, the emphasis here is much less on what was going on in capitals like Washington, London, and Tokyo than on what was taking place on the ground as Japan's racial reversals were being attempted, particularly in Hong Kong. Thus, this story tracks the perilous route from racial privilege to racial subordination to racial accommodation, with Europeans and Euro-Americans as our primary guides, registering the shocks and changes. The book also tussles with the slippery and unscientific concept of race, a term that has changed in meaning over the years. As it is often said, race may be an illusory will-o'-the-wisp, but racism and white supremacy are not. 16 Fortunately, the Empire has provided a constructive definition of the latter, as suggested below, with its infelicitous policy of conferring benefits on those of pure European descent, which tracks contemporary and historical U.S. visions of whiteness. Those not so blessed, namely, the indigenous inhabitants of Africa, Asia, and the South Pacific, along with African Americans and other non-white minorities in the United States, were generally excluded from the benefits of white supremacy. This was a pan-European concept within the Empire that privileged, often subtly, often openly, the English, then the British, and so on. Those whose roots stretched from the Urals to Western Europe were generally accorded preference over those who were not so blessed. 17. The scholar David Yu has been among those who have called for a reassertion of the notion of race, particularly in relation to Asian Americans. The increasing tendency to view American identity in terms of ethnicity, he says, has subtly masked the persistence of race in the United States, a process which serves to elide sharp differences between, say, Italian Americans and German Americans on the one hand and Japanese Americans and Chinese Americans on the other. The Nisei, he says, had a distrust and even hatred of European Americans during the war. This phenomenon is best understood within the admittedly elusive though no less real context of race 18. Unfortunately, Asian American scholars like you have been much more keen to explore this evasive and fugitive construction than their Asian counterparts, in that scholarly work on the impact of race in China, Japan, and Korea only began to attain a critical mass in the mid-1990s, if then. 19 This omission makes it harder to fully comprehend why Tokyo's racial appeals gained such traction within the Empire and in North America. This is sad in part because, as the prominent Hong Kong sociologist Henry Lethbridge put it, the underlying antagonisms that existed between Chinese and British were more racialist in origin, consequently more difficult to exorcise, than economic or political, although he adds, quite correctly, these three factors must be, to some degree, interrelated. 20. After all, racial discrimination was not solely a thing in itself but intimately connected to a larger project that involved political domination and economic exploitation. W. Somerset Maugham, the British novelist who most adroitly addressed empire in Asia, recognized these connections. As he wrote, in China it is man that is beast of burden. Coolies are animals. One of his characters, a U.S. expatriate, reflected the insouciant disdain for the Chinese in that like many of his compatriots he lived in China for years but he knows no Chinese and takes no interest. They bore him. 21 In another novel, published in 1925, that led to a lawsuit against Mom because of his character's similarities to existing figures, his heroine, Kitty Fane, had never paid anything but passing and somewhat contemptuous attention to the china which fate had thrown her. It was not done in her set. Kitty had never heard the Chinese spoken of as anything but decadent, dirty, and unspeakable. 22. The tightly interwoven questions of white supremacy and economic exploitation were major reasons why many African Americans saw their fates linked with those of Asians thousands of miles away and why a modicum of sympathy existed for Japan at least for a while on both sides of the Pacific. Moreover, British colonial officials often deployed the lessons they had learned in Africa in Asia, and vice versa. These ties were sensed by some U.S. Negroes particularly. Thus, in the 1930s, the influential Negro intellectual W.E.B. Du Bois insisted that it was impossible to understand the black experience in the United States without reference to that dark and vast sea of human labor in China and India, the South Seas and all of Africa. That great majority of mankind, on whose bent and broken backs rest today the founding stones of modern history. Negroes and Asians, he thought, shared a common destiny. Both were despised and rejected by race and color, paid a wage below the level of decent living, driven, beaten, imprisoned and enslaved in all but name with the resultant wealth. Distributed and displayed and made the basis of world power and universal dominion and armed arrogance in London and Paris, Berlin and Rome, New York and Rio de Janeiro. 23. Japan's ability to insinuate itself within the interstices of this racialized edifice of exploitation, though it was a colonizing power itself, was facilitated by the stern refusal of those of pure European descent to fully accept the new phenomenon of an Asian power. This point has to be qualified, however. As Japan launched its offensive in China in the early 1930s, Henry Stimson, U.S. Secretary of State, was not prone to articulate a fervent denunciation. He said he did not want to be driven by China, that after all the white races in the Orient had got to stand more or less together. In pursuit of these alleged common interests, Tokyo hired Ralph Townsend, a former U.S. consul in China, as a propagandist to convince Americans that Japan was fighting the white man's battle against Chinese nationalism. Britain, which had pursued the wrong-headed policy of viewing Japan as its overseer in the region, was similarly reluctant to speak against Tokyo's depredations. Of course, arguably these anti-China and pro-Japan policies were driven by white supremacy in terms of the flagrant disregard for China's basic interests and the utter disbelief that Japan, being a power not of pure European descent, could ever mount an effective challenge to the existing racial order. And, as stressed below, both London and Washington were similarly driven by anti-communism, which both united them at certain junctures with Tokyo and made all three powers somewhat leery of a China which had a formidable communist party. 24 However, this study will not target anti-communism, unlike previous books I have penned which have addressed this weighty ideology. 25 But race, which served to divide Tokyo from London and Washington. 26 Thus, in war it seemed that Imperial Japan was more of a menace than Nazi Germany. The U.S. historian Alan Nevins noted that probably in all our history, no foe has been so detested as were the Japanese. Emotions forgotten since our most savage Indian wars were awakened by the ferocities of Japanese commanders. Or as the chief of the evacuation of Japanese Americans from the West Coast put it, you needn't worry about the Italians at all except in certain cases. Also, the same for the Germans except in individual cases. But we must worry about the Japanese all the time until he is wiped off the map. 27. That the Japanese were often regarded as no more than degraded Negroes was reflected even in children's doggerel. Thus, by the spring of 1942 the rhyme "Eeny, meena, miny, mo. Catch a nigger by the toe, if he hollers let him go. If he hollers, make him pay, $50 every day had morphed into catch the emperor by the toe with a similar refrain. 28 The Negroes were now needed for the purposes of national unity. However, that the concept of white supremacy was still alive and well was indicated by the substitution of Japanese in their place. From the mouths of babes came a profound though flawed wisdom betokening a shift in the tectonic plates of race. Because of severe apprehension about the impact of Tokyo's racial appeals, their opponents began to stress racial equality. 29 Wartime Japanese propaganda, which targeted Negroes, was successful in that it forced the American military to re-evaluate its racial hierarchy if it wished to maintain domestic tranquility. The Japanese Foreign Ministry, like many Negroes and Asians, argued that white racial bias towards the Japanese and discrimination against blacks originated from the same source. 30 All of a sudden, any use of the word nigger in BBC broadcasts was discouraged, and this potent megaphone of the airwaves, just as suddenly, decided that the word natives was derogatory and edited out of colonial office radio talks. This was a small part of a concerted policy of racial reform driven by the exigencies of race war. Why this left turn was necessary was signaled by Walter White, the moderate leader of the U.S.-based civil rights organization, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP. He acknowledged the impact of the Pacific War on race relations in the United States. He argued that the Pacific War and the fall of the empire in Singapore specifically, marked the end of an epoch. Racially a welcome development, since the status quo had been exceedingly dangerous. 31 The status quo had enabled Tokyo to embark on an exceedingly dangerous route toward war and likewise had demoralized Asians and blacks alike, making them more susceptible to Japan's siren song. With no hint of cynicism, the eminent Negro intellectual, Du Bois, declared as the war was in motion, "If Hitler wins, down with the blacks. If the democracies win, the blacks are already down." 32 As it turns out, when the democracies won, chastened by their wounding encounter with Japan's jujitsu-like maneuver of turning white supremacy into a debilitating weakness, the United States began a painful retreat from racial segregation. Actually, this withdrawal had begun during the war itself, as the exclusionary white primary was ruled unconstitutional and voting rights were expanded. But the greatest changes probably occurred within the empire, where Asian nations, after witnessing the ineptitude and fecklessness of British troops in the face of a challenge from a fellow colored people, the Japanese recognized that whiteness and competence were not one. In India in particular, the very heart of the empire, considerable pro-Tokyo sentiment had been expressed during the war, an indication of the revulsion there to British colonialism and its handmaiden, white supremacy. India's independence from the empire, which followed shortly after the war's conclusion, and its rapid emergence as the world's largest democracy suggested that there was no necessary contradiction between pro-Tokyo feelings and democracy itself. Because this study ranges so widely from the South Pacific to South China to South Central Asia, from North America to Africa, the book is divided into various parts. The following is a brief description of each chapter, so as to allow the reader to dip into particular areas of interest. The introduction provides a broad overview of the issues to come in succeeding chapters. It discusses the situation in Hong Kong, including the question of race and its intersection with Japan, along with why these issues, which were once so conspicuous, are now so little known. Chapter 1 presents a portrait of the racial segregation endured predominantly by the Chinese in pre-war Hong Kong. It includes a sketch of the creature comforts enjoyed by those of pure European descent alongside a picture of the evolution of Japan's encounter with white supremacy. Chapter 2 examines the positive response of many U.S. Negroes to Japan in the pre-war period, a consensus that conspicuously excluded Negro communists, who faced the brunt of persecution both before and after the war, which contributed to an efflorescence of various forms of nationalism within this community. Chapter 3 provides a sketch of the Japanese invasion of Hong Kong in December 1941 and shows how the success of this audacious venture was marked by racial accents, particularly the collaboration of many Chinese and Indians with the Japanese. Chapter 4 examines the internment of Europeans in Hong Kong at the behest of their Japanese captors, the agony they were forced to endure and the racial context that drove this process. Some of the captives came to see that traits among Asians that they had thought were driven by race, actually were propelled by poverty. Chapter 5 probes deeper into the complex question of the Negro's response to Japan, particularly Japan's invasion of China and the growing influence of pro-Tokyo organizations amongst this strategically sided minority. Chapter 6 scrutinizes the impact of Japan's attack on the evolution of race and gender, most notably by examining what transpired in the internment camps, where Japanese Americans and Japanese educated in the United States, both working on behalf of Tokyo, played a conspicuous role. Chapter 7 looks at the war in the South Pacific, especially New Zealand and Australia, where white supremacy, which had been deeply entrenched, confronted Japan's racial thrust. A cruelly poignant moment arose in January 1942 when Canberra, seized with fear about the prospect of living under Japanese rule, backed hesitantly away from its White Australia policy and reluctantly agreed to accept a complement of Negro troops. Like some U.S. Negroes, many Australian Aborigines and the Maoris of New Zealand also took a strong pro-Tokyo position. In the United States, the Nation of Islam spoke of deep ties to Tokyo as reflected in its idea of the Asiatic black man. Among Maoris, there was the Ratana, which too was close to Tokyo, and a similar movement arose in Fiji. Chapter 8 looks at the theater of war in the region ranging from the Malay Peninsula to South Central Asia, describing the stunning array of pro-Tokyo forces, especially in India, the heart of the empire, and how white supremacy helped to create this result. The preeminent personalities in contemporary Singapore and Malaysia, Lee Kuan Yew and Mahathir Mohamad, both collaborated with Tokyo during the war and acknowledged the boost given by the Japanese occupation to decolonization. The empire was also dependent on Indians, be they in India itself or in Southeast Asia, Africa, and the Caribbean, but this seemingly ineradicable strength became something of a weakness after the rise of the popular pro-Tokyo Indian National Army, which fought shoulder to shoulder with Japanese troops in Burma. Chapter 9 examines the experiences of African Americans, Africans, and Afro-Caribbeans in the war and shows how white supremacy hampered their ability to contribute to the anti-Tokyo effort despite their indispensable contribution to victory. Like Canberra, London had difficulty in realizing that survival might depend on turning away from fiercely held notions of racial inferiority. This realization came to the fore as skilled Negro personnel were rejected on spurious grounds and tens of thousands of Africans saved the empire in Burma. Chapter 10 explores the separate and intertwined relations between, for example, China, Japan, the empire, the United States, Germany, Mexico, and other nations. Central in this story is the way white supremacy shaped the global context. In particular, Tokyo and Berlin, unlike London and Washington, coordinated their efforts poorly, if at all, because of Nazi racial theories. Fortunately, this weakness helped to doom the Axis. Persecuted Jewish refugees who could not find a home in Europe or the United States often wound up in Japanese-occupied Shanghai. Indeed, if the war had ended differently, a conflict between Tokyo and Berlin was probably more likely than that which erupted between Washington and Moscow. And, of course, the Japanese ruling elite's attempt to cobble together a front of colored peoples united against white supremacy was designed to obscure its own grab for national supremacy. The conclusion sums up the story with a focus on the aftermath of the war in Hong Kong, noting, for example, the rise of a Chinese bourgeoisie, the city's growing reputation as a paradise for collaborators, the trials of accused collaborators, and the racial reforms sparked by a chastened empire, desperate to maintain its eroding position in British Asia. The epilogue updates the story to the present, examining the fates of the Negro-Tokyo relationship, a passel of internees, particularly those who after the war departed Hong Kong for friendlier racial climes in South Africa. The response, years later, by a number of Asians to the Pacific War, the continuing story of racial discrimination in Hong Kong, and the not altogether remote prospect of a future race war. Acknowledgements. In researching a book of this type of venture that involved traveling to 5 continents, one inevitably incurs debts of various sorts. Thankfully, I was the recipient of a Fulbright fellowship that brought me to Hong Kong University, where I spent a fruitful academic year. The students, staff, and faculty in American Studies, History, and English in particular were all helpful and merit my heartfelt thanks. Adams Bottomo notably taught me quite a bit. The history workshop at HKU is a treasure, not to mention the Public Records Office in this Pearl of the Orient. My reliance upon their resources can be gleaned from a cursory glance at the footnotes. The library at HKU was essential to my research, containing as it does an incomparable collection of materials on the Japanese occupation and on British colonialism. The same holds true for the Public Records Office in London, which is a model of efficiency that archives worldwide could well emulate. The BBC archives are an underutilized jewel. The Australian War Memorial in Canberra and the National Archives of New Zealand in Wellington were both helpful, as were the archives and libraries I visited in New Delhi, Kuala Lumpur, and Singapore. My stay in Bangkok was brief, though enlightening. An earlier Fulbright at the University of Zimbabwe not only led to my writing a book on that African nation but also helped to plant the seeds that led to the present work. Explorations in the well-organized National Archives of Zimbabwe were essential to the initial formulation of this book on Asia. I enjoyed the hospitality in London of Michael Casey, in New Delhi of Carl and Patricia Shipley, in Singapore of Grant Preston, in Tokyo of John Pfeffer. In the United States, Walter Hill of the National Archives not only has been a reliable guide through this labyrinth but a good friend as well. The library at the University of North Carolina Chapel Hill, where I was a member of the faculty when this research was conducted, was equally helpful. As the footnotes reveal, archives from the Atlantic to the Pacific provided useful materials. Introduction. With its magnificent harbor, steep peaks, and verdant surrounding islands, Hong Kong is one of the world's most physically imposing cities. The territory's 423 square kilometer area is divided into 4 areas: Kowloon, the New Territories, outlying islands, and the center of commerce, Hong Kong Island. This crown colony was punctuated by Victoria Peak, 1,300 feet above sea level, which provided an astonishingly panoramic view of the city and outlying islands. But this beauty was rivaled by the splendid beaches of Repulse Bay Beach. Then there was the quaint fishing village of the Aberdeen district, where hundreds lived aboard junks and sampans. The British gained a foothold here after the conclusion of the Opium War in 1842, then fortified their position by obtaining the New Territories in 1898. On the eve of the Japanese invasion there were about 1.7 million residents in Hong Kong, including 14,000 Europeans and 7,500 Indians. The rest were overwhelmingly Chinese. But it was the Europeans who basked in opulence while the Chinese were consigned to a desperate, racially blighted plight not unlike that endured by Negroes in the U.S. South. However, when the war arrived in December 1941, Japan started pouring molten gold down the throat of the fabulously rich Croesus that was British China, choking it on its ill-gotten wealth. Though Singapore, hundreds of miles to the south, was viewed as the most strategically sited outpost of the empire, others viewed Hong Kong as possessing more potential, particularly as a gateway into the fabled China market. This market captivated the City of London with its dreamy prospect of selling billions of matches and socks. 1 Hong Kong, the Pearl of the Orient, was also a center of international intrigue and espionage. Hong Kong was no paragon of democracy either, because the Chinese had no say in whether they wanted to be ruled from London. Hong Kong was also a critically important trade entrepot. Even today, Hong Kong, with a population of about 7 million, has hefty foreign reserves of about $100 billion. By comparison, Brazil, Turkey, Russia, South Africa, and Greece combined did not reach this total by far, though their combined populations were about 50 times larger than that of Hong Kong too. It is, according to the Far Eastern Economic Review, one of the wealthiest places on earth, but now, as in the pre-war era, it suffers from one of the world's biggest economic gaps, a ticket to economic and social instability. 3. And on the eve of the invasion by Japan, this instability was exacerbated by a gaping racial inequality in which tens of thousands of Chinese dwelled in miserable penury while Europeans luxuriated. Perhaps this is why the Japanese seizure of Hong Kong in December 1941, about a century after the seizure by Britain and their assault on the empire in Asia, was greeted as a combination of apocalypse and Judgment Day. As one commentator put it, the psychological damage was even greater than the military defeat. Specifically, the capture of Singapore was the greatest defeat an Asian army had inflicted on the Europeans since the bearded horsemen of Genghis Khan had swept from the east to the gates of Vienna more than 7 centuries before. A door closed on centuries of white supremacy. It was a battle of East and West, colored and white. And in losing that battle they lost so much more as well. They lost their psychological superiority, their belief in their right to rule, and when they had lost that, there was little else left to lose. 4. As the war raged, Ian Morrison conceded that the supremacy of the white man, and the special status which he claimed, were bound to beget a reaction towards him. But now, he acknowledged reluctantly, the privileged status of white man in the Far East is a thing of the past. It will not return. The white man will have to make his way and create a position for himself on his merits and quality alone. Not, as often hitherto, by virtue of the pigmentation of his skins and the warships of his country's navy. 5. He was partially correct. By the end of the century, at least in the United States, the pre-war era was referred to as the period of merits and quality, while efforts to undo the ravages of white supremacy were referred to as the era of an obsession with pigmentation. Driving this racial hysteria was many Europeans' fear that the day of reckoning had arrived. Not only would they be severely punished for past racial transgressions, but worse, a new racial order would be forcibly imposed with them at the bottom. This angst was not alleviated by the knowledge that the defeat of the Japanese invaders rested heavily on the often narrow shoulders of Asians and Africans, some of whom were none too keen to rescue those who had persecuted them on racial grounds. Japanese militarists played adroitly on the feelings of those bruised by the ravages of white supremacy. In their internment camps the majority of the guards were Korean and Formosan under Japanese command. In these camps what unfolded was thought to be a new racial order, with the latter on top and the European internees at the bottom. Non-Japanese Asians were being instructed to view Europeans as inferior, subjugated people. 6. In Washington's eyes, the worst Japanese war crime was the attempt to cripple the white man's prestige by sowing the seeds of racial pride under the banner of Pan-Asianism. The International Military Tribunal for the Far East accused Japan of, among other things, racial arrogance in challenging the stability of the status quo that existed under Western rule. 7. Placing the presumed beneficiaries of white supremacy in the bullseye was not without a painfully direct effect. The death rate of Hong Kong survivors, that is, veterans of military internment camps, was, according to one account, 23% higher than that of veterans who had served in other theaters. 8. Ironically, Japan's targeted racial policies had a strangely deracinating impact. Patrick Hardy was a Eurasian, born in Borneo in 1928. He grew up in Singapore, where he recalled later a house-to-house search for the white man there after the Japanese takeover. His brother looked very Western, meaning white, but when the Japanese forces arrived he changed his racial identity and called himself a Malay. Later they reported to the newly imposed Tokyo authorities at Beach Road. The Japanese got 2 tables and said, "What is your father?" "English." "Then you have to go to one side. Those with fathers who are Eurasians, they will go to one side." And having white fathers, all these people were brought to Roxy Theatre in East Coast Road, Katong, and were eventually interned. Patrick Hardy, on the other hand, who was not taken for white by the invaders, was not interned, instead he became a driver for them. London's policies, which had privileged those of pure European descent, in one swooping maneuver were reversed by Japan, with consequences that reverberated even after the war's end. 9. Given the shattering nature of Japan's racial policies in the occupied territories, why is it that these policies are or were not better known? John Dower writes that if one asks Americans today in what ways World War II was racist and atrocious, they will point overwhelmingly to the Nazi genocide of the Jews. When the war was being fought, however, The enemy perceived to be most atrocious by Americans was not the Germans but the Japanese, and the racial issues that provoked greatest emotion among Americans were associated with the war in Asia. Japan's aggression stirred the deepest recesses of white supremacy and provoked a response bordering on the apocalyptic. 10. These words suggest that the Pacific War should have left a cavernous imprint on the consciousness of Euro-Americans, not to mention the British. But there was another factor looming that served to vitiate this possibility. James Bullock, the leading scholar of the Titanic Wars that led to a stalemate between the British invaders and the indigenous people of New Zealand, argues that as a result of this humbling episode, the British, like a child awakening from a vivid nightmare, resorted to their final safety net, which was to forget 11. The Japanese racial assault was greeted with a similar syndrome of amnesia. This blind spot about Asia and race was not simply limited to Japan and the war. The prominent U.S. journalist, Theodore White, acknowledged in 1975 that he had consciously omitted from his reporting in all the years he had spent in Asia the simple dynamics of race hatred. Our presence there was self-defeating because they hated all of us, with historic good reason, he concluded in a thinly veiled reference to the racially marked colonialism endured by so many Asians. Even Chief U.S. ally Chiang Kai-shek, White asserts, hated white men. White too felt that only the largest U.S. minority group could understand, perhaps only black Americans can sense, he averred, that wild and helpless fury which the Asians felt at the presence of white men. 12. This was the powerful gravitational pull of which Japan took advantage before and during the war. The scholar Alexander Saxton is no doubt correct that there were good reasons for supporting the Allied cause in the Second World War, yet it added little to understanding white racism in American culture. 13. This is true, though the caveat might be added that it has added little to our understanding of racism in British culture either. Thus, because these policies are and were shrouded, fewer lessons could be drawn leading to deeper understanding of race and racism. One reason why this wrenching wartime experience has not led to a crystalline comprehension is because as these events were unfolding, the London authorities chose to downplay them. When Japanese racial atrocities targeting Europeans and Euro-Americans were revealed, London noticed that generally speaking, there has been a relative lack of Chinese interest in the British and American disclosures. Worse, it was noted forlornly, it is also possible that the Chinese appreciate and secretly sympathize with the fact that one Japanese aim in perpetrating these atrocities was the humiliation of the white man, as part of the plan for his expulsion from East Asia. 14. In a secret memorandum from India, a British official cautioned that publicity about the specific question of ill treatment of white captives should not be undertaken for the present, though a statement in general terms might be issued without reference to race of prisoners. Hence, it was decided that the point is to emphasize by every means Japanese barbarity towards other Asiatics, but not to bolster up the Japanese self-proclaimed role as defender of Asiatics by putting out stories of their barbarous treatment of Europeans. 15. Thus, in the heat of war the shoots of post-war racial policy and the forced retreat from white supremacy were already evident, a compelled assertion of equality between European and non-European peoples, and further, an assertion of non-racialism, denying even the relevance of a characteristic that heretofore had been proclaimed from on high. The United States, in some ways more sensitive than the United Kingdom to such racial questions because of its tortured history of racial slavery and indigenous dispossession, went a step further. In mid-1942 the U.S. Joint Psychological Warfare Committee sent a secret proposal to their British allies, warning that it is essential to avoid giving unwitting aid to the Japanese propaganda attempt to convert the Pacific War into a racialist, Pan-Asia War. It was advisable to institute a program of propaganda directed toward people in this country to lessen the strong racial prejudice existing in white Americans toward colored races, including the Negro. Such propaganda could not take the form of direct statements regarding this racial prejudice, but could be done indirectly by telling the accomplishments of colored races. It was also essential to avoid reference to such terms of racial opprobrium as little, yellow, slant-eyed, natives, etc. Within limits of considerable care, it will be possible to meet Japanese anti-white propaganda with the utterances of American Negro leaders. 16. Again, one detects the compelled contours of post-war racial policy as the war was unfolding, an exquisite awareness of racial sensitivities, which would be derided years later as political correctness, straining to avoid giving offense to those formerly subjected to such noxious practices systematically, plus, pushing American Negro leaders forward, especially on the global stage, so as to deflect concerns about Jim Crow. 17. The Australians were instructed sternly in political war directives, coded as most secret, to avoid especially anything that can be construed as an assumption of racial superiority. The only divergence deemed suitable for deployment was using German racial doctrine as a Nazi-Japanese irritant, that is, the fact that Germans consider themselves superior to all other nations, considering Japanese as fit only to slave for Germany. Turning to Vietnam, it was reported with sobriety that Annamites have seen the people of the yellow race, the Japanese, show themselves masters of organization and display at least temporary superiority over Europeans, and thus it is unsafe to assume a return to complete French control after the war. Thus Canberra, which had a state-sanctioned policy of racial superiority, was obligated to make at least a rhetorical retreat from these practices. 18. But this was a retreat through a minefield. British officials, for example, knew that it is a tricky business to tell Japanese that Hitler despises the yellow races. They might answer, the only person we hear this absurd insult from is U-19. Yet nations that had turned white supremacy into a blunt system were often perplexed by the nuances of racial and ethnic maneuvering. In mid-1942, officials of Britain's Ministry of Information met as the war seemed to be going quite well for Tokyo. The question was raised whether they could make use of the pronouncement by the Japanese that in Malaya and in Thailand they proposed to oust the Chinese from their important trading position for the alleged purpose of giving the Malays a greater share in the country's economic life. Yet, it was noted sadly, the argument is a double-edged weapon. In short, London ran the risk of driving more Malays in Malaya and the populous Dutch East Indies straight into the arms of the welcoming Japanese if they publicized Tokyo's démarche. 20 years of an enforced white supremacy were being entangled in the mesh of seeking to fight a war purportedly for freedom and democracy. There are other reasons why the racial policies of this horrendous war are not better known. For various reasons, the question of race in the Asia-Pacific region has been obscured intentionally. As the 20th century dawned and the war in the Philippines gripped the feverish imaginations of many in Washington, the U.S. military in Hawaii sought to avoid racial conflicts. One general order explicitly stated such delicate subjects as the race question, etc., will not be discussed at all except among ourselves and officially. There was a decided fear among many officers who believed, quite as sweepingly, that there was a natural bond between the rural Filipinos and the American Negro troops, and a robust ventilation of the race question could only convince these two groups of their mutual hostility toward white supremacy. 21. A corollary to this reticence was the report that during the Pacific War London was reluctant to initiate an anti-German campaign among West Africans because officials calculated that such propaganda might encourage a revolt against white rule as such. Having been encouraged to hate one branch of the white race, they may extend the feeling to others, warned one memorandum. 22. Washington, and especially London, faced tremendous constraints in coping with Japan's race war. At that desperate moment they had to distinguish themselves not only from Japan's racial policies but also had to distance themselves from their own racial practices. London had to proclaim the exalted aims of democracy of the Atlantic Charter, while seeking to deny democracy to their Asian and African colonies. The British Empire especially was flummoxed by the turn that race took during the war. One approach adopted was an eerie silence about what was going on. Even in the Middle East, it was decided that though the Palestine question raises great attention, one should discuss as little as possible sensitive points like color or racial characteristics. 23. Consequently, given this orchestrated silence, unearthing the impact of the race war on the British Empire is not easy. Complicating this conundrum is the fact that even before the war erupted, it is striking how little racist thinking was questioned before the Second World War. Even critical critics of imperialism were reluctant to criticize the racist justification for national expansion. 24 Back then, few Britons of any class were concerned with the conditions of the people ruled by England. School textbooks barely mentioned the colonies. Those works that did predictably described the colonies in paternalistic and racist terms, as did most popular literature. 25 Even in the early post-war era, it would be vain to search through the debates of the House of Commons in recent years for any general debate on the problems of the British Empire as a whole or the impact of these problems. In the old days the annual India debate used to be guaranteed to empty the House. 26 Though Japan imposed a brutally racial policy on Europeans interned in Hong Kong, few of the flood of memoirs that emerged from this catastrophic experience even raised this topic, as if it were too tormenting or dangerous to recall. 27 It was a momentous occasion in 1853 when Commodore Matthew C. Perry waited on shore in Japan, ending more than 2 centuries of self-imposed isolation. At this auspicious moment, he chose to march between 2 orderlies, both tall and stalwart Negroes. Though he represented a nation that exalted African slavery, and while docked in Hong Kong had sanctioned a racially insensitive performance of Ethiopian minstrels amid roars of laughter, for whatever reason he wished citizens of color to take part during this epoch-rendering instant. As a precursor of a tendency that was to emerge full-blown in coming decades, the Japanese during this landing were more interested in the Negroes, the first they had ever seen. 28 What motivated Perry? This remains unclear. Perhaps he wished to impress the Japanese with the realization that they too could become enslaved, not unlike stalwart Negroes in the Americas. Or perhaps they could simply be subjugated, like those who resided in Hong Kong and India. Whatever the case, what ensued was one of the more extraordinary developments in human history, the Meiji Restoration, the creation of an advanced society by Asians in a blunt refutation of the predicates of white supremacy. As the scholar Peter Dews put it, the Japanese had transformed themselves into a modern nation mainly out of fear that they too could be enslaved or colonized. According to Dews, this also helped to induce among many Japanese a sincere desire to overthrow white supremacy. This would be on a par with, but on a grander scale than either the French Revolution, which emancipated the common people, or the Russian Revolution, which emancipated the working class. It would be no less than a revolution for mankind, the liberation of those who were not white. 29 Self-defense may have motivated this sincere desire, for it was evident that Britain was cutting a prodigious swath through Africa and Asia because of the widespread use of African and Asian troops. Undermining white supremacy and alleviating the plight of the dispossessed might help to ease the increasing pressure on Japan itself. The British Army that attacked Hong Kong in May 1842 was comprised predominantly of Indians. Throughout the 19th century the Indian Army was sent on numerous occasions to fight for British interests in campaigns in China, Egypt, and elsewhere. Just as it was the Indian market that accounted for 20% of British exports by the 1880s and propelled the island nation to wealth, so it was the Indian Army and its huge reserve force that allowed London to confront the huge conscript armies of continental states like Germany, France, and Russia. Lord Curzon was no doubt correct when he said, "As long as we rule India, we are the greatest power in the world. If we lose it we shall drop straight away to a third-rate power." 30 Strikingly, Indians not only on the subcontinent but throughout Asia, notably in Hong Kong, were some of Japan's closest allies during the war. Japan's fear of possible servitude unless the nation was transformed drastically was heightened by the fact that the British often deployed the ultimate epithet nigger not only against Africans but against Asians as well. 31 Indeed, the repetitive pattern in which this quintessential U.S. epithet was used in Asia, along with the equation of Asians themselves with simians, a comparison once thought to be reserved for Africans, points to the toxic unity of a white supremacy that spanned the Pacific. Hence, the popular African-American musician Buck Clayton was moved when on arriving in Shanghai in the 1930s he saw 4 rickshaws coming down the street with some white American Marines in them. "The next thing I heard was the white guys saying, 'There they are. Niggers, niggers, niggers.' And before long one of them threw a brick that they had piled up in rickshaws. These Euro-Americans obviously saw parallels between Chinese and Negroes. So did Clayton. Illustrating the essential unity between and among victims of white supremacy, he joined in the fray alongside the Chinese targets of these epithets and against his erstwhile American compatriots. Soon fists were flying everywhere, and one of his opponents had the audacity to dislodge my brand new Stetson hat. Enraged, Clayton grabbed this cat and put a headlock on him and proceeded to run his head into a brick wall, and just as a last gesture I kicked him in the butt as he ran. When it was all over, the Chinese onlookers treated us like we had done something that they had always wanted to do and followed us all the way home, cheering us like a winning football team. I guess they figured it was something that should have been done a long time before, because I remember one time I saw a Marine fall off a bicycle and he promptly got up, went over to a Chinese coolie and kicked him in the ass, and then got back on his bicycle and rode on off. 32. This anecdote illuminates simultaneously how some people of European descent treated both blacks and Chinese contemptuously, and how this disdain could drive the latter two groups together. Above all, the concept of white supremacy was tailor-made to be exploited by Tokyo. Yet this was a hard lesson for some to learn. Louis Bush was interned in Hong Kong, where he received a bitter taste of subordination. But his experience did not prevent him from participating in what he termed nigger minstrels while interned. He made no connection between these performances and other incidents. For example, when a Japanese soldier came to our room to slap and kick us around, stand us to attention, and then harangue us on the iniquities of the American and British. "You win war," the soldier screamed, "and you make all Japanese like black slaves." 33. Many Europeans and Euro-Americans routinely used the term monkey, often deployed against those of African descent, to describe the Japanese. 34. Benjamin Proulx, captive in wartime Hong Kong, referred to the Japanese who imprisoned him as the cartoon personification of monkey Japanese. Their bodies were stubby, like apes, but strong. 35. The South African O.D. Gallagher, who had reason to be familiar with racial invective, referred to the Japanese as apes in uniform and slant-eyed flying apes called Japanese. 36. The leading U.S. military figure in wartime China, Joseph Stilwell, not only used the term nigger but also wops and gooks and chinks to refer to the Chinese who accompanied him in the trenches. 37 years after the war had concluded, this despicable practice was still going strong, as the well-respected historian of Hong Kong, Alan Birch, made an indelicate colloquial reference to another nigger in the woodpile. 38. In short, many of those of European descent tended to lump together in an all-embracing racism those of non-European descent. This in turn was a generous donation to Tokyo's effort to band together the planet's majority in an all-embracing crusade against white supremacy. The first statesman to have used the term yellow peril publicly was reportedly Germany's Kaiser Wilhelm. He was inspired by the Australian writer, Charles Pearson, whose work had an electrifying impact on the pan-European world. It is doubtful that any book with an Australian inspiration has ever had a greater impact among intellectuals in Britain or the United States. The popular Fu Manchu series, the subject of numerous US and British films from the 1920s forward, spoke of the alleged Asian need to control the world and eliminate the white race. 39. The Kaiser reflected this alarm in 1895 when he commissioned an artist to draw an allegorical picture depicting the European powers called together by the Archangel Michael, and united in resisting Buddhism, heathenism, and barbarism. This fear and loathing among those of European descent was a product of apprehension not only of the potential power of China but the actual and growing power of Japan. They feared an abrupt reversal of fortunes in which the racialized colonization that Europeans had pioneered might be turned against them. For its part, in the early 20th century the Japanese elite knew that, deep in its collective heart, the white race feared domination by the yellow race. It was plain that should Japan and China combine to fight Russia, fear of the yellow peril would become so intense that Germany, France, and other countries would most probably intervene. In turn, Theodore Roosevelt felt that at bottom Japan tended to lump Russians, English, Americans, Germans, all of us, simply as white devils inferior to themselves. They include all white men as being people who, as a whole, they dislike and whose past arrogance they resent. As the new century dawned, racial nervousness was surging, with Tokyo near the heart of this troublesome matter. 40. Bruce Cummings, a scholar of Korea, has written that in the first decade of the 20th century Japan was flypaper for many Asian progressives, 41, attracting them in droves as an antipode to European colonialism. The Chinese were also attracted, though China's justifiable post-World War II anger at Tokyo and related reasons has made this a difficult point to raise. One observer has uncovered close ties between the Japanese ultranationalist faction, the Black Dragon Society, and the Chinese hero lauded by communists and nationalists alike, Sun Yat-sen. The BDS aimed at driving all Europeans and Americans out of Asia, and so did Sun. Simultaneously, after the Bolshevik Revolution in European capitals, there was a perception of a growing alliance between Tokyo, Moscow, and the Chinese leadership aimed at their common antagonists, principally London and Washington. When Tokyo and Moscow concluded a treaty in 1925, when others were seeking to isolate the Bolsheviks, the perception of an alliance was strengthened. 42 As Soviet and Japanese influence rose among Sun's forces, the Chinese leader's speeches became increasingly anti-Western. His concept of nationality came to imply racial struggle in which China would rid herself of the unequal treaties, extraterritoriality and foreign controls on her economy, while the people's livelihood implied a socialist state. 43. Even before the rise of Sun, the Empress Dowager entered into a pact with the Boxers, giving them a free hand against foreign white residents in the country and their Chinese sympathizers, such as all Christians were presumed to be. 44 As for Chiang Kai-shek, he attended the Shinbo Jikyo, preparatory military academy, in Tokyo. He remained in Japan 4 years. As a part of his study he served with the 13th Field Artillery, Takeda, Regiment of the Imperial Army, where he gained a working insight into the Japanese language, mentality, and strength. 45 As late as the winter of 1940-41, it was widely rumored that secret meetings were being held there between Japanese agents and representatives of Chiang Kai-shek. 46 Chiang was not unique. Amy Lee Chong Yutming, the late wife of contemporary Hong Kong's preeminent billionaire, Li Ka-shing, was fluent in Japanese. 47 Ironically, the British may have boosted Japan's efforts by vigorously persecuting the most passionate anti-Tokyo forces, the Chinese Communist Party. 48. Hence, when the Japanese invaded Hong Kong in 1941, some Chinese willingly and eagerly joined the war against the British Crown. Quickly there emerged a sensational revelation, a plan to massacre the entire European community of the colony. 0 hour was to have been AM on December 13, 1941. Chinese triads, or brotherhoods widely viewed as organized crime formations, were to spearhead the scheme. Leaders of the underworld were gathered together and a meeting was held between them and police officials at the Cecil Hotel. After hours of vigorous debate and perhaps the payment of a sizable bribe, the authorities came to terms with the underworld. 49. Of course, Sun himself was a triad official of long standing. Overseas triad branches were fully utilized for the dissemination of Republican propaganda. However, by the war's advent, Chinese triads were split between pro-Chiang, neutral, and pro-Japan formations. The latter worked closely with the invaders and profited handsomely during the occupation. 50. But the triads were not alone. Tokyo had little difficulty in successfully recruiting numerous Chinese collaborators or traitors to fill the ranks of the puppet governments in China. The invaders were bolstered by the influx of troops from former warlord armies. Nanking's puppet army swelled to nearly 600,000 men. There was little wonder that the communists charged the KMT nationalists and Chiang with being united with the enemy or puppet troops. Thus, the story of Wang Qingwei, the chief collaborator with Tokyo, should not be written off lightly as the tale of a traitor to China. 51. Inevitably, the racialized colonialism forcibly imposed in British China played a major role in compelling some Chinese to become traitors to an empire that held no allegiance to them. Similar dynamics no doubt compelled a number of Japanese Americans to cross a similar line. Japanese Americans who fought on behalf of the nation that in turn their relatives have received justifiable attention. Less attention has been paid to an untold number outraged by the illogic of white supremacy who crossed the Pacific and aligned themselves with Tokyo in the occupied territories. Even before Pearl Harbor there was an extraordinarily high level of per capita contributions from Issei in Hawaii to the Japanese war effort. Hanama Harold Tazaki, to cite one example, was born in Maui in 1913, studied at Oberlin College and worked in California. In 1936 he went to Japan and joined the military. Why? Among other reasons, he had carried a residue of resentment, recalling discrimination against Hawaii's Japanese. One memory remained vivid: at PTA meetings his mother and father had been snubbed by Haole's whites. 52 He was not alone. 53 Many Asian American expatriates, perhaps because they were seeking revenge for the racism they had endured in the United States, were viewed by European internees in Hong Kong as among the most vicious authorities they had encountered. 54 But then Tokyo surrendered and Hong Kong was liberated, only to return to British suzerainty where it was to remain until 1997. However, the war had decimated the European colonists, as many were killed or died during internment. After August 1945 some had the wherewithal to repair to the more comfortable racial climes of South Africa, while still others fled the region virtually penniless after their wilting experience. Much of their property had been looted, either by the Japanese invaders or the Chinese. Their roles in the economy had been supplanted during the war by these two groups as well. So when the British fled and the Japanese were ousted, this created opportunities for the Chinese which horrified many. One gentleman wrote to the colonial authorities in 1947, deploring the fact that a number of persons appear to have flourished under enemy occupation. But the difficulty of obtaining evidence and otherwise establishing the fact of collaboration as the origin of improved fortunes, as distinct from other causes, was great. Chen Yuhao and Dennis Victor were not deterred by such assertions when they wrote to the Crown's representative. Hong Kong was accused of being the paradise of collaborators, they sputtered. This was a black mark on the colony's reputation. Hong Kong's leading collaborators are mostly protégés or even members of some high councils of which Hong Kong's government has no control. Many of these were buyers of land in the occupation days who were now trying to influence the former sellers to sign the deeds a second time, thus multiplying the indignity. 55 Their appeals went unheeded, not least because at that juncture London required the support or at least sympathy of the collaborators in their confrontation with the growing power of the Communist Party, just across the border on the mainland. Race war is not an alien concept in the Empire or the United States. The rebellion in India in 1857 was viewed in these disquieting terms. 56 In South Africa Jan Smuts noted privately, "I have heard natives saying, 'Why fight against Japan? We are oppressed by the whites and we shall not fare worse under the Japanese.'" In 1943, as a veritable race war was raging in Asia, Senator Albert Thomas of Utah worried about providing aid to China since just as Genghis Khan got into Europe, "We can loose in Asia forces so great that the world will be deluged, that is, in aiding China's resistance to Japan, the United States might wind up bolstering a bigger foe." Congressman Charles Eaton shared this concern. If the Oriental peoples were to have independent and civilized nations, then eventually the United States might be pushed off the map. In fact, he advised, there might be a racial war between the yellow man and the white man in the future and we may be liquidated. 57. Edwin Embry, head of the prestigious Rosenwald Fund, spoke in similarly portentous terms in 1944. Linking the advancement of the Negroes during the last half-century with the general upsurge of colored peoples the world over, he warned that the balance has shifted radically. The white man of the Western world, Mr. Embry said, was being offered the last chance for equal status in world society. He continued, "If the Western white man persists in trying to run the show, in exploiting the whole earth, non-Western people may in surging rebellion, smash him into nonentity." 58. This fear was magnified by the possibility that such a conflict could spill over onto U.S. shores and that African Americans might ally with Tokyo in the final solution of the question of the white man of the Western world. Also declaiming in 1944, W.E.B. Du Bois, who had sought to forestall race war on the east bank of the Pacific, felt compelled to invoke this macabre concept again. The remainder of the Balkans and Russia, he announced, have been viewed as Asiatic barbarism, aping civilization. As quasi-Asiatic, they have come in for the racial contempt poured upon the yellow peoples. This attitude greeted the Russian Revolution, and the major powers staged almost race war to uphold tottering capitalism, built on racial contempt. The Yellow Peril, he warned, as envisaged by the German Emperor William II, has by no means passed from the subconscious reactions of Western Europe. 59. Can we dismiss Du Bois' prophetic words today? Are relations between Japan and China and Asia on the one hand and the pan-European world on the other still tinged or saturated with race, to the point of race war? Let us hope not. Still, it is well to re-examine the most recent occasion when race war reigned, not least since this phenomenon seemed to work symbiotically with the prospect of class war in compelling concessions from otherwise obdurate elites. 1. To be of pure European descent. If a visitor from the U.S. South had arrived in Hong Kong in November 1941, he would have recognized a kind of racial segregation and racially coded deprivation that would have made him feel at home. Lucien Brunet was born in Montreal and was not unfamiliar with discrimination, being French-Canadian, but even his otherwise blasé conscience was moved by what he witnessed when he arrived in Hong Kong on the eve of the Japanese invasion. It was very depressing, he recalled years later. The poverty was so widespread, I could not believe my eyes. The place was so poor, he lamented. There were a lot of people without shoes, wearing black pants and a hat. Women were doing the same work as men, all Chinese were treated as non-human, he concluded sadly. 1. Robert Hammond thought similarly. A missionary born in Hong Kong, the revolting degradation of the region was not new to him. Yet when he returned to China with his family in 1939, he was stunned by what he saw. Above all, it was the sight of the coolies that amazed him. These yellow men with their ragged clothes were a portrait in penury. Many had their shirts off and one pant leg rolled up, on their feet they wore grass sandals. Old pieces of cloth were tied around their heads to keep the sweat from running down their faces. To the noted physician, Selwyn Clark, found wards full of beriberi. In the late 30s, while hunger and disease were rife, cholera, smallpox, and tuberculosis were common. 3. Like the Negroes of the U.S. South whom they so closely resembled, Chinese and other Asians in Hong Kong had no rights that Europeans were bound to respect. For the longest time, theater tickets were restricted to Europeans. 4. European hotels and clubs routinely restricted entry by Chinese. One museum placed limitations on the hours when Chinese but not Europeans could visit. In the 19th century, a succession of laws required Chinese to carry night passes, a common practice in apartheid South Africa. A Chinese was not appointed to the ruling Executive Council until 1926. Only European children could attend the Kowloon School and the Victorian School. 5. As its name implies, the Central British School was exclusively for British children. Eurasians and Chinese went to diocesan boys' or girls' school, and the Chinese had Queen's and King's colleges. 6. Luckily, those not of pure European descent had some access to education, for Hong Kong lacked a good public library and a town hall, not least because the colonizers were more interested in its racecourse, its golf links and its clubs. 7. The highly regarded Hong Kong barrister Percy Chen recalled that Hong Kong was governed in the same way as a police state is governed. 8. Hong Kong was a crown colony, and in such a system, said the former governor of the city, Alexander Grantham, the governor is next to the Almighty. 9. There was a stifling residential segregation. Amidst a maze of narrow winding streets and dimly lit passages, the Chinese were consigned to housing that had all the commodious features of rabbit warrens. In 1899 a European reservation was established in Kowloon. In language that would not have seemed out of place in South Africa at that precise moment, It was noted in passing that the low-lying land between Robinson Road and Carnarvon Road is absolutely unadapted for residences for Europeans and eminently adapted for native dwelling. 10 In 1919 an application was made for a proposed European reservation on the middle levels east of Glen Ely. 11 This apartheid had popular support among many Europeans. In 1930 homeowners and residents in the reserved area of Changchan nervously pointed to the considerable apprehension that has been felt lately owing to rumors of tentative attempts by certain people to obtain a footing in the reserved area. Residence in Changchan would become impossible if Chinese with different standards of living and habits were permitted to enter at will. Thus, they felt constrained to bar admission as residents of non-Europeans and non-Americans. 12. British China might have been a suburb of hell for many Chinese, but for the European refugees from the English-speaking world who flocked there it was akin to paradise regained. There was a clearly defined social stratum in which one's place was fixed according to race and nationality, but also on the basis of position, accent, and education. The geography of Hong Kong in the pre-war period mirrored this pecking order. There was the peak, of course, where only the presence of the wealthy Hotungs interrupted an unbroken skein of racial segregation. There one could escape the miasmic heat during the colony's brutal summers, and avoid the peculiar musky scent of Hong Kong, composed of sandalwood, cinnamon, jute, urine, and tar. The affluent Japanese in Hong Kong had encroached only as far as McDonnell Road, a safe distance from the peak. Between McDonnell and May Roads there was a neutral zone in the lower part of which resided the Nipponese, while Portuguese, Jews, Armenians, and Parsis lived in the upper part. Below the peak lived the Chinese masses in dark, dirty, rat-infested low-rise tenements. 13. When E. H. Parker arrived in Hong Kong in 1903 he was surprised to discover that life in China is much more luxurious than it is at home. Servants and food are so cheap that $1 goes almost as far there as £1 at home. 14. This idyll rolled on until December 1941.15, perhaps the penultimate symbol of the moneyed and sumptuous life. 16. Led by most Europeans in the colony before the war. 17. Was the fact that simple soldiers could employ a barber on a monthly basis for about £1. For this, they received one haircut a month and a shave every morning in bed, whether asleep or awake. 18. It would be a mistake to see this comfortable life in the East, not to mention the searing bias that made it possible, as purely the province of the British, or even the English. Far from it. Australians in Melanesia relished similar privileges. 19. And Canada was in the same league when it came to discriminating against the Chinese. 20. Euro-Americans, no slouches in this ghastly competition, were notorious for their pioneering role in perpetuating the African slave trade. The family of U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt was implicated deeply in the lucrative China trade in the 19th century, which was in some ways a supplement and substitute of its more ill-famed geographical cousin. His mother's father, Warren Delano, had been a partner in the leading firm, Russell and Company, founded in 1824, which for a while was as influential as the notorious East India Company. It dealt in opium as well as tea. Sarah Delano, Roosevelt's mother, lived for several periods during her girlhood at the family home, Rose Hill, in Hong Kong. Her two oldest sisters were born there and married partners of Russell and Company. At Hyde Park, New York, Roosevelt himself was brought up among slightly ostentatious Chinese furnishings. 21. Yet, like the British, the Yankees too were prone to discriminate against the Chinese. So said Liang Yen, who worked with the Office of Strategic Services, Washington's precursor of the Central Intelligence Agency in Kunming, China, during the war. There she found that interracial marriages were not socially accepted and their children, Eurasian was a derogatory word, were outcasts among both Chinese and Westerners. There were reports of doors barred, spiteful words, even in the United States. Across the Pacific, Chinese were thought of as laundrymen, chop suey vendors. The opportunities for recognition and advancement for which America was famous were not open to them, they were treated as inferiors. I couldn't help feeling a bit of this attitude at first in Kunming. 22. Similar rough conditions persisted in British China, as homelessness was a common condition for Chinese in Hong Kong. Major Albert Hood, who served in Hong Kong before the war, reminisced that many of them had nowhere to live. They carried a rush mat with them at night, and at night they laid themselves down, and this was in Hong Kong too, and they laid themselves down on the footpath, laid down on their rush mat, rolled over, and they slept there all night just like rows of sausages laid out. 23 This sad reality also left an impression on Andrew Salmon, in the late 1930s. Anywhere other than the main Central District you used to have to step over these people. The whole streets were covered with these street sleepers. Individuals and families. 24. Further up the social ladder, Chinese were barred for the longest time from the prestigious Hong Kong Jockey Club. They could not become jockeys or own horses, though they were allowed to throw away their money by placing bets. Massive protest in 1915 caused a tactical retreat by the British authorities. It was not until the Japanese took over that these exclusionary practices changed substantially, as a Chinese, Ho Kam Tong, was named chairman. As the leading contemporary Hong Kong commentator, Frank Ching, put it, the Japanese involved large numbers of Chinese people at all levels of government in a way never attempted by the British. 25. By the late 1920s there was segregation in nearly every part of the traveling process. Passengers traveled in separate classes, disembarked in separate ways, and were sold tickets by parallel but separate organizations. Usually there was a special class for foreign European travelers with foreign food and furniture, and a Chinese first class, with Chinese food and round tables. There was a barbarous indifference to the hideous conditions in which Chinese passengers ate, slept, bathed, relieved themselves, and promenaded. A launch met all steamers to land saloon, that is, foreign passengers on a trip to, say, Shanghai, leaving most of the Chinese to take a sampan and endure exorbitant overcharges on the part of coolies. 26 Hong Kong was little better. For the first 50 years on the Star Ferry, which plied the choppy waters of the harbor, no Chinese was allowed to ride first class and no European could ride second class. 27. A similar pattern obtained on mass transit in Hong Kong. When the British soldier John Sutcliffe Whitehead arrived in Hong Kong in 1938, he was struck by the fact that on the double-deck tram, the top deck was for the well-to-do people we were classified in, and the bottom deck of the tramcar was for the coolies class. Though he was from a coal mining family back home, in Hong Kong he was able to ride with the Taipans. 28. On the other hand, Alice Y. Lan and Betty M. who recalled that prior to the outbreak of the Pacific War, we often had to wait for half an hour or more for the signature of one of the British clerks. Sometimes he was really busy, but often, knowing that we were Chinese, he would purposely make us await his pleasure. How long we had resented this. 29. These mudzils of society, these non-Europeans and non-Americans, were treated by the Europeans as if they were so much rubbish. Kenneth Andrew was a Hong Kong policeman from 1912 to 1938. He recalled that the European looked upon the Chinese as being the lowest form of animal life. I have actually seen a European rickshaw sick passenger throw his fare to the ground rather than risk touching the rickshaw coolie. 30. In Hong Kong and the numerous treaty ports dominated by colonial powers that littered mainland China, xenophobia was rampant. Like Negro men of the Deep South, Chinese males of all ages were routinely referred to as boys and beaten for the slightest of transgressions. Emily Hahn, the U.S. journalist who resided in pre-war Hong Kong, once told of an Englishman visiting San Francisco where he had encountered a Chinese boy who did not get out of the way as he walked along the street. "Why, in a civilized country," he sputtered, "I'd have flayed the bastard." 31. Visitors often remarked on this impatient and violent behavior toward the Chinese, and the diplomatic records record it in sickening detail. Violence was common enough to enter Chinese Shanghai slang. Eating Wagyu Huo Tui, foreign ham, meant receiving the all too frequent kicks aimed at rickshaw pullers by foreign passengers. When inchoate violence descended into random fatalities, the penalty to be paid was often negligible. London's Consul General in Shanghai once remarked that a jury would never bring a verdict of guilty against a white British subject charged with the murder or manslaughter of a Chinese. 32. Mirroring these horrific sentiments was a British police officer in Shanghai who confided in 1921 that the Chinese should only be treated as the animals they are. Later he was to describe the Chinese as yellow pigs and a bunch of worthless, treacherous, yellow-skinned reptiles. Bernard Wasserstein, an astute analyst of old Shanghai, suggests that these were not merely the ravings of a disgruntled individual. They echoed a general opinion in the expatriate community and in official circles. 33. Rudyard Kipling, the poet laureate of British colonialism, confirms this allegation. "I hated the Chinaman before," he began angrily, "I hated him doubly as I choked for breath in his seething streets." His demented passion reaching a disturbing crescendo, he concluded, "Now I understand why the civilized European of Irish extraction kills the Chinaman in America. It is justifiable to kill him. It would be quite right to wipe the city of Canton off the face of the earth and to exterminate all the people who ran away from the shelling. The Chinaman ought not to count." 34. These were not simply inflamed rhetorical outbursts. John Sutcliffe Whitehead, who served with the military in Hong Kong, noted pointedly that the white officer type always was armed. Why? Well, if there was a bloke in the marketplace and he was stealing or something like that, the usual cry in the marketplace was "Stop thief, stop thief." With that he'd fire one shot in the air. If that had no avail upon the thief, bang. The next one went into him and they'd pick up the body. With no residual regret, he concluded, such was summary justice in Hong Kong at that time, with British soldiers as police, judge, jury, and executioner. 35. In part, the Chinese may have been stealing in the marketplace because so many jobs were barred to them. Andrew observes that senior posts in maritime customs were all held by Europeans. The Peak Tramway was operated entirely by Europeans and the cars were actually operated by European crews. There was then no Asiatic and Indian police officers holding gazetted rank. And certainly no women police. The judiciary were all Europeans, as were most of the legal luminaries. Most of the firemen were Chinese but the drivers were European policemen. The first floor was the living quarters for Chinese firemen. The second floor was for the European. 36. As one writer put it, in government there was a distinct level beyond which the Chinese, however able and well qualified, could not rise. 37. Though Hong Kong University had been initiated by the colonists, its enrollment was limited and its eminently qualified graduates faced all manner of discriminatory barriers. Man Walung Bentley, who was at the university in 1940, remembered later that the teaching staff, which was mostly British, that she encountered at lectures and tutorials showed no interest in their students' progress or intellectual concerns and treated them like strangers. These professors did not encourage criticism or dissent. HKU forbade the discussion of political topics and the formation of political clubs, for fear of upsetting the status quo. 38. Yet, while HKU regularly turned out graduates of impeccable intellect, illiterate Canadians in the colony could rise higher on the socio-economic ladder for racial reasons alone. 39. Sir Shaosun Chao, born in 186 L, was the first Chinese to join the executive council that helped to administer Hong Kong. His admission to this celestial circle was a direct response to the unrest of 1925 in Shanghai, where 9 were killed by British troops, an event that was echoed in Hong Kong. Perhaps not coincidentally, in 1907 he received the Order of the Rising Sun, 4th class, from Japan and soon became the first person to be knighted in Hong Kong by a representative of the British royal family and only the third Chinese person to be knighted in a colonial history of nearly 80 years. But in his youth he had to endure the degrading spectacle of setting sail for the United States for education and suffering through queue-pulling or the pulling of his pigtail. This was during a time when British soldiers would beat Chinese people in the streets for no apparent reason. He recalled a time in 1919 when laws were passed in Hong Kong restricting Chinese from living in certain areas of Chongqing. He recalled a time when the Foreign Office was unashamedly racist, like most of the British policy makers of the time. 40. Not surprisingly, During the invasion he was viewed widely as one of the chief collaborators with Tokyo. As late as the eve of the war, a cruel repression enveloped Hong Kong. Police kept a vigilant eye on the Chinese community, harassing, imprisoning, or banishing political activists and censoring mail and literature. Labor unions were virtually impossible to organize. The quelling of activism helped to ossify a racial and economic apartheid that rivaled what was then unfolding in southern Africa. 41. Of course, the precious term European, this umbrella term that could protect illiterate Canadians, was not defined expansively. While Europeans sat atop the racial hierarchy, not all whites were created equal. The Sassoon family was one of the wealthiest in Hong Kong. They were friends of Edward VII when he was still the Playboy Prince of Wales. Yet members of this family were never admitted to the Hong Kong Club because of their Bombay Jewish origins. 42. In fact, in the early part of the 20th century there was a Jewish cemetery, just as there was a Eurasian cemetery. 43. But however the term European was defined, few among this group were sufficiently courageous to challenge frontally the racial chauvinism that pervaded Hong Kong. There were honorable exceptions. James Bertram, a New Zealander, recollected that Hilda Selwyn Clark, spouse of Hong Kong's leading physician and a prominent member of the tiny political left, was the only Englishwoman there to use her social position all the way on behalf of the struggle of the Chinese people. Conceivably because of her past associations with the Society for Cultural Relations with the USSR and M.M. Kamladevi of the Indian National Congress, who was kept under surveillance wherever she moved, Selwyn Clark was seen by many as being rather odd and marginal, thus hampering severely her anti-racist activism. 44. Tony Carroll was born in Hong Kong in the late 19th century. In 1986 he recalled the suffocating superciliousness of his fellow Britons. They had this nose-in-the-air attitude, terrible. Chinese had to humble themselves before them, and this was deeply resented. Because he was reputedly of Irish and Cuban heritage, he could not ascend to the rarefied ranks of society. As he recollected, those like him, locally born but of Chinese, Indian, Portuguese, or other ethnicities, could not join the stock exchange because of racial prejudice. His Irish heritage meant that the Japanese authorities did not intern him during the war, which facilitated his business dealings during this tumultuous period, and through pluck and luck he became a millionaire. Moreover, because they were tossed to the margins of Hong Kong society, he and his influential relatives found it easier in the pre-war era to engage in mutually beneficial relations with other outsiders, namely, the Japanese, with whom Carroll had a long family connection. The Carrolls had begun what was then the first modern shipyard in Yokohama. 45. William Carroll was indicted for collaboration after the war. The saga of the Carrolls suggests how ingrained British biases could boomerang. But it was not only those so unlucky to be born Irish or Cuban who could suffer in Hong Kong. Those from Scotland were at times derisively referred to as Scotch coolies. 46. Professor Walter Brown, a Scotch nationalist who taught at Hong Kong University, objected to such craven practices. He objected to the Anglo-centric use of the word English when the word British would have sufficed. So he devoted hours of his leisure time in the library crossing out such misusages in its books and entering British firmly in the margin. 47. Needy Scotch doctors were often forced to emigrate to Hong Kong because of lack of opportunities at home or financial inability to buy themselves into a practice. This did not improve their ill humor toward English elites. 48. White Russians, exiles from the Bolshevik Revolution, were seen by Britons and others to undermine white prestige by the employment they took, their lifestyle, their homes, but mostly by the sheer poverty of the majority. Thus, taboos about specific forms of interaction with the Russians were as strong as those for Asians. 49. Then there were the Portuguese, who said Emily Hahn don't claim to be pure white, but they do consider themselves, haughtily, far above the British Eurasians in social standing. The other Eurasians don't share this conviction. Neither do the British. 50. In British China, class prejudice and anxiety was often deployed to articulate race prejudice. The Chinese were brutalized in order to provide a sense of identity to Europeans as a class, so they could bask in the reality that no matter their status, at least they were not Asian. As one commentator at the time put it, they take it out on the Chinese so as to make themselves feel big. 51 They may not have felt big because too often those who decamped from Britain to Hong Kong were, in the words of one London diplomat, third-rate men. 52 The scholar, Charles Boxer, who was interned in Hong Kong during the war, observed that Hong Kong is the dumping ground for the duds. Any old fool who can't be used elsewhere is dumped out here. 53 Queenie Cooper remained realistic enough to conclude that in England a girl of my class would have been a domestic servant. But for 5 years I've been living in Hong Kong like a queen. 54 Fearing that their third-rate status would stigmatize them, many expatriates focused their anxiety on the Chinese, clinging desperately to their elevated status. There was a class-cum-racial hierarchy, with the affluent English at the top of the social pyramid. To be sure, not all who hailed from the United Kingdom reached this charmed circle. There was a pointed fear of the growth of a class of poor Europeans who might undermine the prestige of the British. Often they were deported unceremoniously. European prostitutes, for example, were treated with great severity. They were thought to lower the prestige of the white man in the East. The British at times treated the lower classes in Britain as badly as they treated the Chinese in Hong Kong and, sadly, upon arriving in China these lower classes exacted their ire not on English elites but on the Chinese. British China did become a hotbed of class consciousness, but not in the way Karl Marx might have imagined it. There were intense snobberies in Hong Kong, as visitors there were always struck by the excessive interest Europeans took in questions of status. Gossip and scandal, leavened with snobberies, were the staff of life among the colonizers in Hong Kong. 55 The official historian of the powerful trading firm Jardine Matheson agrees, concluding that in Hong Kong, far more than Shanghai, social life was stuffy, not to say snobbish. 56 This was no minor matter and the victorious Japanese aggressors made much of it. In one of the first issues of the Hong Kong News, the journal they published after seizing power, an editorialist proclaimed, "It is time that equality should be restored to the Asiatics." It was not uncommon for a Chinese or Indian, who had long service in the government, to have to obey the orders of a young upstart, newly arrived from home, who knew practically next to nothing and who nevertheless received several times more pay. Even up to now Chinese, Indian and other local government employees have not been paid salaries due, while the British officials have still not taken the trouble to prepare lists of casualties of Hong Kong volunteers. 57 Again and again the victors hammered this point home. 58 A few days later yet another editorial noted that the Eurasian, when he seeks employment, is classified as a native and is required to accept native pay. The Eurasian could be of great help to these powers, that is, the United Kingdom, contributing valuable liaison between the ruling nation and the native population. Instead, in most British territories, those of mixed blood are underprivileged, discontented, and resentful. Another editorial claimed that third-raters with a bloated sense of their own importance. Incompetent officials ruled Asiatic peoples who, irrespective of their capabilities, were seldom given the opportunity to rise to positions of high standing. But callow British youths just out of school and half-wit Englishmen were often placed in charge of departments over the heads of Asiatics. To eradicate such abuse of the rights of Asiatics is one of the aims of Japan, which is why Tokyo declared, "Asia for the Asiatics." 59 The razor-sharp slash of class privilege dug deeply in Hong Kong, particularly compared to neighboring Shanghai, where jurisdiction was shared with other powers. 60 Even those who were sworn to defend the British Empire often were viewed with contempt because of their social standing, which may be why they exacted their residual anger on the poor Chinese. Major Albert Hood, who served in Hong Kong before the war, felt that the military was looked down on by the European civilians. The latter viewed the military as a necessary evil. 61 Charles Drage, who arrived in Hong Kong in 1923 to serve with the military, agreed. The civilians, he thought, were generally risen in the world a great deal. They were people at home who would never dream of having a servant. Out there they probably had 3 or 4 servants. And they inclined to be very, very class conscious. 62 Harold Bates was a British soldier assigned to Hong Kong before and during the war. In those days, he recalled, a soldier was one step removed from a coolie in the eyes of the Hong Kong expatriates. But there were emoluments to compensate for this degraded status. Bates thoroughly enjoyed the plethora of prostitutes available, not to mention cricket, football, and swimming. It was a thoroughly enjoyable life and I just wanted it to go on. 63. This reverie was rudely interrupted by the Japanese invasion. But while it lasted, lowly grunts could revel in the perks of colonialism, though racial segregation also inserted itself into prostitution. In accordance with the 1867 Contagious Diseases Act, licensed brothels were segregated for Chinese and Westerners. 64 Prices for sexual recreation, in any case, were remarkably low, reflecting the dire predicament faced by Chinese women. For as little as $1 one could purchase a sexual encounter, for more one could spend the night. 65 That many Britons did not hesitate to partake is suggested by the assertion of Harry Sidney George Hale, who arrived in Hong Kong in 1937 to serve with the military. His recollection was that 80 or 90% of the battalion was riddled with venereal disease. 66. A closer examination of the brothels of Hong Kong palaces of sin with a global reputation suggests why British soldiers found them so alluring. Women there were recruited from the China seaboard and were trained from their early teens in the arts of love. The client was entertained with stringed instruments, delicately erotic songs and dances of rare beauty. There were two kinds of singing, or sing-song, as they were sometimes known, houses. The best known were purple mansions. As the visitor entered, a smiling male slave in blue cotton robe would appear, bowing deeply. He ushered the arrival into an immense square room with green-white draperies covering the walls. The women were customarily dressed in blue or red silk. 67. Hong Kong was symptomatic of a larger trend. Imperialism has involved not only the export of capital but the export of libido as well. Edward Sellion, a British Army officer in colonial India, reflected this libertine attitude. Upon his arrival there, as he indelicately put it, he commenced a regular course of fucking with native women. 68. Still, the attempt to impose a racial bar in the midst of carnal desire was ironically reflected in the horrendous treatment accorded Eurasians, or the progeny of unions between Europeans and Asians. Henry Lethbridge, a leading sociologist of pre-war Hong Kong, has written that Eurasians in a European social gathering created a climate of unease and psychological tension. Even highly educated Europeans reacted strongly against mixed marriages. This occurred though Eurasians were regarded as more reliable and loyal than racially pure Sikh Chinese. 69. There were cases in which a Eurasian with British professional qualifications, e.g. medical or architectural, was engaged in Hong Kong Sikh as a member of the local staff, on conditions not to be compared with those accorded his British colleagues with similar qualifications. 70. This discrimination was deeply resented and made a number of Eurasians prime candidates for defection to the Japanese at the time of the invasion. Kenneth Andrew, a Hong Kong police officer whose beat provided him with more than a passing acquaintance with illicit sexual unions, recalled that before the war there was a very strict color bar in Hong Kong. Social relationships between Chinese and Europeans were very much taboo, especially with regard to Chinese females. Upon arriving in the colony in 1912, Andrew found that I was obliged to sign a document to the effect that during my service I would neither keep nor marry a Chinese female. 71. George Wright North, who also served in the pre-war colony, was told of the danger of having a Chinese girlfriend, often referred to when learning Chinese as a sleeping dictionary. 72. Why take such extraordinary measures to prevent miscegenation? An answer is best gleaned by posing another query: how could a white or European community be constructed and non-Europeans debased, if formally strict lines between the races were blithely ignored? Yet, as the experience of the British military suggested, it was difficult to bar cross-racial liaisons altogether. What emerged from this spicy stew of contradiction was a crude hypocrisy wherein European men mated with Chinese women alongside sanctimonious condemnation of miscegenation. A powerful prophylactic designed to bar interracial relationships was the surly hostility directed at Eurasians. Emily Hahn found to her dismay that many of her fellow foreigners felt about Eurasians as our own Southerners do about mulattoes. 73 The attitude of Charles Drage, a British soldier who served in Hong Kong in the 1920s, did little to dispel Hahn's opinion. He was against marriages between Chinese and Europeans. Why? If you burden your children with mixed blood, you are doing a fairly thoughtless thing. They are frightfully attractive and sometimes very, very evil. 74. In the L920's British Empire in Asia, Martin Sharp called on the father of his potential spouse and bluntly inquired, "Is there any Eurasian blood in you?" There was a pause of several seconds, and therefore I knew they were Eurasians, for if you put that question to an Englishman, he would knock you down. I turned to Pauline and said, "Am I mistaken? Are you pure white?" A decade later this prejudice against Eurasians had hardly dissipated. Iris McFarlane had a horror and nausea, and a sort of physically drawing away from anybody who was colored. This was especially true of Anglo-Indians because they could be a threat in that they could infiltrate your world without your knowing it, unless you were very careful. So you had to learn all the little signs, which you had to learn when you went out. However fair their skins, there were always the little signs, the fingernails, and the ears, and the whites of their eyes. 75. The scholar Robert Bickers has found similar patterns in British China, adding that Eurasians were widely disliked, both as partners and as issue. The language used to describe them was often strong, indicating how deeply the taboo was felt. Of course, this taboo was wildly skewed, mostly targeting couplings between Asian men and European women and the offspring therefrom. There was a fear, Bickers writes, of male Chinese sexual desire for white women. A British naval officer expressed unease at the familiarity between a missionary woman from the United States and her Chinese landlord. "It will always seem queer to me," he asserted wondrously, "to hear a colored man call a white Christian girl by her Christian name." The subtext of this anxiety was clearly sexual, says Bickers. 76 The prospect of this kind of coupling was so disturbing that in 1925 the League of Nations set up a special committee to examine the situation. It concluded unhappily that the breach of the natural racial barrier affects very deeply the prestige of the Western nations in the Orient. 77. In the late 1930s Esther Holland was planning to marry a Chinese man. She had met him while he was visiting Britain and was told reprovingly, "Esther, you are young and good looking. Why can't you find nice English boy? There are plenty." A concerned European wrote to her brother and asked him what the status of a young British girl who marries a Chinese would be. He wrote me a long reply and said, "If there is such a girl within your ken, do all in your power to dissuade her. In the first place, she'll lose her British nationality. All the Britishers would look down upon her and she would have no British social standing whatever." Unimpressed, she defied convention and married him. Soon she found herself in conversation with another British woman whom she casually informed about her betrothal. She saw a look of disgust come over her face. Her brows came together and her mouth went down at the corners. 78. This phobia about Asian men and European women was also a reflection of a patriarchy that saw women as property to be defended as fiercely as any other form of commerce. On the other hand, couplings between Asian women and European men were also frowned on but not condemned as vigorously. 79 The formal taboo against interracial romance extended to the silver screen. In 1930 the British Board of Film Censors forbade English actor John Longdon from kissing on screen the heroine, Chinese actress Anna May Wong. 80. On the other hand, 81 after the successful invasion, many Britons recalled ruefully that many of the British cadets, studying Cantonese for the required 3 years of training, fell in love with these Chinese girls as a kind of ritual. Well, of course most of these girls have been drawing pay from the Japanese on the side, probably for years and years. After the surrender, they came out of hiding. 82. The stigma attached to Eurasians was so severe that before World War II most found it easier to go the Chinese way, that is, to melt into the Chinese community, though often marriage to a non-Chinese was seen as a halfway house, a step away from racial purgatory. 83. Generally, Hong Kong was a stunning geographic tableau of racial inequality, with Europeans residing at the peak high above the island, with the Chinese crowded in the sprawling flatlands. The affluent Robert Hotung, patriarch of the clan, had to obtain special permission to reside in that exclusive residential district. Their wealth did not deliver the Hotungs from the petty and profound biases of their nearby residents. We had little contact with the neighboring children. Jean Gittens, a member of this prominent family, maintains. I do not remember ever having been invited to any of their homes. They had no intention, I am sure, of being unkind, although they would on occasion suddenly refuse to play with us because we were Chinese, or they might tell us we shouldn't be living on the peak. Adding to the indignity of it all was the fact that the nearby peak school did not normally admit Chinese children. 84. The result of this prejudice was predictable. Some of the staunchest opponents of white supremacy in Asia and helpmates to the invading Japanese were Eurasians. Among them was Lawrence Gland Cantwell, born in Hong Kong in 1882, the illegitimate son of a ship's captain and a Chinese mother. A pupil of Sun Yat-sen, he grew up in Hawaii, then studied at Columbia University in New York City before attending Oxford and becoming a barrister. Yet, despite his accomplishments, he felt that the barrier of racial discrimination was handcuffing his very existence. At Oxford, his application to join the Officers' Training Corps had been rejected on the grounds that I was not a person of pure European descent. In 1926 in Shanghai he founded the China Courier, an anti-British journal in partnership with another Eurasian, G.R. Graves. By 1939 he was on the payroll of Tokyo as he castigated Britain's own acts of perfidy in this country and the suffering and misery she has caused the Chinese people. He had no doubt that he was regarded as a despised Eurasian, a half-caste sick outcast, compelled to suffer all sort of hidden indignities. His bitterness was full to the brim, hence his goal was the complete destruction of England. 85. In pursuit of this lofty goal he accepted the post of governor of the British troops interned in Kowloon. There he had plenty of opportunities to realize his malignant dream. 86. Ultimately the defense of the empire and of Britain itself rested with the more populous United States, particularly after the threat from Japan arose, a threat, ironically, boosted by London's pre-war approach of viewing Tokyo as its regional watchdog. The problem with this strategy of relying on the United States was that Washington itself had intractable racial problems that played to Tokyo's strength. This unfortunate reality was clear as early as 1853 when the black ships from the United States entered Japanese waters. After the United States opened up Japan, many Japanese feared that the fate that had ensnared a good deal of Asia and most of Africa would now come to pass in their country. 87. Carmen Blacker has argued persuasively that the Meiji Restoration, Japan's modernization that followed the riveting episode of 1853, was spurred by the desire to avoid the humiliating fate which had befallen India and China. The Opium War was, of course, the event which, more than any other, had served up Japanese fears of Western aggression. This unappetizing encounter with white supremacy allowed Japanese elites to rationalize that it must use her armed forces to protect her neighbors in order to ensure her own safety. A man with a stone house, it was said, was no more secure against fire than a man with a wooden house, if his neighbor's house was made of wood. Japan's intervention in Korea could thus be justified on the plea that it was for the sake of promoting civilization, and strengthening the whole of Asia against the West. 88. Colonizing neighbors like Korea was an integral part of this approach, but there was another. As Warren Cohen has put it, the idea of liberating Asia from Western imperialism was a strong current in Japanese thought from the Meiji times through World War II. For many Japanese the vision was altruistic. 89. Ian Nish agrees, adding that the racial issue was much more than a bargaining counter to be surrendered gladly, it was a genuine conviction honestly held. The government was under considerable domestic pressure from the press, the opposition parties and a mushroom growth of new societies to do something about this festering matter. 90. Japan's smashing victory over Russia in 1905 was an event that thrilled many Negroes and Asians, just as it horrified many Euro-Americans and Europeans. Simultaneously, in California there was a concerted effort to enforce white supremacy in the schools. How this could be done without upsetting Tokyo, which was becoming ever more powerful, compelled President Roosevelt to confess that he was more concerned over this Japanese situation than almost any other. This was understandable. Roosevelt was obliged to attempt to reconcile white supremacy with the reality of an ever more powerful and decidedly non-white Japan. 91. The world tour of the appropriately named American Great White Fleet in 1907-8 was not unconnected to the rising fear of Japan. In an unusually blunt speech in February 1908, Roosevelt directly linked the issues of race and immigration with the fleet's movement. "We have got to build up our white civilization," he proclaimed, "and we must retain the power to say who shall and shall not come to our country." 92. As World War I erupted, the perception by many Japanese of impending racial conflict on a global scale seemed to be vindicated. One leading Japanese opinion maker was convinced that his country would inevitably be sucked into a worldwide race war. After the war in Europe is over, he thought, the rivalry between the white and colored peoples will intensify, and perhaps it will be a time when the white races will all unite to oppose the colored peoples. This racialist thinking was echoed across the Pacific. 93. During this same era, a California legislator struck a note toward Japanese migrants in terms reminiscent of how Negroes were being described elsewhere. Demanding segregated schools, he viewed with alarm the mature Japs sick, with their base minds, their lascivious thoughts. Sitting in the seats next to the pure maids of California. I shuddered then and I shudder now, the same as any other parent will shudder. Just as the very presence of Negroes helped to bond otherwise squabbling European immigrants into a cohesive white community that reveled in the fact that they were not black, in the far west of the United States, Japanese baiting was a ticket of admission for men who might otherwise have been targets themselves of anti-Italian or anti-Irish bigotry. 94. Shugira Shijite, a Japanese official in the pre-war period, reinforced the idea of trans-Pacific racisms by arguing that world history is the history of rivalry and contention between the yellow and white races. The whites shout about the yellow peril and we are angry about the white peril. The Europeans and Americans are apt to look down on the yellow race with preconceived notions. I think it will be very difficult to abolish racial prejudice. The Asiatic Exclusion League was gaining momentum, particularly on the West Coast, as they placed a heavy emphasis on Japan. It is useless, said the AEL, to expect that people with such different racial characteristics and such different civilization can ever mix with our people and become absorbed into our body politic. They cannot become good American citizens, they snapped. It is useless to attempt to make them such. These were minorities of a new type, however, in that to the Asiatic, the Caucasian is an inferior. It was noted approvingly, California has decreed that, whenever it is so desired, the local school authorities may provide separate schools for the Chinese and Japanese children. 95. Some San Franciscans raised the cry, white men and women, patronize your own race. 96. Japanese immigrants were a band of spies, it was reported, they are educated as spies, they have schools in Japan to educate spies. This was a matter of simple survival, it is a question of which race can dominate and live on this coast. 97. The Democratic Party in California mimicked these judgments. Repeatedly its early 20th century platforms called for the continuance and strict enforcement of the Chinese exclusion law, and its application to the same classes of all Asiatic races. 98. Hiram Johnson, perhaps the preeminent politician of this era in what was to become the nation's largest state, was a member in good standing of the Native Sons of the Golden West, a leading nativist organization in the forefront of the struggle for the exclusion of the Japanese. 99. Even before World War II, strains between Washington and Tokyo were rising. As Noriko Kawamura put it, on the eve of the Pacific War many were aware of the grave prospect of interracial rivalry or even a race war between the white and yellow races. President Wilson said that he had been more and more impressed with the idea that white civilization and its domination over the world rested largely on our ability to keep this country intact, as we would have to build up the nations ravaged by the war, and that he was willing to go to any lengths rather than to have the nation actually involved in the conflict. Wilson frankly said that in order to keep the white race or part of it strong to meet the yellow race Japan, for instance, if he felt that it was wise to do nothing, he would do nothing, and would submit to anything and any imputation of weakness or cowardice in order to avoid declaring war on Germany. 100. The Bolshevik Revolution in 1917 also figured into ever more complex calculations about Japan. Early in 1918, a top aide to President Woodrow Wilson told him, "I have never changed my opinion that it would be a great political mistake to send the Japanese troops into Siberia. It would arouse the Slavs throughout Europe because of the race question, if for nothing else." 101. This powerful aide, Colonel House, told A.J. Balfour that the unfolding 1918 Japanese intervention in Siberia may be the greatest misfortune that has befallen the Allies. The race question, in particular, will be sharply emphasized and an attempt made to show that we are using a yellow race to destroy a white race. 102. Thus, some in the higher echelons of the U.S. government were prepared to run the extraordinary risk of allowing Bolshevism to survive in order to foil Japan. When Japan at Versailles proposed a clause in the peace treaty concerning racial discrimination, pandemonium erupted not only in the United States but in the empire more generally, especially Australia. Many societies sprang up in Japan to advocate that the conference at Paris should be used for the abolition of racial discrimination. This was widely reported in the press in what became a campaign for racial equality. It had the advantage of being an issue on which Japan could make common cause with China. In sum, moving aggressively against racial discrimination was a genuinely popular matter within Japan and was not solely, at least at first, a matter of mere elite manipulation. 103. Noriko Kawamura feels that Tokyo's concern in this matter was genuine. Tokyo's instructions on this issue were explicit from the very beginning. After all, the Japanese encountered prejudice while traveling and seeking to immigrate, to a greater degree even than nationals from other countries considerably less developed economically. Nevertheless, the Japanese concern was said to be demagogic in light of their colonization of Korea. Wilson abstained from voting on the racial question. It was obvious that he did not fight for the principle of racial equality. Wilson was well aware of the strong opposition against the racial equality principle in his own country. As ever, the slippery United States sought adroitly to shift the burden of Tokyo's wrath. As a Wilson aide wrote, "It has taken considerable finesse to lift the load from our shoulders and place it upon the British, but happily, it has been done." 104. The Japanese government and people were irate about what they deemed to be a deliberate affront when this proviso on race was derailed. Emperor Hirohito mentioned this much later. "When we look for the causes of the Greater East Asia War," he said, "they lie in the past, in the peace treaty after World War I. The proposal on racial equality put forward by Japan was not something the Allies would accept." 105. Among those at Versailles were the political advisor to the emperor, the American-educated Count Tsutomu, and Count Makino, who spoke excellent English, having spent 8 unhappy years as a boy studying in the United States. 106. Like other Japanese, the emperor had further reason to be unhappy after Versailles. Washington, consequently, twisted itself like a pretzel trying to assuage Tokyo. Wilson's Secretary of State told the president that in discussing immigration exclusion and other matters, he was seeking to convince them that the question is not a race question but purely an economic question, that is, they were unwanted due to their sizable numbers. However, no one seemed overly concerned about the presence of huge numbers of European immigrants. 107. Versailles later turned out to be a fateful step toward the Pacific War, as many ordinary Japanese could not comprehend why they should be discriminated against. Those educated in the United States and most familiar with it were particularly irate about what they considered to be a betrayal at Versailles. 108. Informants told the U.S. Embassy in Tokyo in 1919 of the mass meeting held to discuss race discrimination. Marquis Okumur declared the solution of the racial question essential in order to avoid future strife among nations arising out of the present unequal distribution of natural riches. 109 That same year the U.S. State Department was informed that Tokyo hopes for an abandonment of the existing standards on account of race and color, and the substitution of moral and intellectual standards. Some journals even go so far as to advise withdrawal from the Peace Conference and the League of Nations altogether if the equality of races is not provided for. In that event, Washington was warned, Japan, at the head of 1 billion colored people, should rise in protest against the white races. 110. Washington sought to squirm out of this dilemma. The U.S. Embassy in Tokyo issued an official statement to the press, wherein regret was expressed that the claims of Japan for race equality were not admitted, and it was explained this was due to the fears of the British and American delegates that it had a bearing, not only on the immigration question, but on the treatment of subject races such as Indians and Negroes in their dominions. 111 The Japanese could either be comforted by the fact that they were allegedly not the primary target of white supremacy, or wonder why the United States was incapable of making meaningful distinctions between the races. Others, perhaps, may have begun to think they had more in common with the despised U.S. Negroes than they had imagined. The U.S. allies were not helping matters. One British official in a confidential riposte reputedly said that Japanese proposals on racial equality were an 18th-century proposition which he did not believe was true. He believed that it was true in a certain sense that all men of a particular nation were created equal, but not that a man in Central Africa was created equal to a European. Again, the corollary of this approach was that the Japanese and the African might have things in common that neither had imagined, not least, a common foe in white supremacy. That the Chinese representative was in full sympathy with the spirit of the Japanese amendment was viewed as irrelevant. 112. Ordinary Japanese were not willing to accept this passively, as Francis Hewitt, who had spent 6 years teaching English in Japan, discovered. In an atmosphere suffused with concern about Versailles, Americans or other white men mistaken for Americans are mobbed and beaten because California happens at the moment to be passing some protective laws. This has happened to me, she said regretfully, and to friends of mine several times. Japan, she concluded, will test the strength of the League of Nations to the utmost in order to force the world to recognize her people as equals. The moment she accomplishes this, the end of the white man is in sight. 113. Joseph Stilwell, the leading U.S. general in China, agreed. While at Harvard, a Japanese student in 1902 had told him of Japan's schedule for a 100-year program of expansion, with culmination in a protectorate over all the yellow races. Visiting Japan in the 1920s, he found eerie confirmation of his suspicions of Tokyo's intentions. Officials there, he thought, were seizing every available bureaucratic contact to annoy and domineer foreigners who had for so long walked the East as superiors. Made to wait for meal on boat, Stilwell recorded. Japsik already eating. Serving Japsik first and out of turn, e.g. at ticket window, etc. Close scrutiny of papers. Insistence on lengthy questioning. Open sneers met everywhere. The erudite Stilwell, who knew how to speak Japanese and Chinese, frequently used racial slurs. 114. Again, immigration provisos in the United States that discriminated against Japanese were viewed with asperity in Tokyo. The pro-Tokyo Hong Kong news focused intently on this matter after Japan seized power in the British colony. Washington, it was stated, must be thoroughly thrashed in this war and must be taught the serious consequences of racism. The paper mentioned the American Asiatic Exclusion Acts of 1882, 1917, and 1924, Australia's White Australia policy, as well as Canada's anti-Indian, anti-Chinese, anti-South African Negro exclusion laws of 1919, 1923, and 1933 respectively. 115 As late as 1941, Tokyo was demanding that Japanese immigration to the United States and to the southwestern Pacific shall receive amiable consideration on a basis of equality with other nationals freed from discrimination. Tokyo demanded that the government of the United States guarantee the non-discriminatory treatment of the Japanese nationals in the Philippines Islands, something that Washington was loath to do. 116. If the British Empire had paid attention sooner and had been less focused on enticing Tokyo to be their overseer in Asia, they might have noticed Tokyo's demands. When Paul Hibbert Clyde was in Tokyo in the pre-war period, he was struck by the anti-British propaganda. Articles in English-language newspapers about anti-British posters from the Asiatic Anti-British League talked about the need to defend Asia, drive out Great Britain. 117. Washington's policies toward Japan reinforced those of Great Britain. Asian nationals, including Japanese sailing from West Coast ports to Asia in the 1930s, were forced to confront a Jim Crow system that Negroes would have recognized easily. There were first-class and European steerage tickets versus Asiatic steerage. Japanese and other Asiatics only will be booked in this class. 118. When landing in Shanghai, these Japanese passengers may have encountered a Chinese branch of the Ku Klux Klan, started with the help of Captain L.D. Pegleg, Carney, an American adventurer, arms smuggler, and sometime propagandist for the Chinese Revolution. 119. It was in such a racist environment that the Black Dragon Society arose. This ultra-patriotic, ultra-rightist Japanese-based grouping were the shock troops of Tokyo's advance and the key ideologues of the assault on white supremacy. They were chiefly responsible for a wave of assassinations in Japan in the 1930s that pushed Japan decisively in their direction. Thus, when a Tokyo publisher, Matsutaro Shoraki, brought the baseball star Babe Ruth to Japan in the 1930s, the BDS murdered Shoraki. They hoped to kill Charles Chaplin, hoping that this would bring on war between Japan and the United States. With a membership of about 10,000, the BDS were the Leninists of the Japanese right wing. During the U.S. war with the Philippines in the early 20th century, the BDS shipped arms, fighting men, and officers to the Aguinaldo Insurrectos. 120. As the BDS gained influence in the 1930s and as Japan turned toward militant right-wing nationalism, this had a knock-on effect in the United States. State Senator Tom Collins of Phoenix was told as much by one of his constituents, I.L. Schauer, in 1935, "I have just returned from Japan where I have been living for the past 15 years. He was concerned about the intensified harassment of Issei and Nisei in Arizona. Bombings of the Japanese in Salt River Valley last summer and fall resounded across the Pacific. Thus, it would be very inopportune to pass an anti-Japanese alien land law. At present, while there is so much tension in the Orient. As you know, Japan is our best customer, and it does seem unwise to do anything that would arouse animosity or ill will with a friendly customer." 121. The United States was tempting fate by pursuing a policy of white supremacy with Japan, where race consciousness was swelling. Furthermore, Japan was also a major economic power whose interests could not be ignored easily. The British Empire controlled more territory than either Canberra, Ottawa, or Washington, and inspired racial prejudice in these three continental giants. Within the empire and, particularly in London itself, the subjects of the crown were not all equal, they were sliced and diced into racial categories. A typical incident occurred in London in 1937, when a hotel proprietor refused to accept Asian lodgers. Now he had not the slightest objection to Asiatics. It was his clientele that demurred. Failure to adhere to their wishes would mean the loss of 200 or 300 of his regular clients. The British authorities acknowledged that the existence of a certain amount of color prejudice must be recognized. Still, they worried that if this became widely known in Ceylon where the rejected lodgers lived, this information would lead to very serious consequences. 122. Whereas the United States admitted only those defined as white into the hallowed halls of privilege, London accomplished the same thing by using different words. In 1936, for example, the Air Ministry pointed out that color is an absolute bar to a commission in the Royal Air Force. All candidates must be of pure European descent. 123. What did these three words mean? As one British official put it a few years earlier, the question is really much less of fact than one of expediency. It is not so much whether a man actually has mixed blood which matters, as whether people think so. He was referring to an applicant for a police appointment in Hong Kong who was barred from the job though he claimed that his great-grandfather was a Dutch official. The officials went back and forth on how to define precisely this slippery three-word phrase. One noted that challenging the racial bona fides of applicants could easily transmute into a petty settling of scores. Cameron is a case in point, he said. They all said he was a nigger because they didn't like him in Nigeria 124. There was a bizarre fixation in London on this rule of pure European descent. After watching British Tommies bathing in a communal cleansing station, Lord Curzon confessed that he never knew that the working classes had such white skins. Those who were not white were automatically deemed to be of subordinate class, and those of a subordinate class were assumed to be not white, at least not in the same way as their betters. Class bias was articulated via racial prejudice and vice versa in an endless loop that Asians and Africans particularly had difficulty escaping. 125. London enforced these race rules with an energetic relish. A mere 38 months before war erupted in Europe, colonial officials were discussing judicial appointments in the colonies. From Nairobi there was objection to transfer to this colony of men from the West Indies who have a slight touch of color. I would strongly advise against this proposal, he intoned scornfully. Kenya is a cruel colony, and I am convinced that on the social side the newcomer would be treated as an outsider and that things would be made uncomfortable for him and his wife. I fancy that he would be debarred from memberships of the various European clubs and that he would not desire to be associated solely with the Indians. From Dar es Salaam, a colonial official remarked that the European population here is not very level-headed. It would be easy to deplore this prejudice and its lack of logical justification, but there it is, and I do not think I need to say more. 126. Although he did not, inevitably this issue arose time and time again in an empire whose benefits were doled out on the basis of color. Perhaps because the very process was irrational, the British authorities often sank into a morass of absurdity in defending the rule of pure European descent. Why would someone object to officials from the West Indies being transferred to East Africa, for example? Well, in both East and West Africa, according to one administrator, there was a tendency to suspect color in anyone who has been near the West Indies, and a Kenya settler indignant at being sent to jail by a Negro judge would raise Cain. In Nairobi. 127. But why didn't such repulsive policies spark more outrage within the empire? Well, the official rule was that individuals were not rejected for certain posts because of their color, and great pains were taken to hide the reality. As one official put it in 1927, it is most important that no indication should leak out that men are rejected for the colonial services on account of color. 128. Many subjects of His Majesty were deluded into thinking that they were racially and legally equal. There were special provisos designed for specific populations. When in 1939 London was soliciting subjects of the Empire to sign up for military duty, one key official said that we should be most careful to word the announcement as not in any way to imply that we regard all colonial British subjects as not being of pure European descent, otherwise great offence will be given in some quarters, e.g. in Malta. 129. Closer to Africa than to London, the Maltese were perpetually concerned that they would be confused with their nearest neighbor and not their patron. Thus throughout the empire rules were devised to make sure those with a hint of melanin did not get crucial posts. Yet as the metronome of war pounded ever louder, some officials began to worry that this could compromise the empire's security. In September 1939 Sir A. F. Richards in a secret message responded to frantic queries about loyalty in the West Indies. Perhaps it was the press of war that compelled him to acknowledge that this color question is one of the biggest questions in the empire. In my opinion, he continued, if it is not faced and solved by recession from the pure European birth on both sides rule, it will wreck the empire yet. Plaintively, he lamented, how can a world imperial power with all too few pure white subjects justify this principle, if principle you call it? 130. Principle it was, observed more often than it was breached. But what would happen if a nation not of pure European descent challenged the empire, challenged it precisely on the basis of race, promise him to provide a thrashing comeuppance to the mighty English? 2. The Asiatic black man? In the period preceding the attack on the British Empire, Japan was without question the nation most admired by African Americans. Many reasons account for this now mostly forgotten fact. Tokyo assiduously courted black leaders and, in any case, the latter looked to Japan as a living and breathing refutation of the very basis of white supremacy, that is, that one had to be of pure European descent in order to construct an advanced society. 1 Moreover, this admiration for Tokyo was part of a larger identification with Asians generally on the part of Negroes too, who saw them as fellow strugglers against white supremacy. Obviously, the Negro-Japan alliance was a netlessome problem for the United States when it had to rush to the aid of the empire when challenged by Tokyo. The United Kingdom, then comparatively bereft of such colored minorities on its home turf, was not compelled to face frontally the ugliness of racial segregation, as Washington was, as a matter of national security and survival. Consequently, the United States moved more aggressively on this front than Britain, which was justifiably terrified that racial reform measures could lead to the progressive unraveling of the empire. Emboldened Asians, particularly Indians, might ponder why they should be a colony of a distant European nation about the size of Laos. Thus, as the Negro-Japan alliance withered, then disappeared under the intense heat of war and the bombing of Hiroshima-Nagasaki, the United States was in an advantageous position to pick up the scattered pieces of the empire. As the United States expanded into the Pacific in the wake of the Spanish-American War of 1898, Washington feared that the black troops they relied on would prove unreliable. Serious consideration was given to exclude black Americans from service to the Philippines, as it was felt that there was a natural bond between the rural Filipinos and the American Negro. But this apprehension was minor compared to the worry in Washington about Negroes' fondness for bathing in the stimulating rays of the rising sun. Like many Asians, African Americans were drawn to Japan after its startling defeat of Russia in 1905, which in their minds signaled a crisis for white supremacy. Left, right, and center, radical, conservative, and moderate black opinion molders of every stripe and persuasion may have quarreled among themselves about domestic matters, but all were united in looking longingly toward Tokyo. Joseph Bryant, writing in 1905 in the Colored American magazine, spoke for many when he saw Japan's rise as rebutting the habit of underestimating the intelligence and ability of other races, a deception common to Caucasian character. Japan has become a world power, and with it dies the absolute domination of the world by the Aryan people. It can be safely predicted, he said with confidence, that within a few centuries, the Asiatics will lead the world in civilization and moral ideas. For Tokyo's victory over Moscow marks the beginning of a new era, said this journal, in which all races of mankind shall play a part. This victory forever destroyed the claims to supremacy of the haughty spirit of the white man. 5. At times it seemed the colored American was more delighted with the 1905 victory than the colored Japanese. This win, it was reported, has rather set the metes and bounds of the overstrides of the white man, who has always regarded Asia as a part of his scheme of world mastery. Washington was assailed for backing Moscow at the peace conference. She sided with wrong and defeat, simply because they hung about the necks of those whose skin is pale. Culture is richer because of the war. Equity and reason thank Japan for their new dignity. 6. Speaking to the Negro Business League in 1905, John Mulholland attacked the notion of race superiority. What a delusion has vanished at last, he concluded happily, and before the whole world. What a fallacy was exploded at Port Arthur. 7. Prefiguring the Nation of Islam's concept of the Asiatic black man, some Negroes began recasting the Japanese in compatible racial terms after the 1905 victory. The Japanese race, said Reverend J. M. Boddy, is neither Mongolian, Semitic, Celt, Teuton, nor Saxon. They must be Hamitic, and therefore they must be akin to the Negro race. The black races of Africa could have easily penetrated Japan. The Japanese race, it was reported, are of Turano-African origin, who traveled eastwards through Egypt. There was a black tide, a sort of Gulf Stream, which begins off the coast of Africa and then goes to Asia. There is a large infusion of Negro blood in their veins, it was reported. In view, therefore, of the brilliant master strokes of the Japanese army, under General Kuraki and Nadzu and Field Marshal Oyama, and the unprecedented achievements of the Japanese naval forces, under the command of the brilliant Admiral Toga Sik, this may therefore justly be regarded as the achievements of the Negro race. 8. Indeed, the joint discrimination faced by those of African and Japanese descent in the United States and the fervent praise of Tokyo by some Negroes, had led as early as 1906 to mutterings about a black American-Japanese alliance. 9. Japan became the touchstone, the lodestar, for matters local and global. This Asian nation was recommended to Liberia as a most useful lesson. As Japan aspires to leadership in the East, Liberia should so aspire to figure in the kaleidoscopic changes that ere long must come to the west coast of Africa. Japan has shown that yellow men with guns are all conquerable over white Russians, at least, so let Liberia show what the black men can do with a gun. 10. Keeping the Japanese out of schools in the West showed that as California would treat Japanese, she would also treat Negroes. 11. This veneration of Tokyo was of particular concern to W.E.B. Du Bois. This war moved the dapper and diminutive activist to soaring rhetorical heights in 1906, months after the war had ended. Since 732, he began, when Charles Martel beat back the Saracens at Tours, white races have had the hegemony of civilization, but now the Russo-Japanese War has marked an epoch. The magic of the word white is already broken. The awakening of the yellow races is certain. That the awakening of the brown and black races will follow in time, no unprejudiced student of history can doubt. 12. Most famously, Du Bois clashed sharply with his fellow black leader Booker T. Washington. But when it came to the question of Japan, the two were as one. In 1912 Washington asserted that there is no other race living outside of America whose fortunes the Negro peoples of this country have followed with greater interest or admiration than Japan. In no other part of the world, he said, have the Japanese people a larger number of admirers and well-wishers than among the black people of the United States. 13. Yet, perhaps more than Du Bois or Washington, Marcus Garvey, whose Universal Negro Improvement Association had transcontinental membership, particularly in British colonies in Africa and the Caribbean, and may have included more African Americans than any other organization before or since, was most admiring of Japan and most aggressive in incorporating it into his overall strategy. The U.S. government, which was becoming increasingly wary of the developing Negro-Japan alliance, took somber note of his remarks in December 1918, weeks after the conclusion of World War I. Garvey also preached that the next war will be between the Negroes and the whites unless their demands for justice are recognized, and that with the aid of Japan on the side of the Negroes they will be able to win such a war. 14. Garvey, it was reported, said that Japan was combining with the Negro race to overthrow the white race because the black man was not getting justice in this country, that is, the United States. 15. Evidently Garvey's views were shared by the membership. As a government agent reported on a UNIA meeting in Springfield, Massachusetts, one speaker exhorted hotly, "I feel like banding my race together, join the Japanese and advance on the Mason and Dixon line and mop up the devilish crackers down here." 16. This incendiary rhetoric was backed up by action. Reportedly the Japanese Commercial Weekly was helping to circulate Garvey's words in Japan. A representative of this publication acknowledged that Garvey's statement about the day of the War of the Races was good agitation. It is reported that the Japanese are now working to sell a 4,000-ton ship to Garvey. 17 others from Japan promised to offer their merchandise at prices much lower than what the U.S. could sell and to convince the Negroes that it would be far more advantageous to throw in their lot with Japan. 18. The Japanese, who often addressed UNIA meetings, hardly sought to dampen the fire-breathing words directed at the white race. To the contrary, they often threw gasoline on the flames. When Sumio Yosuji attended a Garvey meeting in 1921, this University of Chicago graduate, who had been speaking at many Negro churches recently, declared that white people were hypocrites who called themselves Christians but always turned me down on account of my color. Like Negroes in Chicago, he too had a hard time in finding and retaining a suitable lodging owing to his color. Thus, he said, the white people were afraid of the Japanese government on account of their growing power and strength. 19. In California, where a good deal of the nation's population of Asian descent resided, the UNIA was subject to an intense scrutiny. In 1922, the Office of Naval Intelligence noticed that in San Francisco the UNIA leader George Farr was being financed by local Japanese interests. Recently, at the Emmanuel Gospel Mission in the city by the Bay, the music, dancing, the crowd were all frivolous. The congregation was composed largely of the mixed foreign population, Mexicans, Hindus, etc., and a number of Negroes. This multiracial assemblage was bent on anti-Caucasian agitation, as protests abounded, notably from Hendrick, a Hindu, and the Negroes. Both the Hindu and the Negro preach among the Negroes, Hawaiians, Mexicans, and Hindus, the doctrine of the supposed necessity of the union of all colored races against the whites. And they also preach, assert yourself, fellow brothers, hit the white man back twice if he hits you. They were buoyed by the growth of the movement in India, the Bolshevik success in Russia, rise of the Japanese Empire. Their audience is such that it cares little or nothing about the inconsistency of the supposed rise of the colored race against the white. This church, it was thought, is really one of the worst things that was ever born in the name of Christ's religion. 20. Yet it had a Hindu leader, one of the moving forces in the gospel mission, who was very strong against Christianity, as he alleged that the whites and the Christians are hardly human, but very much of devils. He spoke French and knows a number of Japanese. 21. This was one of many intriguing incidents monitored by the U.S. authorities. In May 1920 they had detected secret meetings of Negroes, for example, one in New York of over 1,000 with a Japanese speaker who exclaimed, "Let the Negro join the Japanese forces and we will show him to prominence. Every race has had his day except the yellow and the black man. We will give you the ammunition to fight the whites. On the Pacific coast the two races should join hands." The Negroes, it was reported, were very much affected by the utterances of this Japanese, and they cheered for some time when he concluded his harangue. 22. Incidents like those involving the shaken Kathleen Scaton were becoming more common. In her handwritten 1921 letter to the U.S. Secretary of War she recounted what she had witnessed in New York City. There was an argument with an angry Negro and an indignant white woman in a train today. The Negro was glad of the invasion of Japan into America in the rumored war. It would give the Negro an opportunity to defend himself and kill off the oppressor. The idea conveyed was that Japan influence is being used to rouse the Negro to the Jap-sick side. She conceded that she may be hysterical on the subject of Japan. But this admission could not obscure the larger point that white supremacy was creating a dire challenge to U.S. national security. 23. In the era before Japan had assaulted the British Empire, the UNIA was not unique within the constellation of black nationalism. Garvey was born in the British colony of Jamaica and, strikingly, a disproportionate number of those attracted to his banner also hailed from British colonies. The Pacific movement of the Eastern world, which gained a significant black nationalist following during the 1930s in the United States, perhaps 40,000 members, with other estimates soaring as high as 1 million, also attracted adherents from the British West Indies. 24. If these figures are accurate, it would mean that such groupings attracted a substantially larger Negro membership than organizations within the orbit of the Communist Party, for example, which was one of the few entities with influence among Negroes that managed to resist Japan's racial siren song. Certainly the Nation of Islam, which began in Black America over 7 decades ago and still remains potent, has been the heartiest of the black nationalist groups that originally had a pro-Tokyo orientation. From the beginning, stubborn rumors persisted that the notorious Japanese agent, Satoharu Takahashi, was bankrolling the NOI. The Federal Bureau of Investigation charged that these Muslims and other black nationalists were receiving carbine rifles and sophisticated military weapons from Japanese espionage agents. One Takahashi-sponsored group was directed toward the extermination of the white race, while during meetings and services a large sign was always displayed bearing the inscription, "The pale face has to go." Elijah Muhammad, a patron saint of the NOI, was actively engaged in these circles. He emphasized that the Japanese will slaughter the white man. The Japanese are the brothers of the black man, and the time will soon come when from the clouds hundreds of Japanese planes with the most poisonous gas will let their bombs fall on the United States and nothing will be left of it. Like his colored counterparts in New Zealand, the Ratana, noted below, Elijah Muhammad also believed that he and his people were somehow related to the Japanese. The Asiatic race is made up of all dark-skinned people, he stated, including the Japanese and the Asiatic black man. The implication was clear, he thought, members of the Asiatic race must stick together. 25. This notion that Negroes and Japanese were blood relatives was not peculiar to the NOI. Harry Dean, born in 1864, was the grandson of Paul Coffey, perhaps the most prominent and affluent Negro of the early 19th century. Like his grandfather, he was an African and proud of it. He too was a sailor, and he recounted in some detail his travels to southeastern Africa in the late 19th century and the story of Teo Saga, a chief who was more Japanese than African. The story runs that before the cataclysm, South Africa, Madagascar, Sumatra, Java, and even Korea and Japan were all connected by land, and formed a great, illustrious, and powerful empire. The people were highly cultured, the rulers rich and wise. When the Great Flood came over the land, it left only the remote provinces. However that may be, one may still find such Japanese names as Teo Saga on the coast of Africa to this very day. 26. Yet this pro-Tokyo bent was not unique to black nationalism. The iconoclastic and militantly anti-communist black journalist, George Schuyler, who proudly called himself conservative, also bowed in the direction of the rising sun. He wrote a Roman eclef that posited race war as a major theme. He was fascinated by Japan and by the meaning to blacks worldwide of its great military expansion. At the invitation of the Pittsburgh Courier, he wrote a series of articles on the subject that the publisher found too pro-Japan to be printed. 27. Japan-related themes were a frequent staple of black writers in the wake of the 1905 victory, with revenge against white supremacy as a repetitive theme. In 1913, James Corr others wrote a story in The Crisis, Journal of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, that situated the problems of black leadership within global affairs by imagining a military alliance of Japan and Mexico against the United States, further supported by black deserters from the U.S. Army and the secession of Hawaii, led by angry Japanese Americans. The U.S. president had to appeal to Jed Blackburn, a Jack Johnson-type character who led a force of 10,000 black soldiers on a suicidal counterattack of Japan's invasion of Southern California. 28. J. E. Bruce was another black writer who wrote wishful fiction about Japan defeating the United States militarily. In his plot, the U.S. president had to call for volunteers to prevent this defeat, which led to a reduction in racism against African Americans who were now pivotal to national security, a scenario not far distant from what occurred during the Pacific War and the Cold War. 29. This work of propaganda was matched, if not exceeded, by the 1921 potboiler by Japanese General Sato Kojiro, Japanese-American War. This book imagined the surprise destruction of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, the occupation of Hawaii, and an invasion by Japanese forces of the U.S. mainland supported by 10 million Negroes led by Marcus Garvey. 30. As in nonfiction, Du Bois was also a pioneer in his fictional portrayals of the importance of Japan to Negroes. In his riveting novel, Dark Princess, which he once called his favorite book, 31, Matthew Towns, the leading black character meets with a Japanese figure who tells him, "I have been much interested in noting the increased political power of your people," and asks, "I have been wondering how far you have unified and set plans, either for yourselves in this land, or even further, with an eye toward international politics and the future of the darker races." He informed Towns of the Great Council of the Darker Peoples, which was to meet in London 3 months hence. "We have given the American Negro full representation." Another leading character in this novel, an Indian woman, says of her Nipponese comrade, "He is our leader, Matthew, the guide and counselor, the great prime minister of the darker world." Presumably the great leader agreed with her assessment that the strongest group among us believes only in force. Nothing but bloody defeat in a worldwide war against whites will, in their opinion, ever beat sense and decency into Europe and America and Australia. They have no faith in mere reason, in alliance with oppressed labor, white and colored, in liberal thought, religion, nothing. Pound their arrogance into submission, they cry, kill them, conquer them, humiliate them. 32. The black press gave considerable space to pro-Tokyo viewpoints, though admittedly they did not go as far in their bloodlust as the feisty Dubois of fiction. Banner headlines shouting, "Japan to lead fight for rights of colored races," with references to their being enterprising and wonderful, were a staple in the Los Angeles-based California Eagle. 33 The Japanese were seen as a group to emulate. In 1916 the paper starkly contrasted the protest of Japanese in the region to the obnoxious film, The Cheat, compared to the largely futile protest to the anti-Negro movie, Birth of a Nation. The nation itself, as well as the state, it was stressed admiringly, have been known to back up sick when Japan gets busy. 34 Japan was also seen as a model worth emulating in the realm of business. There are 22,000 Japanese and 30,000 colored Americans in the region, yet the former have the city honeycombed with their business enterprises. They even conduct pretentious places on Spring Street and on Broadway. They employ thousands of Japanese men and women and they forever and eternally stick together. Negroes, it was said, can well emulate the Japanese in business and look to the soil. 35. Paying obeisance to Japan was not solely the province of California black newspapers. The New York Amsterdam News, based in Harlem, often tossed even more hosannas across the Pacific. In a prescient admission, one of their writers in 1934 predicted that in the next quarter century England will be persuaded to relinquish her grip on India, Hong Kong, and Canton, and the French and Dutch will be pushed out of Java, Sumatra, Borneo, and Annam. The reason was clear in his mind: Japan's ascendancy means the twilight of the white gods in Asia. 36 But even before that longed-for day of colonialism's retreat, Japan was already aiding the beleaguered. Or so said their well-known columnist, J. A. Rogers. Will the rise of Japan as a commercial power benefit the darker races? He asked rhetorically. Answer: it is already doing so. In Africa the masses wore cotton clothes that were often filthy, and would breed lice, typhus, and other diseases. But, according to an overworked doctor in Tanganyika, the purchase of cheap Japanese rubber-soled shoes has done more to check hookworm here than all the efforts of the health department. Rogers had no illusions about the beneficence of Japan, however. Would Japan be less cruel to the darker peoples than the whites have been? I do not think so, he replied. Still, Japanese cruelty, at its very worst, would find it extremely difficult to equal the record of the white man. After all, he concluded, what can equal the story of the extermination of the Indians of North and South America, the African slave trade, and all the rest? 37. Tokyo made good use of the public relations bonanza of having so many Negro adherents. The Japanese authorities translated a novel by the NAACP leader, Walter White, that concerned the lynching of Negroes. The new edition sold in fantastic numbers, due to a publicity campaign by the Japanese government pointing out that the novel pictured the kind of barbarities which were tolerated and even encouraged in the democracy which had the temerity to criticize Japan for her acts in China. 38. By the time the great black novelist Richard Wright had been catapulted to prominence, he was a card-carrying communist and thus not predisposed to paying homage to Tokyo. Yet, when he was growing up amidst the atavistic racism that was Mississippi, he was filled with dread of white people, while his grandmother sometimes at dusk on the Sabbath would make the family kneel, and she would say a prayer for the Africans, the Japanese and Chinese. 39. The prayers of Wright's grandmother were not unusual for religionists. The leaders of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, a bellwether among blacks, believed that the ability of the Japanese to compete with Europeans and Americans on their own terms dispelled the myth of white superiority. Thus, AIM leaders wholeheartedly supported the Japanese in the war against Russia. Japan fascinated church members who demanded information on every aspect of Japanese life and culture. 40. But it was not just the black poor like the Wright family or black parishioners that were bedazzled by Japan. When a massive earthquake hit Japan in 1923, wealthy Negroes were in the forefront of rushing relief to her stricken cities and towns. As one black paper editorialized, "This is as it should be, since states like California do not accord the Japanese the same rights and privileges accorded peoples of lighter hue." It was appropriate for affluent blacks, though some were often just a few steps away from poverty themselves, to hurry to the assistance of their fellow coloreds. 41. Ironically, the post-1898 expansion of the United States, a clear expression of strength, served to reveal a debilitating internal weakness, the presence within its borders of an alienated Negro minority that could prove fatal to national security, particularly in a confrontation with Japan. This fear was not assuaged in the aftermath of World War I, when Negroes were involved in organizing an international league of darker peoples akin to Du Bois' fictional creation, which in the spirit of race internationalism sent a Japanese peace delegation in New York, a floral arrangement as a token of friendship and brotherhood. Those involved in these efforts were no ill-kempt hodgepodge but, instead, the creme de la creme of Negro society. The effort was spearheaded by the richest black woman in the country, C.J. Walker, a cosmetics mogul who hosted a gathering at the Grand Waldorf Astoria for a small league delegation, and S. Kurioa, a Japanese envoy and publisher of Yurikoho, a Tokyo newspaper. During the session, Kurioa was said to have assured the delegation of his unqualified and genuine approval of the darker peoples making common cause against the common enemy, race prejudice based upon color. 42. Washington was not idly sitting by as these potentially seditious acts were unfolding. To the contrary, surveillance of Negroes was escalated and the reports agents were filing were not encouraging. In October 1919, for example, came the disturbing story from Los Angeles that Japan is planning trouble with Mexico against the United States, and it is reported that within the next 12 months they are planning war in California. The Japs are enlisting and promising certain things to the colored people on this coast if they will join in with Japan and Mexico when trouble is begun here in California. This information comes through a certain colored man now in the city from Gary, Indiana. He has been displaying a revolver. He said that he had it to shoot up any fresh white fellows with in the event anything was started in the city at any time. This was corroborated by a Negro bootblack in Los Angeles who said that the Japanese had been making overtures to the Negroes to side with them, and that in a year or so they would take California, and that when they did the Negroes would be treated right. 43. The U.S. incursion into the Philippines, marking its entry into big power politics, also had the effect of introducing disgruntled Negroes to potential allies. Consider T. Nimrod McKinney, for example. He fought in the Spanish-American War, then resided for almost 2 decades in Manila, where he was granted the first government franchise to establish a private detective agency. Then entered the brokerage and financial field. At one point he was employed by the Manila House of Commerce, a firm composed of Japanese and Filipinos. As a result, he could speak, read, and write Spanish and Tagalog. By the early 1920s, like so many other pro-Tokyo Negroes, he was based in Los Angeles, where he was quite an active worker in various enterprises of doubtful character and was known to have strong Japanese inclinations for reasons of color. The U.S. authorities had reason to believe he was trying to penetrate their structures on behalf of Japan when he sought a job with U.S. military intelligence. At that juncture he was an organizer for the American League of Democracy, Negro, and lectured and did propaganda work among Negroes against the Alien Land Bill. He was accused of being paid by the Japanese Association after he contributed a series of pro-Japanese propaganda articles to the Los Angeles, California Eagle. 44. Perhaps worse, he was accused of alleging that anti-Japanese laws in California could be extended to the Negro, the Mexican, the Jew. 45. There was particular concern in the corridors of power in the United States that Negroes would link their grievances with those of Japanese Americans, creating a synergy that would ultimately incorporate Japan itself. One of the major complaints about McKinney was that he had sent out literature against the alien land law, seen as discriminatory against Nisei, which was furnished and paid for by the Japanese Farmers Protective Association. The Japanese, the memo added sourly, are striving to stir up race feeling, stating that the Negroes and Japanese must stick together and resist the injuries of the whites. Pro-Tokyo advocates were said to be disseminating propaganda among the Negroes and endeavoring to make the Negroes believe that the separate schools which have been established for the Japanese will be followed by a law establishing separate schools for the colored children. To that end, all Japanese consuls in the United States have been directed by their government to make a survey of the Negro situation in the United States. 46. These consuls had a lot to investigate, particularly on the West Coast where the Japanese-derived population was often larger than that of Negroes, and collaboration between the two groups was not uncommon. Delilah Beasley was a pioneering Negro writer in the Golden State. In the 1920s she came into conflict with irate Euro-Americans who objected to John D. Rockefeller's plan to erect an international house on Berkeley campus. They objected to the possible entry of Negro and Oriental students to the areas adjoining the school. 47 In Seattle, workers of Japanese origin outnumbered blacks in that city through the 1930s and held all of the railroad station porter positions of post. Traditionally held by Negroes in many parts of the nation and, thus, worked closely with the mostly black Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. 48 This collaboration was also social. As late as the summer of 1941 intelligence reports noted that a closer association between young Japanese and young Negroes in the San Francisco Bay Area was observed. Such mixed parties are known to have gone to Oakland, California, to attend meetings of the Nisei Young Democratic Club. There were also reports about the training of Negroes by Tokyo in New York, New Orleans, San Francisco, and Los Angeles, all convenient ports of entry to the United States. The U.S. authorities intercepted messages from Japanese operatives indicating in the spring of 1941 that we have already established connections with very influential Negroes to keep us informed with regard to the Negro movement. U.S. intelligence asserted that Japanese authorities are watching closely the Negroes who are employed in defense production plants, naval stations, and other military establishments, particularly in the naval bases at Norfolk, Virginia, Philadelphia, Pa. and Brooklyn, N.Y. 49. This campaign by Tokyo among Negroes, which was a prominent though often ignored feature of the interwar years, had a basis in material reality. Negroes had reason to believe that Tokyo's effort at Versailles to proclaim racial equality as a principle of international diplomacy would redound to their benefit. A few years later Dubois explained that the exclusion of Japanese immigrants from the United States, a step that inflamed Tokyo, had resulted from a deal between the South and the West in which the former endorsed the Oriental Exclusion Act of 1924 in exchange for the sacrifice of the dire federal anti-lynching bill. 50. Hence, the U.S. authorities should not have been surprised by the growth and depth of the developing Tokyo-Negro alliance. In Kansas City in 1933 a Japanese visited, with the object of organizing among the Negroes an anti-white race movement. Nightly meetings were being greeted enthusiastically. The Japanese organizer is said to have promised Japanese assistance in arms, cash, and supplies, in a war against the white race. These agents were covering the entire United States in the interests of the new organization, also that this organization is working in conjunction with the old Garvey, Negro, Association. This combined movement is, locally, among Negroes only and will have no dealings with communists. It has already grown so strong that it has stripped local communistic bodies of practically all their Negro members. Information is extremely difficult to obtain. 51. As in Kansas City, so in Pittsburgh, from the latter city came reports about Japanese agents holding meetings attended by a large number of other colored people. They were being told to dispose of any property they might possess, and go to the continent of Africa, which the Japanese government is soon to undertake to colonize, that the Japanese government will build for them an army, that they will build for them a navy and will see that they become a formidable nation. This promise to fulfill Garvey's old dream was reported at meetings intended for and attended by Negroes only, and that if even a light-skinned Negro is present at the time the Japanese agent makes his address, the invectives against the United States are eliminated from his talk. There was a suspicion that this agent was Filipino since he spoke Spanish, suggestive of the pro-Asian bias involved. 52. Such meetings were sufficiently well known to be reported in the black press, as the Pittsburgh Courier reported that a Japanese scholar was offering free transportation back to Africa along with 75 acres of land, a house, farm equipment, animals, and crop seed, all free. 53. This Japanese initiative was also a spur to race changes domestically, as the U.S. government, which otherwise excluded blacks from meaningful employment, felt compelled to search for a good Negro operative so that he might find out what is going on. 54. The Japanese offensive among Negroes had created a dilemma for the United States. The government knew that the only organized and militant anti-Tokyo force among blacks was the Communist Party and their allies. Yet this was precisely the group under harshest attack by the U.S. authorities which, ironically, bolstered the pro-Tokyo forces. Not least because of Tokyo's anti-communism and Japan's racial appeals, which were seen as contrary to working-class unity, the U.S. Communists kept Japanese agents under surveillance as well. Thus, at the same time that U.S. agents were eyeballing Japanese-sponsored meetings, the Communists and their allies were doing the same. For example, in 1932 an operative of the soon-to-be defunct Communist Front, the League of Struggle for Negro Rights, broached a very important matter. The UNIA is conducting a drive throughout the country, holding mass meetings with Japanese speakers, preparing the masses ideologically in support of the Japanese attack against the Soviet Union and Chinese masses. The line they follow is to point out the unity that should exist between the colored races as against the whites. Such meetings are held here in Chicago, and we also know of a few held in Gary. There seems to be a definitely organizationally prepared plan to enlist the Negro masses behind the wagon of Garvey and his movement. As we were informed, there are 250 Japanese students touring the country and everywhere speaking under the auspices of the UNIA. 55. But before December 1941 the U.S. authorities were reluctant to ease pressure on communists, so as to heighten the same on pro-Tokyo Negroes. For this left-wing grouping was onto something. A black community languishing under the cruel lash of lynching and an ideology that heralded as superior all things white, was predisposed to lend an eager ear to Japanese agents preaching a radically different message. In New York, for example, Hakita Yasuichi had polished his English in a high school in Michigan, then proceeded to study sociology for 1 year, 1922, at Columbia University. This dapper spokesman of Tokyo, graying and animated, was often warmly welcomed into the homes of leading black citizens. 56. There he was often accompanied by a Negro woman that a white man of similar or virtually any stature would be reluctant to share such company openly was yet another living rebuke to prevailing racial mores in the United States. 57. Described as suave and genial, he often traveled in Jim Crow accommodations, like those he was seeking to influence. He had a wide-ranging knowledge of black history, having written a biography of the Haitian hero, Toussaint L'Ouverture, and was a frequent speaker at the foremost institutions of black higher education, Tuskegee and Hampton Institutes. He worked in swank Forest Hill as a servant but maintained a Harlem address at the colored YMCA, an address from which every year unfailingly he sent his Negro friends Christmas cards, usually a picture of Japan's rising sun. 58. Hakita's profile was similar to that of other Japanese nationals, who came to the United States in the run-up to the Blitzkrieg against the Empire, settled in black communities, and worked as menials amongst affluent whites. Besides Forest Hills, Saratoga, New York, Lexington, Kentucky, and the posher sections of Florida were their favorite haunts. They often worked as chauffeurs, a prime position for those seeking unguarded but vital tidbits of information. There they could also more easily propagandize among the legions of Negro servants who toiled alongside them. Like Hakita, they often had Negro women companions or wives. This revelation had reached a leading aide of President Franklin D. Roosevelt, who learned that there were a small number of Japanese nationals married to negresses. which was viewed as a fifth-column move on the part of the Japanese in creating such marriages to build goodwill and sympathy. 59. But the most intimate of relationships was not the only place where the Japanese had insinuated themselves. The famous composer W. C. Handy recalled a cook who traveled about the country for 5 years as a member of his vaudeville troupe, who later turned out to be an eavesdropping Japanese army officer. This Japanese crusade was not without effect, or so thought the perceptive black journalist Roi Otley. Some Negroes, he thought, came to look upon the Japanese as belonging to a messianic race, which would lead black men out of bondage. A few Negroes traveled to Japan on grants and subsidies, and returned with stories rivaling those of contemporaneous sojourners to the Soviet Union, who had claimed to have seen the future, while noting that it works. 60. This vision of Japan as the new Mecca for Negroes was gaining in strength as the war approached. In 1938 the Japanese journalist Masayo Dodo spoke in Harlem on what had become a familiar theme. The Harlem community writhing in the parched desert of racial oppression found it difficult to ignore his soothing liquid words that the Negroes have every assurance that they will be treated better in Japan than the whites. When the great black boxer Joe Louis fought the German, Max Schmeling, in New York City about the same time that Masayo was speaking in Harlem, the overwhelmingly white audience had switched allegiance in an hysterical few seconds from black American to white foreigner as Schmeling's blows staggered Louis. 61. Yet Masayo in stark contrast proclaimed that it thrilled Japanese to know that Jesse Owens had breasted the tape ahead of white men the world over. This fluent English speaker and graduate of the University of California argued that as a result of Japan selling goods cheaper than white nations to colored people, the white nations clamped high tariffs on all Japanese manufactured goods. His audience, many of whom had fled the poverty of the British West Indies, often had direct knowledge of what he meant. Likewise, when Masayo proclaimed that Japan has no choice but to match the strength of the white nations or be slaves, a black community which included many who had endured bondage could only nod in agreement. Arthur Schomburg, whose eminence was ratified when his name came to grace the leading National Library for Research in Black Culture, expressed the sentiments of many when he declared, "If Japan will help the darker people to gain opportunities, I am ready to shoulder arms for Japan now." Those assembled dismissed concerns about Japan's war against China as if they were so many inoffensive flies. It was clear, said the reporter present, that most of those present sided with Japan in its present imbroglio with China. At the same time some of those present criticized other Negroes who want the United States to fight Japan because of its invasion with China. 62. Those who had been paying attention to Tokyo-Negro relations should not have been surprised by this. In 1939 one U.S. operative confessed that enlightened Negro leaders had told him that between 80 and 90% of the American colored population who have any views on the subject at all, are pro-Japanese as a result of the intensive Japanese propaganda among this racial group. 63. The proliferation of accounts in the black press about Japanese agents addressing black audiences was not solely a product of the latter's hunger for news about Nippon. Tokyo made a concerted effort to bring Negro journalists across the Pacific for visits where they were wined and dined. Months before the strike against the empire, the United States intercepted a message to the highest levels in Tokyo, meant to be kept secret. Why the need for surreptitiousness? It seems that an emissary from Tokyo had been using a Negro literary critic and had him open a news service for Negro newspapers. The Negro press is so poor that it has no news service of its own, and as I have told you in various messages, had been getting relatively good results, and because of the advantage we have in using men like this in our political and subversive activities. That was not all. Much has been made of alleged and actual Soviet spying in the U.S. capital, but Tokyo too felt that in organizing our schemes among the Negroes, Washington should be our hub. Further, in the arsenals at Philadelphia and Brooklyn there are also a few unskilled Negro laborers, so I would say in the future there will be considerable profit in our getting Negroes to gather military intelligence for us. Chicago, Los Angeles, and New Orleans were also targeted. 64. Thus, as the pulse of an approaching war became ever more rapid, Tokyo thought it possessed an advantage in having a firm base of support among the Negroes, situated strategically within the boundaries of the empire's chief military ally. This was not an unlikely assumption. However, timely concessions on the racial front by the United States, along with strong anti-fascist sentiment among Negroes, eventually vitiated Tokyo's putative advantage. 3. Race/war. The British could hardly afford to alienate anyone, least of all Chinese, as they faced the grim prospect of a Japanese invasion. But such dire realities were far from the mind of the working-class men fleeing the austere future awaiting them in a Britain fearful of being overrun by Germany. Harold Robert Yates was really looking forward to going to Hong Kong. It was reckoned to be the best station in the British Army at that time. Generally, the standard of living for the soldiers was much better. His money went further to begin with. There was a pleasant climate. There was plenty of sport, swimming and football. And of course there were plenty of women. Not only was the food of better quality there, but it was relatively cheap. Compared with the UK. Beer and cigarettes, clothes and cameras were cheap too. Sure, there were downsides. While he was in Hong Kong, occasionally someone would rape a Chinese girl, though a lot weren't reported. One ghastly case involved a girl who was crying, and of course she'd been a virgin. But that was a blip on an otherwise happy screen, he thought. Normally we were finished at 12 o'clock and we were free to leave the barracks. The reason they had such latitude was that they had barrack room servants called boys who were compelled to clean anything, except rifles. They weren't allowed to touch rifles, he stressed. This was the system that obtained in Asia, but not in the UK itself. These luxuries helped to make soldiers softer than they were back home and, consequently, more susceptible to being swept away by an invasion. There were Chinese and Indian constables at that time. The officers were all British, but the Chinese or Indian constables had no power to arrest us, of course. So we could get away with quite a lot. And they did, carousing, brawling, and boozing madly. Anyway, Hong Kong was absolutely riddled with corruption and police took bribes. The colony had the best police that money can buy. Yates got on fairly well with the Middlesex Regiment, but not so well with the Royal Scots. And the Royal Scots and of course the Middlesex didn't get on well, as fierce fights were frequent. As he recalled it, British civilians wanted Chinese and soldiers to walk on one pavement while they used the other, and, as he recalled, there were signs that read, "Dogs and soldiers not allowed." If a girl went with a soldier, you know, she's considered no good, though civilians admired the Navy a little better than the Army. But when the war began in 1939, these fusty attitudes changed. Then civilians began inviting soldiers to their homes. But Yates's attitude was, if you don't want to know us in peacetime, we don't want to know you in wartime. Along with these intra-European tensions, there was the ever-present problem of tensions with Asians. The Sikhs mutinied in 1940 on Stonecutters Island, as the British were trying to get them to wear steel helmets. This violation of their fundamental religious beliefs was an illustration of the British tin ear and tone deafness when it came to dealing with Asians. U.S. authorities had their ear to the ground and did not like what they were hearing. In July 1940, the State Department was told of the fear by this government of Chinese mob violence in Hong Kong, which may require a Japanese attack to start it. Many Chinese shops are being equipped with iron grills and show evidence of various forms of protection against mob violence. This government endeavors, for reasons of policy, to blame the state of alarm more on external developments than on this internal situation, which is undoubtedly potentially serious. 2. This was true. The United States had cause to suspect the loyalty of many of both the Indian and Chinese police. The British, it was reported, had more to fear from dissatisfied elements within the colony than from outside sources. Who were these outside sources? Agents of Tokyo? Actually, an agent of Tokyo had informed the gullible U.S. official that the Indian troops and the police were being incited to subordination by communist agents. 3. The confluence of anti-communism and white supremacy greased the path for Japan. Somewhat naively, the colonial governor asserted in the spring of 1941, I am struck with the continuing growth of staff of Japanese consulate in Hong Kong. Excluding clerks, staff in 1931 when Japanese population was 2,205 numbered 5 and remained at that figure until 1937. The number has steadily risen and during 1940 averaged 11, today with Japanese population of 463 consular office number 12, clerical staff has risen from 3 to 8 during this period. With American infiltration and Filipino sick population of 869 American consulate has only 7 officers with 9 deputy commissioners, clerks and 5 lady assistants. I have now been asked for visa for 2 more non-official consular officers to come to Hong Kong with no indication of what posts they will fill. The functions of such a large staff, he said guilelessly, can hardly be consular in the accepted use of the term, for there was nothing to be gained, countered the Colonial Office, by making it difficult for Japanese civilians to enter or remain in Hong Kong. 5. Still, London was becoming more trusting of Japan, its anti-communist ally, but still maintained an inflexible doubt about the colonized Chinese, who it suspected were tampering with the safes. 6. As December 8, 1941 unfolded, Hong Kong was experiencing a typically pleasant day, at least for some. Gwen Priestwood found herself at the posh Peninsular Hotel waited on by silent, smoothly efficient Chinese waiters. A perfect orchestra played The Best Things in Life Are Free. Other members of the city's elite were at a dinner given by the Japanese consulate. Not surprisingly, Madame Sun Yat-sen was there, along with her sister. 7 Joan Cumack was on her way to play yet another round of golf on that fateful day. She had cheerful feelings about Hong Kong at this juncture. It was very wonderful, she thought, it was absolutely paradise. It was a dream, it was beautiful. Sailing, parties, and the servants. There were very few foreign women in the colony and a lot of foreign men, which put a premium on women like herself. 8 Meanwhile, just before the invasion, Harrison Foreman in a radio broadcast from Hong Kong likened the inhabitants of the colony to a colony of ostriches and nearly got thrown out for his statement. 9 Few recognized that this effete outpost of empire was, like a rotten fruit, on the verge of dropping into the hands of Tokyo. Suddenly this pleasant carousal and avoidance were to be disrupted by another song. As the Japanese invaded, they were accompanied by a powerful gramophone amplifier on a barge which played Home Sweet Home and The Last Rose of Summer. 10 This was part of a sonic invasion, as the Japanese troops entered Hong Kong emitting blood-curdling yells that reminded one missionary of American savages. 11 These dueling sounds were to set the tone for a harrowing 17 days for Hong Kong, as it fought a losing battle against overwhelming Japanese forces until its ignominious surrender on Christmas Day. Once again, British racism served to make this surrender virtually inevitable. To put it bluntly, the British failed to utilize the substantial manpower constituted by the Chinese in Hong Kong. When Brigadier R.C.B. Anderson arrived in the colony, the composition of the Defence Corps was roughly this: they had 4 companies, 1 English, 1 Scottish, 1 Eurasian and 1 Portuguese. The recruiting for the Eurasian and Portuguese companies were no trouble at all, but recruiting for the British element was difficult. In fact, it became impossible in the end. Why? The apathy of the British populations not only in Hong Kong but in all places in the Far East, and also to the fact that you could never instill into them there was any possible chance of war. 12. What about the Chinese? As Ko Hong Choi put it, the average Chinese male was deemed too small to serve in the army, an inadequate excuse, because his would-be Japanese opponent was not large in stature either, and even if he was big enough, there was not enough arms to equip all who volunteered. Moreover, the reliability of the Chinese was regarded with suspicion by the British, who knew that most Chinese resented Westerners and declared their loyalty to China, not to Hong Kong. 13. There was little enthusiasm in higher circles for forming Chinese military units. Keeping arms out of the hands of Chinese was one of the oldest and deepest rooted of all Hong Kong prejudices, dating back to strikes and boycotts of the 20s, suspicion of any organization of the Chinese. It was still the prevailing view of the colonial government, expressed in tardy and grudging recruitment of a small Chinese unit for the volunteers, that the gravest of all dangers to a British colony in the sort of crisis that had now arrived was from the Chinese mob. 14. While the Chinese were under strict scrutiny to hinder their carrying weapons officially, historically the colonists had recruited for the police, to cite one example, from Europeans who were discharged sailors and soldiers, ship jumpers, beachcombers, and prostitutes. 15. In sum, the colonists felt that the Chinese would not only accept the invaders but would assist them despite widespread Chinese rancor toward Japan because of the latter's brutal assault on the mainland. This rancor notwithstanding, many Chinese aided the invaders considerably, or so thought the British. General C. M. Maltby, a top British military official in the region, thought there were numerous agents and spies for Tokyo among the indigenous residents of Hong Kong. Although his perspective may have been skewed by the fact that Japanese were disguised as innocent laborers or coolies, the invaders' patrols were advanced by paths which could have been known only to locals or from detailed reconnaissance. The possession of these agents and guides with such intimate knowledge counteracted the first great advantage the defense forces normally has over the attack, that is, familiarity with the ground. The enemy system of intelligence was most complete, replete with detailed maps. They knew the names of most of the senior and commanding officers of the British forces. Maltby concluded that there were many Chinese guides for the attackers drawn from the village of Xinwanwei. A large number of army transport drivers deserted, some of them taking lorries with them. 16. Father James Smith of the Maryknoll mission had a similar experience. He found that when British lorries tried to move through the streets of Kowloon, fifth columnists often obstructed their passage. 17. Simultaneously, G. A. Leeper discovered that many Chinese drivers had already deserted and he was afraid that more would follow. 18. Gwen Priestwood was directly familiar with these Chinese drivers fleeing with lorries. At the height of the invasion, as bullets were whizzing all about, she was asked, "Can you drive a car? The Chinese drivers have all gone on strike." So she rushed behind the wheel of a truck. 19. She had little choice. The journalist Emily Hahn concluded that the failure of transportation was a large factor of our defeat. It was sabotage, mostly. The Chinese chauffeurs had dozens of little ways to do it. They swiped the carburetor, or just drained the gas tank, or wrecked the truck. 20. Gwen Du, a U.S. journalist then in Hong Kong, was irate about what she perceived as Chinese perfidy. The British police had 50,000 of these enemy Chinese listed on their books previous to the war and were well aware of their activities, she fumed. I do not know why they were not all arrested and shot at the beginning of the hostilities. She was outraged when she saw that Japanese and their Chinese allies stormed the cars of Europeans, and men who had worked with the Chinese for 20 years and loved them had to drive through the mobs at tremendous speed to save their own wives and children. Yet even as the battle for Hong Kong raged, Gwen Du had reason to understand why there might be inadequate Chinese defense of the Crown Colony. She and others had repaired to the Repulse Bay Hotel as the war intensified. There she found so-called society women from their villas on the hills. They had always lived in high luxury, with countless Chinese servants and splendid homes. Now their mouths had prickly persimmons in them. There was one dowager duchess with her limousine, her flying veils and her scalding tongue, all of which had been topics of the day in more gossipy times. She was not a guest of the hotel, but had come from her spacious home on the Peak at the time of the invasion. From time to time the snipers would fire at the hotel and we could hear the answering guns of the British nearby. Suddenly, Du's own private war began. Mrs. Elegant, let us call her, looked around and in a penetrating voice said, "What are all these Chinese doing in here? What right have they to be here?" Since some of the Chinese were millionaires and well-known Chungking government officials, this was ill-timed, to say the least. Remarkably, the faces of the Chinese turned white. Du took the high road. There were also some amas and servants, but they were all human beings and our allies, as far as I was concerned. "Why shouldn't they be here?" she asked. The Dowager Duchess snorted, "I know more about these Chinese than you do. You people come out from America for a few months and tell us who have been here 20 years how to run the Chinese." Du was mad. She exploded, "You've lived in a pretty house high on the hill, with a score of servants whom you've paid a few dollars a month, and that's about all." Another furor erupted when Du sought to make sure that the Chinese huddled in the hotel were able to get something to eat. This blew the lid off again. The idea of giving all those people food. Mrs. Elegant sniffed. "They shouldn't be here at all, and they will get plenty of food if we don't." Then, lo and behold, a Chinese man showed up with more food. Her antagonist snatched the plate from his hand and said, "We don't want any more Chinese in here." Du exploded again as though a shell had made a direct hit. "Of all the stupid, ill-mannered women I've ever known, you are the worst," she cried. She stated rudely and fairly, "It has been talk of your sort that has caused international wars in the first place. Here we crouch, and our only hope of Hong Kong being saved is if the Chinese army manages to arrive to rescue us." She tossed her head like an excited bull and announced to our diverted audience, "American fool." Begging to differ, Du thought it was the British fighting forces who were waging war like fools. The Japanese were able to tap wires and give orders to the British to fire against their own men. Members of the Maryknoll mission, near Fort Stanley, later told of watching the fighting on the hills opposite them, with British troops on two ridges, who suddenly began firing at one another, killing many. Somehow the Japs had managed to give such an order, and it was carried out. Presumably one of their fluent English speakers was instrumental here. 21. Du's experience was not unique. Her fellow Hong Kong journalist, Emily Hahn, recounted that before the invasion her friend Margaret was simply laying out anyone with whom she had dealings, especially one Indian gentleman with a dark red fez. When after the surrender, he joined the Japanese, with a glad cry I remembered Margaret's savage rudeness to him and I thought I understood. 22. This was just one example of an all-encompassing discord that reigned during the invasion. The British Foreign Office was told that when one Briton saw the Japanese land he called police headquarters, only to be told that it was not their business. He then telephoned to military HQ and the sergeant who replied, when told the Japs were landing and to inform his commanding officer said, "I can't wake him up at this time, it's 11 p.m. and he's gone to bed, he'll be mad if I wake him up." 23. He was supine in dreamland, as was British policy. The invasion of Hong Kong was a nightmare for all concerned, but particularly for the Europeans and Euro-Americans, for unlike the Asians a passing glance revealed them as the probable target of the invaders and their allies. Father James Smith of the Maryknoll mission discovered during these terrible and anxious days that many came back to the sacraments after years of laxity. Confessions were heard among them everywhere, in the streets and in dugouts and pillboxes. 24. Robert K. M. Simpson had taught at Hong Kong University and was a member of the Defense Corps. One of his colleagues, widely informed and well-balanced, as he began to see what the end must be, developed the reaction of violently opening and closing his fists and his eyes, whenever he thought of the impending unmentionable catastrophe. 25. There was a European sergeant who refused to put on his uniform and locked himself in his room and refused to come out. 26. The invasion invoked a massive emotional collapse, a collective nervous breakdown, not least among European men. Victor Merritt, who served with the military in Hong Kong, felt that we Britons have been educated that we always win wars, and here we were in the middle of something that it was fairly obvious we weren't going to win. And it's as I say, deflating. It's a very difficult situation to come to terms with. 27. As the invasion was unfolding, Ellen Field did the unthinkable. Her pride had been so affronted that day, she thought nothing of going into a Chinese roadside tea shop, a place normally used by coolies, where we were glad to sit down on hard three-legged stools at a long homemade trestle table, and rest our feet. Her downward spiral continued when she tried to catch a bus but could not. It was annoying to watch those buses go roaring by, crammed to the doors with Chinese grinning at our plight. These reversals of fortune were so amazing that she started doubting religion. "How can I believe in the Bible, in the Sermon on the Mount," she bewailed, "after what I've seen?" When she arrived at her well-appointed home during the midst of the invasion and discovered that it had been seized by Japanese troops, she acknowledged, feeling like a Jew who had just seen a Nazi scrawl "Jude" across his shop window. 28. Gwen Priestwood sensed this cascading anxiety. All through the siege people squabbled over trifles, she said. Lifetime friendships exploded with the bombs. Bosom companions quarreled over nothing. But in exploring this burgeoning apprehension, Priestwood understood, albeit ironically, that the loss of a life of racial privilege was behind all this nervous, querulous concern. In the midst of the war, the old habit of brushing one's hair 100 strokes a night, something usually performed by one's servant, was forgotten. But the feminist instinct to look one's best never really died. If one had to stop a shell, one might as well stop it with a powdered nose and a trifle of lipstick, and so make it less of a shock for those who gathered up the remains. The strain was too much for Priestwood. She almost cried. Well, I supposed any woman would have. Here I was, at a great moment of tragedy in the history of the British Empire, a city in flaming ruin around me, surrendered to the Japanese a few hours away, and all that she could think of was silk stockings. The most beautiful things in the world. 29. Her compatriot Ellen Field was shocked when she was compelled to deal with a very officious Chinese clerk who made sure that foreigners never got preferential treatment. 30. What abomination awaited them next? Morris Two-Gun Cohen, gangster, Zionist, and former bodyguard to Sun Yat-sen, had led a dissolute and swashbuckling life, with a lengthy list of convictions including carnal knowledge of a girl under 16 years. 31. Not surprisingly, he was full of bluster and bombast and was not to be intimidated easily. Yet he was trapped in Hong Kong at the time of the invasion and was visibly fearful. His colleague, Solomon Bard, found him rather frightened. He was just a very ordinary frightened man, as we were all. He was nervous. Very nervous. 32. Robert Simpson, who taught at Hong Kong University, like many Europeans, was incredulous about what he was witnessing. There were some who to the last were simply unable to believe that Britain could lose Hong Kong. It was utterly incredible that Japanese troops could defeat the British. A comrade of his signaled the emotional holocaust marked by this defeat when he mused that to surrender Hong Kong to Japan was like relinquishing the right to read Shakespeare. 33. Benjamin A. Proulx was full of contradictions. He compared the victorious Japanese at length to apes before noting with wonder, "They were our conquerors." 34. David Bosanquet reflected sadly that we had been beaten ignominiously. It had happened so fast. It left us utterly deflated. Our world had collapsed. Many of us, including me, were racked with strange new doubts, apprehensive of what the future held if there was to be one. It was all so soul-destroying. 35. It was not just being beaten, but being beaten in a context redolent with racial meaning that heightened the distress among those of pure European descent. This nervousness was compounded by Japanese propaganda leaflets raining down on Hong Kong. Phyllis Harrop asserted that the subject matter of these paper missiles was anything but pleasant. All definitely aiming at the suppression of the white population and inflaming the Chinese and Indians to turn against us. Many of the leaflets are aiming at killing the white man. They said, "Kill all the Europeans as they are responsible for the war, and once they are out of the way the fighting will stop." These words had a military impact, for the British were afraid to shell Kowloon for fear of frightening the Chinese into riots and saying we are killing their own people, relatives, and friends in that area. 36. One leaflet featured a picture of a large, fat, white man, supposed to be John Bull. He was completely nude and was sitting on a massive ornate chair. By his side were bags of money spilling out gold and silver coins, and on each of his massive knees sat a pretty Chinese girl also completely naked. Under this effort was printed, "How the British colony destroys the morals of your womenfolk with their gold." 37. A leaflet targeting Indians featured a crude drawing on rough paper showing a Japanese soldier pointing a rifle at an Indian who was sheltering a frightened British officer. The caption read, "We cannot fire while our comrade stands between." Another leaflet showed Indian soldiers carrying a white flag, approaching a party of Japanese. "Come, Indian soldiers," said the caption. "We treat you especially good, 38 An intelligence summary filed after the war was well underway noted that a Chinese who recently walked from Quilin to Ishan noticed several village houses with pictures of Europeans pasted on the walls. Upon inquiry he was informed that these had been dropped by aircraft. The front has the caption, "Who is dancing with your girl?" overprinted on an ordinary dance hall scene. In the center there are two close-ups, the first a man and a woman dancing normally and the second, the same couple engaged in a concentrated kiss. The message was that Chinese women were being stolen by European men. Another leaflet declared, "Asiatic people should not fight amongst themselves, but shoulder to shoulder drive the Americans and British out of Asia." 39. The British believed that Japanese propaganda was working and the Chinese were not rallying fervently to the Union Jack. Scribbling furiously a few days after the surrender, E.C. Ford railed against the fifth column activity in the colony. "What made our defeat inevitable," he said accusingly, "was the Chinese, who, being prepared to sell their rotten souls at any time for $1, were sniping and hand grenading our troops from housetops and flats near our lines. Caught between the 6 mortars, artillery and explosive bullets of the Japs in front, the grenades and rifles of the Chinese in near and bombs from above, our lines were repeatedly broken. In fact, when the Japs came to take over Jubilee this morning, their guide was a deserter from the Chinese Royal Engineers. Then there were the cowardly Rajputans rifles, scum of India, and Royal Scots. The last named have earned the sobriquet of His Majesty's fleet of foot." He viewed the Indians as useless swine. Except Punjabis. They lost a gunner, Robinson, shot dead by the Indian sentries. Our Indians have had to be relieved by British gunners because they are considered unreliable. At Jubilee and Scutters they have had to be forced out of their shelters at revolver point. Above all, Ford was mortified by the bitter hostility and fifth column activity of the Chinese in Hong Kong. The majority of these were renegades from the Sino-Japanese War. 40. Ford's recollections about Indians have been confirmed by others. Sir Arthur Dickinson Blackburn recalled that Pennyfeather Evans, the chief of police, told me that Sikhs had been practically in a state of mutiny during the last days of the fighting. 41 Like many of the British, he did not seem to comprehend that Asians may have been alienated from London because of its harsh white supremacist policies. The scholar Barbara Sue White states that as long as 5 years before the Battle of Hong Kong, a secret cipher telegram reported that 2 men from the 6th Rajputana Rifles had deserted and probably crossed the border into China to join the Japanese. Though they were derided for their real and imagined pro-Tokyo tendencies, the Rajputs suffered the greatest casualties of any of the defense forces in the battle for Hong Kong. A mammoth 65% of the men of Rajput C Company became casualties, and every single officer was lost. Such figures may confirm their patriotism to the crown, or it may confirm the opposing charge that these Indian troops were little more than cannon fodder. This latter allegation was confirmed by the debased status of Indians in pre-war Hong Kong. For example, the Matilda Hospital was reserved for British, American, and European patients, with others conspicuously excluded. 42. The pre-war mutinous sentiments among the Rajputs were shared by the Sikhs. Alan Jackson Wood, who was with the artillery during the war, charged that all the Sikhs joined the invaders. 43 The British had found earlier that the Sikhs believed firmly in solidarity, for when one of their numbers is put into the guard room, immediately the rest demand to go in sympathy. 44. James Allen Ford of the Royal Scots felt that the real fifth column was the Chinese. A great number of them. I watched them carrying mortar bombs to the grave urns which stood on the hillside. Some of them probably would feel well disposed to anyone who was against the British because there was strong feeling among the Chinese that the British should get out. When we left the mainland after the defense of Gordon Hill we came down by a bus from, I'm not sure where it was. We were fired upon several times by Chinese, trying to gun us down as we left. Yes, there were occasions when the Royal Scots fell back. It was surprising they didn't run away altogether when there was so little to fight for and so little to fight with. General Maltby was a Middlesex man. He regarded us as indisciplined, and what he really meant was that we Scots, we're not English. 45 But it was the Chinese that Ford blamed most. In his novel he spoke of how Chinese fifth columnists shone signal lights, sniped, spread false rumors and incited desertion, looting and riot. 46. One British soldier told of tales of small arms having been buried years before in fake funerals by renegade Chinese working for the Japs. Sick. True. I just don't know, but it was of course feasible. The British acted as if it were true, since about 3 or 4 days before the end of the battle we were given instructions to shoot out of hand any Chinese, whether in our uniform or not, who we found in the vicinity. So there must have been a reason for this order. Some men I afterwards spoke to in POW camp told me that Chinese were throwing hand grenades at them from buildings behind their front lines. 47. This hearsay report about the massacre of Chinese by the British during the invasion has been confirmed by Wally Scragg of the military. During the siege, police shot at rampaging looters at random. A sergeant who had just returned from a visit to Central described witnessing the summary execution of 70 Wang Qingwei agents who had been rounded up by special branch detectives and Chungking agents. Their hands were tied behind their backs and gunny sacks were put over their heads. They were shot in batches by Mr. X, using a Thompson gun, and then he went along the line of bodies and shot each one in the head with a pistol. It was very professionally done. As the war reached the doorstep of Hong Kong, the Cantonese began to desert. I remember finding tunics in the streets from which the numbers had been removed. 48 Robert Hammond was struck by the fact that the British soldiers, to keep order in Hong Kong, machine-gunned thousands of looters and fifth columnists. 49 But these massacres did not decrease the acute anxiety of the Europeans. As the New Zealander, James Bertram, remembered it, the Chinese were not allowed to do night patrol during the invasion since the fifth column scare was at its height. So the Europeans, some of whom were not ready for it, did the night patrols, and the Chinese recruits did a lot of serious trench digging. But the one mass group that might have defended Hong Kong with real passion, the Chinese, was never called upon. 50 But how could they be called on when before the war British soldiers refused to bathe in the same pool with Chinese? 51 Britain only trained a few hundred Chinese in military and quasi-military operations. Years later, an observer who signaled the sensitivity of his insight by wishing to remain anonymous, acknowledged that had it not been for such distrust and bad faith, coupled probably with the shortage of weapons, hundreds of thousands sick Chinese volunteers could have been trained for the defense. There was a general European fear of the overwhelming Chinese majority and a withering suspicion that the local population would turn against the Europeans the moment the Japs sick attacked. The Battle of Hong Kong, he sighed, was lost before it began. 52. Myriad sources confirm that the expatriates had an underlying fear that the Chinese, however law-abiding they might seem, might rise up against them. So it was best to render them militarily impotent. When the Chinese were recruited, albeit sporadically and sparsely, this raised fears among those in the colony who believed the Chinese might turn on the British. The British were keen to keep the Chinese in their place. The expatriate Solomon Bard was amazed to discover that there were British volunteers who would refuse even to recognize their Chinese comrades in arms if they met out of uniform on the street. 53. It wasn't simply weaknesses in the military and police that led to the defeat of the British. Sir Arthur Dickinson Blackburn recalled that in many a gracious home on the Peak or in the mid-levels, entire Chinese staffs deserted, leaving bewildered matrons, some for the first time in their lives, to grapple with the problems of the pantry. This could only contribute to escalating levels of anxiety among Europeans. On the other hand, he felt that Eurasians were enthusiastic soldiers. Subtly discriminated against in the cloistered business community of Hong Kong, they'd found a source of pride in the volunteers. They had their own company No. 3 which performed admirably, he thought. Still, apprehension reigned about the reliability of those not of pure European descent, perhaps for fear that the discrimination they had suffered would sour their attitudes toward British colonialism. 54 Thus, London insisted that a majority of the police force in Hong Kong be recruited overseas because the security of the colony could not be safely entrusted to locally recruited Chinese policemen, the first line of defense in Hong Kong. This was not unique to this crown colony. In the African colonies of the empire, often the police in a given district were strangers, recruited in another part of the territory and frequently unable to speak the local language. Police were recruited heavily from India, but they were poorly paid, receiving less than half the wages of a European constable. Even some of the White Russians were paid less than other Europeans. George Wright-Knuth of the colony's police force verifies that the principle of divide and rule predominated in recruiting policy. Below gazetted rank there were Europeans, two categories of Indian, White Russians and Chinese from widely differing regions of China, a cocktail of 3 races and 5 languages, with about a third being Indians, all of whom spoke Urdu, that were divided roughly between Sikhs and Punjabi Muslims. Most of the Sikhs, he said, were disloyal and took an active part in humiliating and beating the Europeans, while the Punjabi Muslims generally were very loyal. 55 The Indian contingent gave little help during the struggle. Their loyalty had been undermined. Closing the barn door after the horse had bolted, after the war the police became majority Cantonese for the first time, while an effort was made to get rid of the Sikh police and retain Punjabi Muslims. 56. Nonetheless, the defeat of the British also had causes other than the debilitating impact of white supremacy on the fighting mettle of Hong Kong. One Hong Konger acknowledged that with hindsight the defense of Hong Kong was laughable. There were 2 antique destroyers and a few torpedo boats, 5 obsolete airplanes. The 2nd Battalion of the Royal Scots had been abroad for 7 years and was riddled with VD and malaria and was unfit to fight. Apparently part of the military's equipment went to Honolulu instead of Hong Kong. 57 Then there were the poorly trained soldiers, such as the Canadians who arrived days before the invasion. Lucien Brunet of Montreal later confessed that he had not seen a hand grenade before in my life until that tumultuous day in December 1941. 58 Kenneth M. Baxter, who was in the trenches during these battles, recalled that Lewis gunners had mistaken some of us in the bush as the enemy and fired their own people in the back. He tried to keep it quiet. 59 E. C. Ford spoke ruefully of the awful failure of our officers and the poor quality of Canadian troops. They would capture a position by day and desert it entirely by night to go and feed. At Stanley they even looted their British comrades' kit and equipment. 60 Incompetence and inexperience were major factors explaining the overwhelming British loss. Still, Chinese assistance to Tokyo is startling in light of the anti-Nippon attitude that permeated the Chinese community. In the wake of the Japanese invasion of China in 1931, the intensity of anti-Japanese feelings was unprecedented in Hong Kong. People spontaneously searched out Japanese goods, destroyed shops, attacked the police for arresting rioters and committed other violent acts of protest. One Japanese couple together with several of their children were savagely murdered. The situation in Wan Chai and Yamate, the 2 areas where the Japanese presence was most concentrated, was so explosive and out of control that the assistance of naval men and the Highlanders had to be enlisted. 61 White supremacy had to have been awfully potent to motivate so many Chinese to aid the Japanese invasion. But before the disturbances of 1931, a more accurate precursor of the events of late 1941 was the General Strike of 1925. According to Britain's Secretary of Chinese Affairs, this event was organized and put into effect through triad societies by members. And in December 1941 the Japanese bought sick many of the triad societies, particularly in Kowloon, and when we were forced to evacuate Kowloon the evacuation was greatly hindered by triad societies armed with rifles and in some cases machine guns mounted in lorries, who started indiscriminate looting combined with terrorism and murder the moment our force began to move out. Tellingly, he had detected no hint of any triad elements in the left-wing unions, an anti-Tokyo force that London had successfully suppressed over the years. 62 And it was the triads that had sought to massacre all the Europeans in Hong Kong at the time of the invasion. This was a throwback to 1856, when an attempt was made to poison the entire European community by placing a hefty dose of arsenic into the bread supplied by a Chinese bakery. 63. In sum, the Chinese had little influence in the military establishment. When it was proposed that the local Chinese be armed and incorporated into the Hong Kong sick garrison, this was politely ignored. In no small part because of the tensions generated by the strikes and boycotts of the 1920s, as late as 1941 the British feared an armed Chinese mass almost as much as they did the Japanese. Perhaps not unrealistically, they worried that their arms might be turned against them. 64. There were other reasons for sympathy among some Chinese for Tokyo. As the writer Han Suyin recalled it, Pearl Harbor made the Chinese officers almost delirious with pleasure, both because Japan had delivered a big blow to white power, which would enable the pro-Japan clique to emphasize the failures of the whites, and because the telling criticisms of Chinese chaos, inefficiency, and defeat, could now be shrugged off with a triumphant, "And what about you?" After all, the Kuomintang, that is, the Chinese nationalists led by Chiang Kai-shek, had looked forward to an alliance with the Axis powers, and the entry of America into the war did not modify these long-term views. 65. Edwin Reid, the leading analyst of the Hong Kong resistance and the son of its leader, Lindsay Reid, concurred, terming Chiang and his allies fascists. 66. The British defeat led to a racial and political reversal that was to reverberate long after the artillery had stopped firing and the Japanese were driven out of the occupied territories. The New Zealand writer, James Bertram, who was present in Hong Kong, was astonished as he saw these roles being reversed. It was the dark-skinned warriors, he asserted, who had the advantage of training and technique. The whites, too often like the Canadians, had little but their courage. Britain, in the irony of ironies, was meeting Asiatics who had learned too well the lessons of the gunboat years. Simultaneously, those who flocked to the Union Jack were not exactly likely candidates, and this too was to resound loudly long after the war. Sami Khan, who was Jewish, had been driven from his native Halley. He was one of the few volunteers who felt he really owed something to Hong Kong. He had worked so hard to become an Englishman. 67. It was in order to avoid these cataclysmic reversals, perhaps, that London instructed the Hong Kong authorities in words deemed to be most secret that the eyes of the world are upon you. We expect you to resist to the end. The honor of the empire is in your hands. 68. But alas for London, there were not enough Sami Khans to halt the Japanese juggernaut aided by their Asian allies. Robert Ward, the U.S. consul in Hong Kong, realized this. Asked in 1942 why this crown colony had collapsed, he recalled that several of them, the British rulers, said frankly that they would rather turn the island over to the Japanese than to turn it over to the Chinese, by which they meant rather than employ the Chinese to defend the colony they would surrender it to the Japanese. Moreover, when the real fighting came, it was the British soldiery that broke and ran. The Eurasians fought well and so did the Indians, but the Kowloon line broke when the Royal Scots gave way. The same thing happened on the mainland. This situation was brought very sharply to my mind when I read the statement of a member of the British government that there were more white troops in India now than there had been before in the history of the connection between Britain and India. If the British attempt to defend India with foreign troops brought from a long distance who know nothing of the Indians, he warned ominously, and regard them as niggers, they are likely to fall just as miserably as they did at Hong Kong. 69. The British Foreign Office was told that many of the Chinese police reserves discarded their uniforms and arms. The Indians are being particularly objectionable in searching foreign women, particularly at the ferry points. The Indians are definitely mauling women. Perhaps worse, London was told that we have lost a dreadful amount of face and prestige over the fall of Hong Kong sick, and we shall never regain what we have lost. Feeling against us has been running for some time now. I am afraid it will not be long before there is trouble in the colony between the Chinese and Europeans. In Chungking the anti-British feeling is very high. The Chinese up there are very pro-American, but one can feel the bitterness between the Chinese for the English. 70. The prim Sir Arthur D. Blackburn and his prudish spouse had their own particular explanation, resulting from their experience of the invasion. How is it that Hong Kong was captured so quickly, he asked. The colonizers were sabotaged by Wang Qingwei Chinese. Our troops were completely bewildered by the apparent ubiquity of the enemy as they were being fired on from all sides at once. 71 Australian officials provided another explanation as to why this crown colony was captured so quickly. There was complacency, they said. Men in key posts were said to have been busy at their golf rather than their duty. In the prelude to the invasion, the social life of the colony proceeded just as merrily as in peacetime. 72. Phyllis Harrop, present during the invasion, agreed that the Indian police turned against us, but that was not the full extent of her concerns. A Japsik officer asked for the manageress, and when she appeared he said, "Bring me food and a couple of English beauties." Stunned, she sought a meeting with Lt. Col. Aguki, and together they planned a brothel system, and she offered to contact prostitutes for him. The swiftness of the British defeat left her dumbfounded. Words cannot express the feeling that what has been accomplished in 100 years has completely crumbled in a few days. There are signs of anti-British feelings amongst the Chinese people, and I'm afraid the results are going to be anything but bright when the time comes. It is evident that Chinese feelings are against us by the amount of looting that has taken place and the way in which homes and houses have been broken into and smashed. The relationship between the British and the colonized had deteriorated to the point that the former felt we shall be safer in camps than we shall be if we are allowed to remain free. 73. It was a dreary Christmas day in 1941 for the Europeans and Euro-Americans of Hong Kong. Almost a century of prosperous existence had come to a crashing end at the hands of the Japanese and their allies. An uncertain fate awaited. The mighty had fallen. Now the invaders were impressing upon the Chinese and other Asians in Hong Kong that a new racial reality was dawning. The U.S. reporter George Baxter acknowledged that it was plain that humiliation was part of the Japsik scheme to convince the natives that the white man had been conquered. 74. The China-born missionary, Robert Hammond, recalled that the victors told the Chinese that from now on the Chinese would not only be able to have schools and business enterprises, but also would be able to live like the whites had lived, with no fear of being cheated out of all their possessions by the foreigners, as had happened so often during the colonial period. 75. The horror of it all struck Gwendu like a thunderclap. In a conscious attempt to lower the prestige of those of pure European descent in Hong Kong, the victorious Japanese marched the vanquished through the streets. They paraded us, the hungry, bedraggled 200 of us, through the crowded Chinese section. Balefully, she concluded, we were the perfect picture of the fall of the white man in the Far East. A white man lying disemboweled in the dirt, a white woman snatched naked and gang-raped, a parade of whites carrying their own pitiful burdens. These pictures delighted the Japsik heart. They are determined upon the rape, the ruin, and the subjugation of the world, particularly the white world. 76. It was one of the most damnable sights she would ever want to watch: the group of prisoners being marched down the road, hands still held high, prodded by bayonets. If you in America, she reminded her terror-struck readers, could see your own people being marched by those little monkey men with the big bayonets, you would realize what the Japsik intend to do to all the white men and all other enemies in the Far East. A young Canadian confided to her, "Someday I'll come back here and get even with these devils," and she could only echo his wish. 77. Father James Smith of the Maryknoll Mission noted how the invaders manipulated cigarettes, which quickly became the common currency of a collapsed city. They would take cigarettes and would toss a pack or two to the Chinese sitting on the floor with us, but nary a pack to the padres, this perhaps to show in what seat the foreigners were now sitting. 78. Gwen Priestwood felt that she personally and perhaps all Europeans were losing face. As this march of humiliation took place, the Chinese and Indians stood by, watching me to see how a white woman would take this humiliation by Orientals. Actually, she did not have to join this discreditable procession, but the events had given her a burst of race consciousness. We're all one and the same race, she proclaimed, so she joined her fellow Europeans. 79. Decades later, James Allen Ford could not forget the sight of the Chinese population lining the streets shouting and jeering as the former rulers shuffled by defeated. 80. These forced marches were part of an overall Japanese strategy to lower the prestige of those of pure European descent in the eyes of Asians. With wide-eyed wonder, the New York Herald Tribune reported that one of Japan's puppet quislings in Burma has demanded the Anglo-Saxons be stripped of their clothing and treated like monkeys or featherless birds. 81 In 1942, the U.S. State Department was informed that the treatment of Americans and Europeans would seem to be carefully calculated to effect their humiliation and degradation and to be animated in some measure at least by racial animosity. 82 Jack Edwards would have agreed, as he was forced to endure a similar march through the streets of Taiwan. 83. Clifford Matthews had fought valiantly to defend Hong Kong. But as he witnessed what was being revealed, an epiphany overwhelmed him. He was watching the Chinese as they saw this unique retreat of white supremacy. He could see it was the end of imperialism in the Far East. They had seen the foreigners being humiliated. Some of us picking up cigarette butts which were thrown down by the Japanese sentry. Even there, I saw that obviously this was the end of the whole superior attitude. Chinese could see that we were nothing special, we were just human beings. What was clear to me was that there will be another world after the war. 84 Morris Gun Cohen agreed, as he pondered the amazing sight of Europeans being marched through the streets of Hong Kong by armed Japanese troops and witnessed by the Chinese masses, it struck him as being rather like Judgment Day. 85. 4. Internment. After being compelled to reside temporarily in a sleazy brothel, several thousand disheveled and disarrayed Europeans and Euro-Americans were marched off to what became Stanley Internment Camp. Even this brothel, otherwise a site of degraded pleasure, was fraught with racial tension. Many Europeans had barely noticed the Indians who resided in Hong Kong before the war, nor were they fully cognizant of how heavily dependent the mighty British Empire was on India itself. Yet, as internee John Straker put it, the Indian guards at this brothel had succumbed to the glowing promises of life under the rising sun, and forsworn the British Raj, so our pleas of hunger merely delighted them. The Europeans, most of whom were accustomed to commodious surroundings, were not just ignored, they were jammed into small and suffocating rooms, bereft of food and other basic requirements. They could only gape in amazement as the once graceful city they had known was transformed into something alien. Bill Harmon, an Australian physician residing in Hong Kong, was appalled by the cutting down of so many trees. Belatedly he began to realize what it must be to be so poor that you have to resort to this to get fuel to cook the daily meal. Looting had stripped the city bare, though he thought that the worst looting was done by the undisciplined Chinese mobs. There were armed robberies all over the place, as mercantile sentiments and revenge-seeking against the Europeans merged neatly. An escape to the mainland which Dr. Harmon was able to execute miraculously brought no relief, for in so doing he had to run the gauntlet of the Chinese military, and the chance of evading them and not being robbed of everything was about nil too. The missionary, Father James Smith, was struck by the almost total absence of English signs on streets and over buildings and stores. As an emblem of their hegemony, the invaders had sought to obliterate signs of what was now seen as an alien language. In the lobbies of office building S, all the tenant names were in Chinese or Japanese, and it was very difficult, he moaned, to find one's own family doctor if one were sufficiently lucky to escape the invaders. 3 This was a telling signal of what was to come. The conquered and increasingly unkempt community of Europeans and Euro-Americans had received a bitter foretaste of the racial humiliation that was to follow when they were subjected to the debasing march of humiliation through the mean streets of Hong Kong. Their fate was to turn on racial and ethnic factors, which were once passively accepted as brands of privilege, but now were to be treated much, much differently. Many were worried that their racial privilege had been destroyed for all time. David Bosanquet wondered what the Chinese thought of what they were seeing. Was it contempt that an Asiatic race had so easily humbled so many Europeans who had long dominated the indigenous population, and would the Chinese ever accept passively the status quo ante after what they had seen? For the racial reversal was captured by a character in a novel by the U.S. writer Emily Hahn. They say the English are monkeys in the zoo, and this is Pan Asia 5. Conditions were abysmal in this zoo. The almost complete absence of toilet paper was, perhaps, the least of the problems encountered. Some ladies wore little more than natural suntans. The fight against flies was constant, while kitchen staffs were at times defiant in their attitude and abusive to those who dared to advise them. The diet in Stanley Camp was, without doubt, monotonous and unsuitable for Europeans. The rice internees were fed had sand, small stones, cigarette ends, insects and their young, droppings, glass and once, at least, rat carcasses. Some died due to dysentery. A mild epidemic of chickenpox with 57 cases occurred late in 1944 and early 1945. Some suffered occasional waves of depression. 6. After they seized control. 7. There was a persistent, continuous, and very effective racial and cultural propaganda unleashed by the Japanese military. The European and Euro-American expatriates who had expected deference as a virtual birthright were treated less considerately than the higher-class Chinese. 8. A flood of anti-white propaganda poured over the people of Hong Kong and sprayed out from the colony in all directions. On January 24, 1942, Major General Yazaki, the chief of the newly installed Civil Administration Department in Hong Kong, announced curtly, "The object of Japan in fighting this war is to free the Asiatic races from oppression and to drive out the evil influence of the white people." The highest-ranking U.S. official in the Crown Colony, Robert Ward, was concerned that this inflammatory rhetoric accompanied by equally fiery acts may well leave marks that this generation will not erase. He came from a nation where racial segregation was exalted and thus had reason to ponder the larger repercussions of the invasion. "This Tokyo gospel," he continued, "is infinitely more dangerous, more insidious, and affects more deeply the emotions of a much larger section of the world's population than Hitler's." The central message was a simple one: the dominance of the white man is done. 9. Ward had grasped the magnitude and breadth of the matter. Tokyo had seized the opportunity to overturn the white supremacy that had been imposed on Hong Kong specifically and Asia more generally. In a lengthy missive aimed at Japanese troops, entitled "Read This Alone and the War Can Be Won," these fighters were instructed sharply, "Once you set foot on the enemy's territories you will see for yourself only too clearly, just what this oppression by the white man means." Imposing, splendid buildings look down from the summits of mountains or hills onto the tiny thatched huts of the natives. These white people may expect, from the moment they issue from their mothers' wombs, to be allotted a score or so of natives as their personal slaves. Is this really God's will? 10. The Japanese propaganda piece, "The Way of Subjects," asked plaintively, how were American Indians treated? What about African Negroes? They were hunted as white men's slaves. The Tokyo-based correspondent for the New York Times, Otto D. Tolicius, called this a startling document in its indictment of outrageous acts, unpardonable in the eyes of God and man, which allowed Europeans to spread their dominion over the colored races and meant that Asiatics, Negroes, and American Indians were killed and enslaved. Tolicius was not shocked when Toshio Shiratori, the official advisor to the Foreign Office and former ambassador to Italy, declared that Japan's true aim was to drive the white man out of Asia. 11. By the time they had subdued the ineffective British resistance in Hong Kong, Japanese troops had reached a veritable white-hot mood of resentment against European colonialism. This topsy-turvy situation also came as a shock to Emily Hahn, the journalist who had fled the quotidian pleasures of the United States for the exotic danger of Hong Kong. She had been the first woman to earn a degree in mining engineering from the University of Wisconsin, then had worked at a hospital in the Congo, resided in Shanghai as the tsip, common-law wife, of a Chinese scholar, ducked falling bombs in Chongqing, then come to the Crown Colony to write her successful biography of the Soong sisters. With her lovely face and lively mind she rapidly became a fixture in a community otherwise given to blandness. Various adjectives were used to describe Han, but bland was one that was rare. Her open love affair with a married British officer, her pet gibbons which often accompanied her on her jaunts around town, the fur coats that she doffed during the winter, her thigh-length boots and long padded jackets, all lent her an air of eccentricity. She had given up on smoking opium but now puffed on cigars, which further contributed to her idiosyncratic image. Point 12. All these affectations, but particularly her well-known relationship with a Chinese man, had served to add to her outre reputation among expatriates. But when she was interviewed by a Japanese official, after their defeat of the British, she found that he was pleased that an American girl should have married an Oriental. It made him more friendly. This surprising turnabout, what the previous ruling elite saw as a demerit was now seen as meritorious, was to continue. According to American law, Han reminded her Japanese interlocutor, "This Chinese marriage does not make me Chinese." According to Japanese law, he said, "It does. You cannot be interned. We are ejecting all Chinese subjects from the internment camp." A European friend scolded her for accepting this racially and ethnically keyed dispensation. "You ought to stay with your own people, you know." "The British are not my own people," she replied with passion. "I feel more at home with the Chinese." The internment came as a surprise to Han and many others. "We were rather expecting an internment of Jews and Chungking patriots and such," she said at the time, "but internment of all Europeans? Impossible." Certainly the new conquerors were fully aware of the social implications of Hong Kong's geography and wanted to humiliate the whites as much as they could, and bringing them down from those costly heights at the peak to sea level was an obvious and necessary move in the campaign. Whereas the British by means fair and foul had limited drastically the ability of those not of pure European descent to reside at the peak, the victorious Japanese actually did make a law, later on, which made it punishable for any enemy white left outside of camp to live on the hillside. 13. The world had turned upside down. It could have been worse. The aristocratic Sir Arthur Dickinson Blackburn, a diplomat from the mainland, who had come to Hong Kong for a visit just before the invasion, was not accustomed to the humble surroundings that Stanley provided, yet he found its beachside location pleasant. "There is no real ground for complaint regarding the quarters themselves," he proclaimed early on, "though the lack of privacy, overcrowding, and the consequent friction and nervous strain were a more serious hardship than the food shortage." 14. John Straker, who served as administrative secretary at the camp, found it a perfect site, richly endowed with fresh sea air and lovely scenery. There was very little barbed wire, which gave camp such an ominous air, and what there was ironically had been laid by the British. 15. Still, they were so closely packed that the thousands there all seemed to be inhabitants of one household. Good humor under trying conditions enabled many to survive the ordeal of hardship. William G. Sewell, a humble Quaker, recalled that if ever we started to grumble we reminded ourselves of the comments of a Jew who had fled from the Nazis to Hong Kong. "If I knew that my family in Europe was nearly as well off as the people in this camp, then I might begin to believe in God." Just begin, he announced. Sir Franklin Gimson, the top British official detained, looking back at war's end, concluded, "Now that I am able to contrast our treatment at Stanley with that of other camps, I think we were extremely fortunate that we escaped so lightly." 16. He was correct. The death rate at Stanley was much lower than in other camps in Japanese-held territories. 17. Stanley was no playground, but it was a far cry from its counterparts in Europe. However, as Emily Hahn indicated, many thought internment camps were for Jews and others deemed to be outcasts, certainly not for the upper echelon of Hong Kong. Sir Franklin initially expected a France or Belgium-style occupation where Tokyo would rule through officials like himself. Indeed, he seemed willing to serve as a quisling. In a strange letter, days after the surrender, instead of promising sabotage he offered the invaders advice on how to locate petrol supplies and tips on how to administer the sprawling metropolis. 18. The Japanese refused his offer to become their lackey. Instead he was arrested and detained for 30 hours before being released owing to the intervention of Mr. Kimuru, a former Japanese consul in Hong Kong. Still confident, Sir Franklin got in touch with leaders of the Indian and Portuguese communities and offered to make any representations on their behalf to the Japanese authorities. These communities did not need the vanquished to represent them, however, and no doubt some looked forward to gaining an advantage over the once powerful British who had fallen so precipitously. 19. All told, approximately 1,290 men, 908 women, and about 315 children were detained at Stanley Camp. 20 To avoid detention, some rushed to embrace identities that earlier would have been shunned. The lordly Ellen Field was compelled to masquerade as a lowly Irish woman in order to avoid internment, as the invaders did not target Europeans thought to be antagonistic toward London, suggesting that Tokyo was warring against white supremacy, more than whiteness itself. 21. Why was anyone detained, in any case? The conquering Japanese seemed to improvise after their victory. Sir Franklin acknowledged this, adding that the Japanese at the outset averred the Europeans had been interned for their own protection. Though this contention appeared to be at first sight ridiculous, in reality it proved to have some substance. 22. A number of expatriates concurred. 23. The time had arrived for the Chinese to wreak revenge on those who had oppressed and exploited them since the Opium Wars, and they seized the opportunity aggressively. In Emily Hahn's novelistic rendition of wartime Hong Kong, a character asserts, after the poor exhibition they have given during the war, the Chinese might tear them the British to pieces. 24. As conditions in Hong Kong steadily deteriorated in the following months, these internees, most of whom had become accustomed to a life with a retinue of servants, would have had a hard time fending for themselves. Despite or perhaps because of this favor of internment, many faced the future with grave apprehension. Gwen Priestwood had heard stories of what had happened to the Germans who were interned by the Japs sick in the First World War, how they came home afterward with no teeth and no hair. This grim prospect so disturbed the fashion-minded writer that she immediately looked in the mirror, dabbing on my rouge and lipstick and brushing her hair. She vowed to fight to retain my looks as long as possible. As she was about to be herded into Stanley, she saw a girl take out a vanity and carefully powder her nose. So I powdered mine. Never say die. Priestwood and her comrades soon found that their ordinary concerns had undergone a quantum transformation. Still, the misery they endured was nowhere near that suffered by the 10,000 servicemen interned in Hong Kong in separate camps. 25 The internees were an odd assortment of nationalities: British, Euro-American, Dutch, Chinese, Eurasian, Portuguese, Russian, Turkish, Czechoslovakian, Hungarian, Spanish, Jamaican, and Cuban. 26 This group was in 3 camps: Indians at Ma Tau Chang, officers in Argyle Street in Kowloon, and other ranks at Sham Shui Po. 27 Sham Shui Po, similar in many ways to the other sites, consisted of a cluster of small, low, wooden huts squatting on reclaimed land close to a smelly slum and a fetid, typhoon, junk anchorage with no sewer in the area. The other camps were little better. Earlier the British at Sham Shui Po had a barbed wire fence erected to keep the Chinese out. Ironically, it was the same fence that now kept us in, said one internee contritely. After the invasion, the Chinese stripped the buildings of everything, leaving intact the barbed wire fence in an almost psychic foretelling that it would be used against their former rulers. 28 Lucien Brunet, an interned Canadian soldier, recalled this residential horror with no toilets. Full of bedbugs, roaches. No soap. 29. Because these fighters had been defeated by and had killed those who now held them captive, they had to bear a special psychological burden and most likely greater persecution by their captors. Yet both sides, civilian and military, realized that they were experiencing not only a normal defeat but a racial debacle as well. Gwen Priestwood realized it when she was playing softball with her captors. One of the Japanese guards lifted the ball high and a young English girl who was playing managed to catch it. "Out," she sang triumphantly. The Japsik shook his head. "Not out, no. Singapore broken, not out." He swung his bat again. There was nothing to do but honor him. Most of the afternoon was spent pitching to him and catching his drives. Every time, all the white folks would yell out. And the Japsik would grow angrier and retort, "No, not out. Singapore broken." 30 David Bosanquet had a similar epiphany, a recognition that the racial rules of the game had changed when, true to type, the Japanese officer guarding him and his comrades ordered us to dig a communal grave. While the coolies, the erstwhile beasts of burden during the British colonial era, sat and watched. 31. Filled with dread, John Straker worried that all the long training the white man has undergone in his adaptation to the East has been undone. Vegetables are insufficiently washed, children eat native products raw, hats are discarded by nearly all, even on the hottest days, flies are everywhere, water is impure. Perhaps, he fretted, natural native adaptation has replaced the careful but artificial adaptation of the European. 32 He was profoundly concerned that Europeans were making a great leap backward in China and would soon supplant the coolies as the pack animals of the region. He had reason to be concerned. Not long after the internment, the already horrible conditions in the devastated city declined sharply. Beyond the barriers of the camps there were credible reports of cannibalism, or so alleged Idizia, who hailed from Shanghai but who was educated as a physician in Hong Kong. One neighbor housewife, he recalled chillingly, disclosed that the distinction between human flesh and animal meat lay in the fact that human flesh when cooked in a frying pan would bounce up whereas animal meat would not. 33 Inside Stanley, one mother overheard two middle-aged men discussing which of the little ones they would start on if the Japanese stopped sending rations to us. 34 The interned Gene Gittins reports that by 1944 it was said that human meat was being sold openly in the markets. 35 When a large mongrel dog strayed into one camp, two English soldiers decided to kill the cur, boil him and eat him after dark. 36 Robert Hammond saw one lady so hungry that she ran out and picked up a large rat that had just been thrown away and started to eat it, skin and all. With astonishment he saw a man selling lo shi tong rat soup for 10 cents a bowl. 37 A U.S. sailor interned at Stanley recalled that no meat ever tasted as good as the horse meat I ate there. They also ate weevils since the doctors in the camp told us they contained vitamins. 38. A pervasive hunger gripped the camps during the occupation. This contributed to a severe loss of memory, especially for names of former associates and acquaintances, and of names of places. The resultant debility led to difficulty in gripping things. Many a piece of crockery or dish of stew falls surprisingly from one's hands. 39 As the captive Ralph Goodwin recalled it, the Europeans were broken wrecks, scarcely able to keep on their feet. So low had their treatment brought them that they could not concentrate, and they were unable to remember the orders shouted at them. This was a source of great amusement to the Japanese, who regarded the Europeans as very inferior beings. 40 That they were given an elaborate intelligence test only served to confirm in the minds of many Europeans that they were being treated like so many Negroes. 41 The ravenous craving for food, the unfriendly captors, the racial reversal, all this and more led many to emotional collapse. 42 Numerous internees did show signs of increased irritability, hypersensitiveness to noise and exaggerated ill temper. Concentration became difficult for many, and loss of memory and insomnia at night were common complaints. 43. There were objective reasons for the emotional abyss of the incarcerated. Not only had they been defeated, an enormous setback in itself, but worse in the eyes of many they had been defeated by those not of pure European descent, thus undermining the very predicates of white supremacy. The police officer George Wrightnuth was stunned when some of his fellow Sikh officers stripped off their uniform, then in their ridiculous red underpants and with their long dank hair let down, except for the top knot with a silver dagger stuck through it, had gone on the rampage. They had rushed around swearing and spitting at European officers and civilians as well as cursing the British government, something they would never have dared to do prior to the invasion. The bulk of the warders at the detention camp that he found himself in were the original Chinese or Indian staff who had merely exchanged their British masters for Japanese. One Indian warder in particular, Rahimat Khan, commonly known as Red Beard, took immense pleasure in humiliating and beating his European prisoners. 44. When the Stanley camp was first opened, Sir Arthur Dickinson Blackburn was shocked when the Japanese put in a number of English-speaking Chinese as block supervisors. The British, for obvious reasons, had thought they knew this language group but now found they did not. The sense of betrayal was boundless and deeply emotional. 45 There were other injuries as well. The journalist George Baxter found it hard to forget the moment when the prisoners were lined up only to find that many of the Japsec officers and men broke ranks, facing us, calmly unbuttoned their trousers and urinated in our direction. One British woman fainted. 46. The boisterous two-gun Cohen was reduced to a pipsqueak after being relentlessly interrogated, then beaten by his captors. All that he could recall at that moment was the distress of Lawrence of Arabia after he had been beaten and raped by Turkish soldiers. On another occasion 30 men in Stanley were sunning themselves on a wall. A Japanese officer drove by and his aide told them it was not polite for white people to sit and look down on the prison. The colonel then ordered the aide to slap all the men. Perhaps as part of the sweeping racial reversal, the Japanese authorities objected violently to any hint, metaphorical or otherwise, that Europeans were looking down on them. That was one reason the Europeans were ordered from the peak and to the flatlands of Stanley. 47 The Japanese authorities also insisted that their prisoners bow ritualistically when in their presence, which the latter correctly viewed as confirmation of their subordination. They resisted, which led to frequent rounds of slapping and beating. Many of the Europeans and Euro-Americans felt they were braving a racial Armageddon. 48 Priests too had been subjected to indignities. 49 Perhaps inspiring further religiosity, although they hardly required it. 50 These trials for the Europeans and Euro-Americans 51 induced emotional turmoil but emotional metamorphosis as well. William Sewell, a Quaker, was interned with his wife and children. He worried about how much food the children would receive during their growing years or, for that matter, whether they would become food in an emergency. Sure, patience and humility were in short supply, moreover the relentlessly British attitudes did not make things easier. We tended to withhold praise from those who did their duty and were very free in criticizing those whom we thought to have failed. On the other hand, selfishness was held in check to an extent, as it was an unwritten law neither to offer nor to receive, lest jealousy should be fostered or obligations made. Reflecting further, was moral fiber, after all, we wondered, dependent upon balanced vitamins and health? Likewise, some came to recognize that those they had formerly derided as the dirty Chinese may simply have been too poor to live in a more sanitary environment. The difficult conditions under which Europeans lived at Stanley gave some of them a new sympathy for Chinese laborers who toiled under similar conditions in the pre-war era. This too was a lesson gleaned from their oppression at the hands of the Japanese. 52 The interned Benjamin Prulx recalled a system of behavior, almost a code of morals, by which we lived and without which we would have gone mad. We would not, especially in the morning, say one disagreeable word to each other. We would share all foodstuffs, cigarettes, and other belongings equally, and we would keep our sense of humor no matter what. If Prulx went to wash out some clothes, I would automatically grab another man's laundry and wash that too. 53 In what resembled a controlled anthropological experiment, the prisoners reverted to what Internile Fisher termed communism in toto. 54 Imprisoned Hong Kong police also made an unconscious decision to stick together. It became our guiding principle that everything we had except for sentimental possessions was shared. We also shared out any privileges or proceeds from black market sales, chores, cooking, or camp duties. We ate as a mess, the same food, the same amount of food and at the same time. We became practical communists, and in our case it worked. 55 This reversion to communism 56 was serendipitous and quite telling in light of the Allies' heavy dependence on the performance of the Soviet Union. William Sewell perceived a competition to work in groups at Stanley since it provided an occupied mind and greater chance of physical health. Being in a collective, he thought, gave a sense of cooperation and friendship. Confirming the spontaneous communism that arose at Stanley, he observed that musicians and preachers as well as teachers, that is, those not involved in work in the gardens growing food, were seen as non-workers and not entitled to as much as those who did. 57 However, the bonhomie of the camp only extended so far. K. Franklin, an internee, detected a lot of informers in the camp, especially among the British soldiers' Chinese wives. They would do anything for extra food or money. So they'd keep their ears open to hear what was going on and then report to the Japs sick to get this extra food. So we had to be very careful. 58. Even under alien rule, the prosperous continued to enjoy distinct advantages. Just as the British royal family often could bond with Ugandan royalty but not with Ugandan peasants or British workers, for that matter the Japanese elites in Hong Kong often felt the same way about their British counterparts. Emily Hahn, who roamed Hong Kong during the occupation because of the benign interpretation of her relationship with a Chinese man, wrote that the Japanese leading official, Oda, a confirmed capitalist, had been severely shocked at the sight of many Hong Kong millionaires he had known, brought low at Stanley. Even enemy rich men are still rich men, she divined, and Oda felt sympathetic toward them. 59. However, Jean Gittins disagreed. In her view, Japanese sought to humiliate the elite by assigning them to the poorest type of accommodation in the camp. 60. In brief, class conflict did not cease simply because conditions were harsh. A number of U.S. sailors were trapped in Hong Kong at the precise moment of the Japanese seizure of power. They railed at the leadership of Stanley being overweight with Standard Oil executives and other China Coast tycoons. Despite their leadership roles, they were subject to demoralization while the Unionists, who were quickly recognized as natural leaders, provided a striking contrast. 61. Though the prisoners at Stanley devised a number of organizations to protect their interests, many of them, particularly the capitalists, still looked forward to denying a similar level of organization to their workers in Hong Kong upon their release from detention. Sir Franklin Gimson made a note in his diary about a discussion with some interned bosses on trade unions where he heard the usual employer's argument that they were not necessary. 62. When it came to unions, these defrocked economic royalists had learned nothing and forgotten nothing. The U.S. consul in Hong Kong, Robert Ward, writing from the comfort of North America, acknowledged the obvious when he averred, "It is probable too that had there been stronger unions in the colony, the laboring groups would have felt that they had a larger stake in the continuance of the former government's rule." The absence of unions provided the Japanese with one situation to exploit in their efforts to discredit the West. 63. But just as the interned had difficulty overcoming class bias, they had a similar problem transcending the bonds of race. Jean Gittins, a prominent member of the Eurasian community, felt this strongly. Some of the British felt that were it not for the many Eurasians in the camp, there would be sufficient food for them. Racial discrimination had by no means moderated in the face of general adversity, and some people were too bigoted to understand that the food was rationed by the Japanese according to the number of mouths to be fed. Then there were those who, failing to get parcels themselves, became increasingly jealous of those who did. They were envious not of the large business houses whose parcels came regularly and had to be paid for at the end of the war, but of the Eurasian community whose relatives in town sent parcels at great personal sacrifice. One of our neighbors worked himself into a bad humor each parcel day. He repeatedly advocated the pooling of all parcels, even though less than 10% of internees received them, and the contents divided equally between the 3,000 others. We were all stunned to find at the end of internment that, instead of eating the contents of their comfort parcels from the Red Cross, they saved intact at least one parcel each, besides tens of corned beef, presumably for a rainy day. 64. This though they were pitiably emaciated. Thus, Stanley could not escape the failings of the society communism had presumably left behind. Europeans and Euro-Americans continued to demand communism when the property of non-Europeans was at play and react passively to the accretion of goods by others. 65. Conflict had to emerge from the Japanese attempt to construct a new racial reality, a reality at odds with the prevailing ethos of white supremacy. As time passed, a black market emerged which reflected the race changes that accelerated with every passing day of the occupation. As John Straker described it, a third party became necessary between internees and guards, and these were generally confined to those with a fluent knowledge of Chinese, which automatically ruled out most Europeans and Euro-Americans. It was not surprising that the Eurasians figuratively born to be the middleman took this role. Although Streicher thought most of the Europeans felt this role either beneath their dignity or disliked the idea of profiteering at the expense of their fellows, the fact was that many of the Europeans had no qualms about profiteering before internment. 66. Certainly, selfishness tinged with racial chauvinism did not disappear with internment. Gwendu has written bitterly of the woman she called Mrs. Elegant, a British dowager who despised the Chinese. While interned, this elderly woman was reluctant to share even a glass of water. She managed to get to the bucket first, and before even the sick children had a chance, she had 5 glasses of water. Then she grabbed 24 lumps of sugar and put them in her pockets and walked off. Not stopping there, Mrs. Elegant turned on a very fine man with mixed blood and called him a dirty wop for seeming to question her. Later, at a meeting with Japanese journalists, one gave her a bottle of spirits, but a fellow European internee asked if he could carry it, then refused to return it. "Of course I took it," he yelled triumphantly, after denying the episode had occurred. 67. Of all the tensions in occupied Hong Kong, Japanese versus British, Chinese and Indians versus British, Japanese versus Europeans, and more, some of the sharpest emerged between Euro-Americans and the British. In fact, these various sets of contradictions fed upon and reinforced each other in a sort of feedback loop. Kenneth Andrew, who served with the Hong Kong police from 1912 to 1938, says that often a pack of American sailors would go out and comb the area for limeys. And when they found any, they beat them up severely. Feelings ran so high between the two naval factions that for a time it got to be rather dangerous for a sailor to walk about that area on his own. Once a party of Americans visited every well-known hotel in the city and beat up every British sailor they found. 68. These strains reflected the declining fortunes of the empire and the rising challenge of U.S. imperialism. Though Britons like Rudyard Kipling, the former colonial secretary Lewis Harcourt, the Duke of Manchester, Lord Randolph Churchill, Lord Curzon, and Joseph Chamberlain had all married U.S. women, George Bernard Shaw better reflected the real state of affairs in his 1929 play The Apple Cart, in which the United States in effect makes a takeover bid for the British Empire. 69. Pre-war Shanghai was a hotspot for sharp clashes between British subjects and U.S. citizens. 70. According to Harry Hale, Hong Kong was similarly replete with conflict. As he recalls it, U.S. sailors used to be so roughly handled by the garrison station in Hong Kong that 2 Americans at one time, if my memory serves me, were killed by artillerymen. 71. Stereotypes often carry a grain of truth, and so it was for the U.S.U.K relationship. The British were thought to be more hidebound, wedded to feudalistic class privilege, while the Euro-Americans were said to be more flexible in this regard. But lo and behold, that was precisely the image that emerged from those that braved the camps. George Wright North, who was British, said that the British were both the most numerous and the most disorganized, while the Americans seemed the best organized entity with a commendable tendency to work together. The British community, more divided by class, occupation, and prejudice, spent too much effort and energy bickering or complaining. Not untypical of their attitude was the remark of the rotund British matron who, as she watched a group of Americans repairing a stove, remarked, "Isn't it fortunate that the Americans have so many members of the working class in their camp?" 72. Stereotypes aside, there were profound underlying reasons that accounted for the conflicts between the British and the Euro-Americans. The United States was distrustful of British intentions in Asia. In the eyes of the United States, Britain wanted to prolong colonialism and the status quo. Disrupting both would facilitate a U.S. advance in the region. This insistent message was difficult for citizens and subjects alike to ignore. Put simply, the Euro-Americans relied on the strength of their economy and the potency of the dollar, both often proclaimed with arrogance, to override British reliance on imperial preference and other rigged rules designed to sustain the empire. The Jamaican activist, Billy Strachan, observed this reality while he was training for the war in Britain. The Americans in general, he maintained, were very unpopular during the war. They were unpopular for two reasons. The white Americans were so well paid and well dressed relatively that whenever they arrived in a pub, it was their technique to take out a large wad of notes and put them on the counter and say, "Now let's drink." The Englishman, who had far lower wages, was very envious. But Strachan also noticed another ironic advantage that the land of Jim Crow enjoyed over Britain. Now the blacks amongst the Americans, he continued, were still treated just as American, not as blacks. Strange as it may seem, I remember finding myself lining up with the Americans against the English because the blacks were involved. I remember being involved in street fighting at Hitchin in Hertfordshire. A group of Americans and I was on the so-called British side, but I went across as a traitor and went on the American side. 99% of the fights, and there were fights, broke out over the girl. The English girl was playing up to the American and the fights broke out. 73 As the United States began to move more aggressively against racism than Britain, its sizable complement of blacks and other racial minorities provided it with yet another advantage over its rival. 74. Thus, it was not long before fissures between Britons and Euro-Americans began to emerge at Stanley. 75 The head of the camp, Sir Franklin Gimson, felt that his erstwhile transatlantic colleagues were much too quick to assume that the end of British rule meant that his words could safely be ignored. Sir Franklin sniffed at one point that the American representative had also a reputation open to question. Disputes ranged widely between the two. When Sir Franklin objected to a committee of hospital management, his counterpart from the United States asked him bluntly, "Have you ever heard of the Boston Tea Party?" The thunderstruck Briton could only exclaim, "What?" 76. The British were perturbed at the attitude being taken by the Dutch and the Americans, who were wanting to run their own affairs without reference to the British. They want direct access to the Japanese. They often prejudice the harmonious relations between ourselves and the Japanese. That was precisely the problem, thought many from the United States. These non-British nationals felt that in order to prolong rule of the empire, that is, over the interns, Sir Franklin would go to extraordinary lengths to collaborate with the Japanese. For his part, Sir Franklin felt he had no choice in light of the difficulty he had with the Dutch, Americans and Norwegians, which was one of the most important aspects of the camp. No doubt Sir Franklin's detractors' worst fears would have been confirmed had they been able to read his diary. He was close to Zindel, who was not prepared to indulge actively in any anti-Japanese activity. Zindel felt that it was possible to achieve far more by playing up to the Japanese susceptibility to flattery than by outright opposition. "I entirely agreed with him," said Sir Franklin, and stated that I found myself in a similar position. Actually, after U.S. citizens were evacuated from Stanley in 1942 to 1943, he had more room for maneuver and collaboration and was able to wangle more commodious quarters for himself in contravention of the wishes of many of the internees. Sir Franklin argued that certain individuals who in their own selfish interests would approach the Japanese direct and obtain special concessions. Ironically, the subjugated of Stanley were subjected to the same tactic they had mastered to virtual perfection: divide and conquer. This was even more ironic in light of the fact that the pre-war British press in Shanghai tended to be more pro-Japan than the U.S. owned press, in part because London counted on Tokyo to hammer the Chinese Communists. 77 The Northern Irish were beginning to distinguish themselves from the British in order to cut a separate deal and not be stained by the broad brush of London's blunders. An Australian and New Zealand society was formed at Stanley, comprised of about 100 Australians and New Zealanders interned there. The captors tried to split this group from the British by offering to transfer them to Shanghai in return for doing propaganda broadcasts. Most refused, but one or two who showed signs which were not immediately negative were sent to Shanghai. 78. As Jean Gittens recalled it, the small Dutch community, subsequently joined by the Norwegians, numbered well over 100. They kept mostly to themselves, and in all those years I cannot recall any direct contact I ever had with any of their nationals. The Americans, on the other hand, stood out as the most favored nation. Throughout their short internment they were released prematurely by Tokyo, Well before the war concluded they enjoyed many privileges in food and accommodation which were denied the rest of the camp. I remember the envy we felt towards them. 79 Stanley was not unique in this regard. In camps in the occupied territories generally, Australians and Americans were likely to make common cause out of being strongly anti-British. And, in general, the British, Australians and Americans, all English speakers, were strongly anti-Dutch. Yet whatever tensions existed between the Allies, they were overshadowed by those between all of them and their Japanese captors. J.P.S. Devereux, a proud Marine major, would never willingly have lowered himself to talk to a yellow man on equal terms. Now he had to learn to speak lower than low, in the voice of unconditional surrender. He was not alone, as the yellow man returned the white man's hate and contempt in spades. In the early days of captivity a Japanese officer was holding a handkerchief to his nose. A POW sergeant asked him if he had a cold. "Baka. Stupid," said the Japanese. "You smell bad, you smell very bad." Later the captor said his prisoner did not smell so terribly. "Now you smell okay. You no eat meat since you become PURISONA." This story could be read another way: the Japanese liked their white prisoners to be starving. And it can be read yet another way: treacherous tropes of insult traditionally used by Europeans and Euro-Americans, such as suggesting that some groups emit foul odors against Africans particularly, were now being turned back against the perpetrators by Asians. That was not the end of it. In the United States it had long been suggested that if one treated a group as if they were slaves, before long the group would begin to believe it themselves and act accordingly. Now Euro-Americans began to be subjected to similar patterns of oppression. In one camp there was the dog man, also an American. He turned himself into a dog. He went around on all fours, lifted his leg to pee and slept curled on the floor. When the guards tried to make him stand on his hind legs he barked at them. When the commandant came around he snarled and bit him on the boot. 80. Alan Jackson Wood of the British military argued that such aberrant behavior was more typical of his U.S. counterparts. Americans, generally speaking, could not look after themselves as well as the British. Generally speaking, if the Japanese knocked a British chap down he'd get up, be knocked down, get up, knocked down. He wouldn't stay down until he was knocked out. The Americans normally would be knocked down once and that was that, they wouldn't get up. Wood's observation was based on his experience at an internment camp in Yokohama where at one point somebody took down a U.S. flag. It must have been as a protest to the life which they'd had to live with the fleas and the lice and the general behavior of the Americans, who seemed unable to stand up in adversity as the British did. 81. Sir Franklin 82, whose view of the U.S. was becoming increasingly choleric, was even more outraged when he discovered that Tokyo's tactics were having a material impact on those he purported to represent. Under the pressure of internment, national bonds that had been taken for granted were fraying badly. There was a strong anti-government feeling to the point that his attempt to reconstitute the administration of the camp with himself in charge would be resisted, even to the extent of arousing riots accompanied by war and bloodshed. The legendary and all-important British prestige suffered by the display of low morale of the British internees at Stanley and by its disregard of the respect due to the higher officials. The turning point in this intra-British conflict came in April 1942 when a number of U.S. citizens left the camp. Perhaps sensing that ties to a government, even a discredited one based in London, might not be such a bad idea, the formerly rebellious British internees reversed their strategy. A petition asking Sir Franklin to lead the British community was signed by 1,500. The imperious Sir Franklin then instructed them that the former administrative council were purely members of an advisory board whose advice I could reject or accept at my discretion. Some of them must have rued their reversal, for he came out firmly against repatriation, since this was British territory and a mass departure might jeopardize the future retention of Hong Kong as a British colony. In other words, British internees should sit tight in the unpleasantness that Stanley was becoming so that the tenuous legal principle of the Crown could remain inviolate. 83. Sir Franklin's attitude was indicative of an incisive fissure within colonialism. As early as 1942, he noted that the whole legal fraternity in the camp is thoroughly discredited, the lawyers and judges of the Supreme Court included. Sir Franklin continued with evident disdain, "I am disgusted with the whole atmosphere of intrigue which surrounds the Hong Kong community and scarcely can visualize myself as assisting the rehabilitation of a society which is entirely worthless." 84. This should not surprise us. Wenzel Brown, a Euro-American interned at Stanley, has painted a disquieting portrait of his fellow citizens there. Jake Bain, the U.S. representative at Stanley, padded the number of Americans coming into the camp and, by so doing, secured more than a fair allotment of space for our group. By securing more than our fair share, we deprived the British of a portion of theirs. Bain boasted openly of his deceit in the matter. No American in the camp raised his voice in protest. Hence, a tremendous proportion of the suffering endured in Stanley prison camp was caused by our own greed, our failure to share and our willingness to submit to petty dishonesties. Within a few weeks the camp was split wide with dissension. Brown objected and the retaliation taken upon him personally was both brutal and contemptible. This sly maneuvering was a reflection of the diverse makeup of the motley group assembled at Stanley. The China coast has always abounded in adventurers, says Brown, young men who go to China to build up a swift fortune through all the devious channels, the strange chicanery, of the Orient. Others are caught by the lure of cheap liquor, becoming more and more dissolute and finally ending up sometimes as waterfront bums, sometimes as wealthy members of the fantastic, corrupt society of the coast. These men, mostly young, and some strangely idealistic, Jake Bain gathered about him. He appealed to all that was greedy and conceited and evil in you and showed you that these faults were really virtues. Moreover, to add to the difficulties of the situation, the Japanese released the white prisoners from the jail at the same time, and a group of prisoners, the scum of the China coast, mingled freely with people from the Peak. These men had been convicted of every crime from rape to murder, and while there were only a handful of them, they added greatly to the terror and uncertainty of the camp. Brown's friend, Mike Shukti, was among those who hailed from the periphery of New York's underworld. He was among the riffraff of the Wan Chai waterfront who arrived at Stanley. There were mixed Asiatic bloods: Chinese, Japanese, Indian, Malayan, Javanese, often with a touch of Negro or European. From these various spheres there arose in camp a group of Americans who had given in, within a prison camp, to a form of fascism at its very worst. We had the spy system, the strong-arm boys, uniforms of a type, ruthless revenge against those who criticized the leader. Caught among these finaglers, the elite British were akin to the pigeons among the cats. Yet Stanley's Euro-Americans were not solely comprised of soldiers of fortune, for in this camp half of our men were university graduates. At least a dozen held Doctor of Philosophy degrees. Most of the large universities were represented. Columbia, I think, headed the list. Stanford, University of California, Yale, Harvard, George Washington, Oberlin, Pomona, Lehigh, University of Pennsylvania, Chicago, Duke, and other universities and colleges throughout the country had graduates in the camp. The small colleges were represented too, especially among the missionary group. This meant that the racial lessons of a race war were bound to be transmitted to an influential U.S. audience. Brown's picture of Stanley diverges sharply from those who have portrayed an abstemious, altruistic communism that arose in the military camps. He felt that a new aristocracy had sprung up which was divorced from the old class system of Hong Kong. The privileged groups were the physically strong, the politically dexterous, and those who had got large sums of usable money into the camp. The former heads of big firms, university professors, wealthy widows were on the edge of starvation, while an engineer, a biscuit salesman, a sailor, and a high government official drank and dined and held gay parties late into the night. Worst of all, Bain fraternized with the Japanese. 85. Stanley was like a laboratory experiment, a stew of various perspectives and persuasions tossed together. On September 5, 1941, the very proper Sir Mark Young was sworn into office in Hong Kong. The ceremony took place in the King's Theatre on a stage bedecked with mounds of flowers alongside the British flag. Those present included leaders of the Chinese and Eurasian communities, including Sir Shaosun Chow and Sir Robert Kotewal 86, whose knighthood was the most visible symbol of their allegiance to the crown. 5 months and 15 days later, on February 25, 1942, the same performance was reenacted in the same theatre, except there was a major difference. Now allegiance was pledged to another sovereign, Japan. Strikingly, Sir Robert was even more fervent in February than in September. He was now law, or alternately lo, kukwo, reflecting the distance he had put between himself and the Anglo-Saxon heritage he had formerly embraced. At the end of his heartfelt remarks, he led the audience in 3 rousing banzais. Emily Hahn recalled later that we all joined in execrating Sir Robert Kotewal, since before Pearl Harbor he had been just about the most British-loving Asiatic you could find. A mixed blood himself, Parsi and Chinese and English. He was prominent in all civic politics. The Hong Kong government were proud of Kotewal and did him honor, yet he was the very first of the great men to welcome the Japanese. It was Sir Robert Kotewal who made speeches at Jap-Sikh-inspired mass meetings. 87 Eugenie Zaitsev of Montreal agreed that Kotewal and Shaosun Chow seemed to be with each other in pro-Japanese fervour and anti-British advocacy. 88. Sir Robert or La Kukwo was not alone. Many did not have the option of switching loyalties so quickly to Tokyo. On the other hand, there was a coterie of Chinese who benefited directly from the occupation, not least because they took the places of now departed or interned Europeans. Robert Ward, formerly U.S. consul in Hong Kong, noted that in contrast to the very small participation of Chinese in their UK government, the Chinese had a much wider popular base in the government of the new colonizers. According to Ward, a Chinese manufacturers' union was formed at the instance of Japanese. Some union members were also part of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, which was perhaps the first group to contemplate cooperation with the Japanese after their capture of Hong Kong. As in India, the Crown had blocked systematically the development of an indigenous capitalist class that might challenge their British counterparts. By taking a different tack, Tokyo not only gained adherents among critically important opinion molders but also set the stage for Hong Kong's post-war economic boom, as many Chinese businesses turned their companies into partnerships, giving a considerable share of the business to a Japanese. War is systematic looting, among other things. Tokyo made this process legal in Hong Kong. By printing the military yen, the Japanese could take whatever they desired in exchange for their paper currency. In any case, Hong Kong made an immediate and continuous contribution to Japan's war effort as a repair dock for naval and merchant vessels, while also serving as one of the principal construction bases for the wooden shipbuilding program. The cement, rubber goods, and other factories also played their part in the fabrication of materials or articles necessary for the armed forces. 89. To be sure, Hong Kong suffered hundreds of millions of dollars in damage during the war. However, this damage was skewed, far more British as opposed to Chinese properties claimed damage. The British made higher claims for private chattels, tugs, launches, lighters, waterboats, to cite one example, while Chinese made higher claims for stocks, growing crops, and livestock. 90. In pre-war Hong Kong, the British controlled a disproportionate share of the wealth. A good deal of this wealth was placed on ships and transported to Japan, particularly automobiles, laboratories, the innards of manufacturing plants, and the like. But as the war was unfolding and later, as the British and Japanese left Hong Kong, the Chinese stepped into their places. Shortly after the war, one BBC commentator noted one rather surprising impression that must come to everyone: the tremendous amount of money that appears to circulate amongst the Chinese. The proportion of Chinese patronizing the cafes, restaurants, and cinemas is vastly higher than before. 91. Some of the biggest winners during the war were the triads Chinese organized crime, as they were among Tokyo's chief allies. Some sabotaged British military equipment and supplied valuable intelligence to the Japanese. 92 This list included the Tanyi Triad Society, originally known as the Lwen Lok Tong, led by Wang Wo. During the occupation he was a detective at the Huachai Gendarmerie and benefited handsomely as a result. In the post-war era his group mushroomed to several hundred members and was engaged in protection and extortion rackets, along with prostitution. 93. During the Japanese occupation, the members of the Wo-Yongyi Triad Society, also known as the Yongyi Tong, robbed and looted godowns in West Point. The occupiers allowed the WYY Society to carry on, as its members acted as detectives and informers for them. The various wharf owners also came to an agreement with the Triad Societies. This was to let the Triad Societies control the wharves after the war had finished. After the Japanese surrender, the leaders of the Triad Societies seized the wharves with the intention of running them in their own interests. Historically, the docks had been a focal point for the Triads. Before the war, the coolies controlled by Tsungpan boarded vessels arriving at the different wharves and took the luggage of persons desiring to use his boarding house, from the ship to the boarding house. After the war, these coolies were prevented from boarding the ships by certain Triads. "I get daily complaints from passengers arriving at my boarding house," said one official, "about baggage being stolen and exorbitant charges levied. If a passenger demurs about the charges, he is assaulted, and during the assault one of his baggage is stolen by the coolie as payment." 94 Despite this banditry, the British authorities reported that the Chinese public does not support police activity against triads and the European population has little idea of the crime potential they represent. 95. Stanley Ho, one of the richest men in post-war Hong Kong, was among the Chinese who benefited from the occupation. Born in 1921, his father fled Hong Kong for Saigon in the 1930s, leaving in disgrace after going bankrupt. During the war Ho escaped from Hong Kong to Macau. Years later, with a glow in his voice, Ho recalled that he worked for the biggest company in Macau during the war, the Macau Cooperative Company Limited. 1/3 owned by the Japanese Army. "I became its secretary. I had to start by learning Japanese. For most, Macau was a graveyard of hope, but for Ho it was paradise during the war. I had big parties almost every night. Bird's nest, roast pork. I became the teacher of the most important Japanese man in Macau during the war. A man called Colonel Sawa. Each morning at 6 he would send his car to fetch Ho to take him to Zhongshan across the border in China. There," he recounted rapturously, "the two of us would climb together to the top of a small hill. Then he started singing in Japanese and he taught me how to sing with him, and in return I taught him English. I was his English instructor for 1 year, and in that time all the Japanese soldiers in Special Branch would kneel down to him and to me, as his teacher." Though the colonel was viewed as no more than a thug by some, to Ho he was a boon companion. His contacts proved useful when Ho started a small trading company. "By the end of the war, I'd earned over $1 million, having started with just 10. Macau was tiny, and yet a bit like Casablanca, all the secret intelligence, the murders, the gambling, it was a very exciting place. When the war ended, I bought a boat, the first one to start crossing between Hong Kong and Macau. I bought up many of the supplies left by the British Army." What of the political morality of what he was doing? Ho never felt hatred of the pro-Japanese Chinese or the Japanese in Macau. "To me they were just people doing their thing and I was doing my thing." 96. Before the beginning of this successful stint, he started off with a job as secretary to the Japanese owner of a firm handling imports of rice, beans, flour, and other goods shipped from Canton. 6 months later he became a partner in the company. Stanley's facility with the Japanese language can be traced to these days. By war's end he was the biggest provider of kerosene in Southeast Asia. 97 Inadvertently, as one writer put it, the Japanese war had created vast opportunities for those who cared to seek and cultivate them, people such as Stanley Ho, who made his first million as a direct result of this conflagration. 98. Ho's idyll with the Japanese occupiers stands in dramatic contrast to the unhappiness of his encounter with the British after the war. "It was quite a contrast," he said. "I thought I knew the British. When I first started business, I knocked at the door of one of the senior British officials. I walked in and tried to shake hands with him, but he was so cold, he wouldn't even shake my hand, just told me to sit down." The British official, on his part, may have been justifiably suspicious of Ho, given Ho's ties to Tokyo. Moreover, years later it was revealed that Ho was on a 10-year-old Canadian police watch list on Asian organized crime as a result of reputed links to a Macau-based triad gang called Kung Lok, involved in drug trafficking, illicit horse racing and casino gambling and counterfeiting. Still, the frostiness with which he was greeted by this British official was not inconsistent with the white supremacist ethos that characterized London's policies. 99. Still, Ho was not alone. Enrique de Sena Fernandez found the war years in Macau to be terrible, but it's strange, I've never had such happy times either. Every night there were parties. 100 during the occupation. A number of Chinese companies, including quite a few from Taiwan and Shanghai, were able to enter a market where previously barriers had existed. 101 This increased penetration of Hong Kong by Chinese capital and the opportunities consequently afforded certain businessmen may shed light on the otherwise confounding words of Robert S. Ward, the U.S. consul in Hong Kong in the immediate pre-war era. A Chinese informant of his, he reported, who left Hong Kong in the fall of 1942 and who has fairly wide contacts both in Hong Kong and Chongqing, states that there has been and is very little underground activity, directed at hampering Japanese control. The situation in Hong Kong is, he believes, different from that in Europe. The Chinese, he says, may hate the Japanese military, but he tends to regard the ordinary Japanese as of the same race as himself, an attitude which makes for easier camaraderie between them. There are thus no deep loyalties, no sound historic or political bases, from which the desperate underground activities which characterize Yugoslav or Greek resistance could spring in Hong Kong. 102 In other words, in Europe sovereign states primarily were dislodged by Berlin, while in Hong Kong a corrupt colonial state was overthrown. This state was unable to inspire the kind of fervent loyalty that drove the anti-fascist resistance in Europe. 5. War/race. When the Pacific War commenced, London and Washington faced a vexing problem. After tirelessly cultivating a disaffected Negro population over the years, Japan had won legions of adherents. At a time when the black population on the West Coast was still relatively small, migrants from former British colonies in the Caribbean, many of whom were reluctant subjects of a faraway monarch, had streamed north to New York City. Thus, Harlem, which had the largest and most diverse black population in the nation, had become the epicenter of this potentially seditious pro-Tokyo posture. Consequently, as Hong Kong was reeling under a Japanese assault in January 1942, a meeting of black leaders voted 36-5 with 15 abstaining, that African Americans were not 100% behind the war against Tokyo. A 1942 poll conducted among black New Yorkers found that 18% said they would be better off under the Japanese, and an additional 31% declared that their treatment would be the same, and only 28% said it would be worse. 2. The black press, which routinely carried gory stories about lynchings and disenfranchisement, also carried stories of Negroes visiting Germany where they encountered fewer problems than, say, on a journey to North Carolina. As late as 1944, the Pittsburgh Courier carried a series of articles by African-American pianist John Welch, recently freed from wartime internment, reporting on the basis of his experience that there is no color problem in Germany. 3. This was a continuation of past trends. When Du Bois visited in the 1930s, he was received with an exceptional courtesy everywhere in Germany, a dispensation that contrasted almost bewilderingly with the treatment accorded to Jews. Even Berlin sought to exploit the Achilles heel of the United States by making overtures to the Negroes. Actually, as David Levering Lewis put it, popular sentiment among Negroes held that more Nazis lived in the South than in Germany, for this was most likely the opinion of an unnamed 16-year-old black girl in Columbus, Ohio, who won an essay contest during the war on the subject "What to Do with Adolf Hitler." Her idea was to put the Führer into a black skin and make him spend the rest of his life in America. Hence it was hard for this oppressed minority to align with their oppressors, even when confronted with a foe as demonic as Hitler. In the spring of 1932, Hitler himself entertained a Georgia-born Negro, Milton S. J. Wright, at a dinner party at a fashionable Heidelberg watering hole. Even Jesse Owens, the Negro sprinter whose victories at the 1936 Berlin Olympics were said to have been a major setback to the Axis, told the Negro journalist, Roy Otley, candidly as one Negro to another. The Nazis bent over backward in making things comfortable for them, even to inviting them to the smartest hotels and restaurants. 6. The Negro response to Germany should be seen as more of a comment on London than on Berlin. Decades earlier, Negroes had been told that if they fought Germany in the war to end all wars, they would benefit. Instead, colonialism continued, falling heavily upon those of African descent. Hence, as London was under heavy assault from Berlin as the Pacific War approached, the colonial secretary was told that there was insistent anti-British talk brewing in Jamaica, a colony that supplied numerous black migrants to Harlem. Jamaicans had a hard time understanding why it was unacceptable for Berlin to deprive European nations of sovereignty, but acceptable for London to do the same in the Caribbean. This alarmed the Jamaican left, which moved a supportive pro-London resolution noting that many of the inhabitants of Jamaica were apparently inclined to be Axis sympathizers. 7. Neighboring Haiti too had long admired Japan. 8. Further north in Bermuda there were similar currents. In the fall of 1940 a Bermudian recalled that not so long ago a former Bermuda governor established birth control clinics to limit the Negro population. This plan was defeated by determined New York West Indians. If the Negro race is going to be treated in a British Crown colony as the Nazis handle their subjugated peoples, then by all means let us have Hitler's New World Order. 9. This was alarming, though comprehensible. NAACP leader Walter White recalled later that during the dark days immediately following the commencement of the Pacific War, bitterness against the Japanese seemed to find expression in Southern communities through acts of violence against Negro soldiers. 10. Not least because of the historic lumping together of all who were not white, some Euro-Americans found it difficult to distinguish between their actual Nipponese foe and their presumed Negro compatriot. In December 1941, as Hong Kong reeled under a fierce Japanese assault, the black intellectual William Pickens was amazed to find a radio commentator in Los Angeles referring to the Japanese as Ethiopians in discussing slant-eyed people and other Ethiopians like that. 11. Blacks and Southern communities were reacting to comments like those of the national hero, Charles Lindbergh, who asserted that the colored must be met frontally by the lily white, that a Western wall of race and arms, which can hold back either a Genghis Khan or the infiltration of inferior blood, must be hastily constructed. 12. Feeling in retrospect incorrectly that the triumph of London and Washington would further augment white supremacy, the black press tended to view the war as a race war, seemed anxious to explain war excesses on the part of Japanese as reactive, and tended to be more condemnatory of atrocities on the part of whites, whether Americans or Europeans. 13. The journalist Roy Otley found that a survey of the leading Negro newspapers since the war began reveals no letters to the editor condemning Japanese treachery and few editorials castigating the Japanese foe, a fact which might suggest that many Negroes have been neutralized. 14. The black conservative icon George Schuyler wondered about the uproar about Japanese treatment of Europeans and the corresponding reticence about how Negroes were treated in the South. 15. The words of the New York Amsterdam News columnist, A.M. Wendell Malliot, who happened to be Jamaican, were typical. Japanese hospitality can only be equaled by their pride and sensibilities, he acknowledged. So, in this year of 1944, when reports of Japanese atrocities had stirred the conscience, he found these accounts questionable. After all, the atrocities, insults, and humiliations which are being heaped upon white captives by the Japanese are the fruits of the white man's prejudice and race hates. They intend to show the white man He's just like other men. A Japanese officer compelled a Philippine soldier to slap an American captive several times on his face. The meaning here is clear. World War III is already in the making and the white race may not then survive. 16. Hugh Mulzac, a member in good standing of the Black Left in the United States and a native of the British colony of St. Vincent, echoed the sentiments of many blacks when he said there was a strong feeling among colored Americans in 1941 that the colonial powers be allowed to destroy each other. As a former British subject I felt this keenly. 17. As one black writer put it in 1940, as London faced the grim prospect of being vanquished, the Europeans had spilled the blood of the colored race in conquering them, and then spilled again the same blood to protect themselves from Germany. This is double execution. Keep the colored people out of white men's wars. This war is God's vengeance on the Democratic butchers. 18. J. A. Rogers, the popular black historian and columnist, agreed. England has cause to be panicky, he announced more than a decade before the Pacific War. Of some 475 million persons in the British Empire, there are about 425 million colored. And of that number perhaps 1 in 1,000 really loves a white man. 19. Although many Negroes were apprehensive about the anti-Comintern axis that included Japan, Germany, and Italy, others accepted it because of their antipathy to the United Kingdom and the United States. Tokyo's tie-up with that abominable gang was due to provocation by American statesmen. We passed an immigration exclusion law branding the Japanese as an inferior race. However, Philip Francis of Harlem foresaw that this new gangster partnership double-crossed itself, because in lining up Japan, a colored race against Britain and the United States, it only served to cement the two so-called Anglo-Saxon nations in the face of common danger, the defeat of white nations by a mongrel combination. In any case, speaking in the fall of 1940, he was reluctant to join the Anglo-Saxons. As members of the black race, we ought to be on the watch for the grouping and regrouping of nations and the effect that such actions will have on the future of African peoples. 20. The alienation of Negroes was a propaganda coup for Japan which it exploited adroitly. One wartime scholar noted that Tokyo chose Britain and, to a lesser degree, American as their scapegoat in this process, seeing the former's colonial rule over erstwhile sovereign states as simpler to exploit. The attack on the United States, on the other hand, stressed the Americans' contempt for non-whites, their scorn of colored peoples and their mistreatment of Negroes within their midst. The Negroes, according to a Tokyo broadcast to other Asian states, hate the United States. Filipinos, who needed no introduction to U.S.-style white supremacy, were subjected to frankly racial appeals by Tokyo and told that the white Americans despised them as racial inferiors, while Japan promised equality. 21. If need be, Tokyo could point to the Negroes as living confirmation of their indictment of white supremacy. The nagging perception that Tokyo was the sole force standing between Negroes and a continued escalation of white supremacy led many blacks to rationalize, if not justify, Japan's creeping encroachment, then war against China. Hubert Harrison, a native of the former Danish colony of St. Croix, Virgin Islands, who came to be known as the father of Harlem radicalism, hailed the rise of Japan early on and derided the idea of the United States as the champion of China against Japanese aggression. Harrison, who unusually was close to the Black Left and the Black nationalists, recalled the events of the 1890s when, in the wake of Japan's war against China, the four powers proceeded to take what they had denied Japan. England took Weihai, Germany took Shantung, Russia took Port Arthur and France also took her slice. While the white powers were stripping China, the United States did not assume any ethical role. So why would the United States now object to Japan taking her slice of China if not for racial reasons, he mused. Speaking in the early 1920s, he maintained that to men of color it seems that the United States does so now only because Japan, as a colored nation, has assumed in China a prerogative exclusively appropriated hitherto by the dominant and superior whites. 22. He cited approvingly Moto Sadazumoto, editor of the Herald of Asia, who stated angrily that if the West persistently refuses to listen to the voice of reason and justice on China and related matters, and aggravates the antagonism of culture by injecting race prejudice, it is not inconceivable that the result may possibly be war between the races, incomparably more calamitous than the late Great War and wider in extent. 23. With painfully unrealistic hopes, many black nationalists sought a way out of their conundrum of backing Japanese rapacity in China while objecting to the same in Africa by fervently praying that the two Asian giants would combine. Du Bois was among those who succumbed to this notion. 24 Others saw Japan's plunder of the planet's largest nation as a form of tough love, meant to harden China so it could better confront white supremacy. Some thought the Japan-China conflict had been wildly exaggerated by London and Washington for their own narrow interests. 25. While Du Bois in his later years became a devoted admirer of communist-ruled China. 26 In the 1930s his irascibility in discussing the Chinese knew no bounds. They were extremely separatist, he thought. They do not know Europe. They have no idea of human cruelty. Current in Europe. China does not even realize the insult of the American-Chinese Exclusion Act, he said in amazement. But Japan was different, he felt. Du Bois, a socialist of sorts and a friend of Soviet Russia, sought to reconcile this nation with Japan. 27 As this unlikely prospect steadily slipped away in reality. 28. Du Bois tended to see the Japanese as robust in their encounter with white supremacy and Chinese as pusillanimous, a notion that was confirmed in his mind when he visited Shanghai in 1936. When he raised the question of racial indignities with the Chinese leaders who had just denounced Japanese aggression in their country, they made no reply. They talked long, but they did not really answer my question concerning Anglo-American outrages. 29 Du Bois, like other Negroes, found China's abrasive approach toward Japan and mildness toward the empire rather curious. It reminded many blacks of a distasteful phenomenon in the United States where certain Negroes were fire-breathing combatants toward their own kind but timorous when dealing with Euro-Americans. This suspicion of China and the Chinese as being much too quick to seek accommodation and collaboration with the white powers, as opposed to Japan, which was seen by contrast as utterly confrontational, soured many Negroes on the Middle Kingdom. During this 1936 visit to Shanghai, Du Bois recalled sitting with a group of Chinese leaders at lunch. Rather tentatively, he told them that he could well understand the Chinese attitude toward Japan, its bitterness and determined opposition to the substitution of Asiatic for an European imperialism. Yet what he could not quite understand was the seemingly placid attitude of the Chinese toward Britain. 30 Indeed, he thought the fundamental source of Sino-Japanese enmity was in China's submission to white aggression and Japanese resistance to it. The Chinese, he thought, were Asian Uncle Toms of the same spirit that animates the white folks nigger in the United States. 31 With a wave of the hand, Du Bois dismissed concerns about violation of Chinese sovereignty by Japan. In 1841, he argued, the English seized Hong Kong, China with far less right than the Japanese had in seizing Manchuria. 32. When all was said and done, many Negroes simply had a high opinion of Japan and the Japanese and a correspondingly low evaluation of China and the Chinese. James Weldon Johnson was neither a black nationalist nor a black leftist. In fact, he was an early leader of the NAACP. Yet after attending a 1929 conference on Asia, he was candid in asserting that he had boundless admiration for the energy, the enterprise, the genius for organization and execution, and that uncanny efficiency of the Japanese. Besides, they were assertive in the face of racism, unlike their Asian neighbors. 33. Unfortunately, it was often difficult for some Negroes to distinguish between Chinese Americans who on the West Coast were often in clawing competition with blacks for jobs and China itself. Thus, in 1928 the black press was ablaze with stories about how the railroads and the Pullman Company, fearing a strike of their colored Pullman porters, are beginning to introduce Oriental workers into their service. 34 In places like Mississippi, some Chinese sought to escape bias by distancing themselves from Negroes. Thus, a Negro newspaper reported with apparent delight in 1928 on the High Court barring a Chinese boy from Mississippi white schools. The court said that the term white race is limited to the Caucasian race, that the term colored race includes all other races. 35. As late as 1942, when the Japanese rape of China was no secret, many Negroes still had difficulty breaking with Tokyo's line. By this juncture a wartime U.S. government had become less tolerant of such opinions, censoring and jailing those sympathetic to Japan, thus underscoring how deeply felt these opinions were. Weeks after the fall of Singapore, a Pittsburgh Courier writer asserted confidently in a front-page story, "Between the Japanese and the Chinese, the Negroes much prefer the Japanese. The Chinese are the worst Uncle Toms and stooges that the white man has ever had." 36 In this country, he continued bitterly, as soon as he gets a chop suey place, which is anything like decent, the first thing he does is put up a color bar. 37 Even as the war unfolded, the conservative George Schuyler, on the other hand, noted that in Ogden, Utah, the only 2 restaurants open to colored soldiers, were run by Japanese. If Uncle Tom's children want a hotel room in that locality, they must go again to the Japanese. This was, to say the least, ironical. 38. Such biting editorial opinion at the expense of China and Chinese was not new. Shortly after the plunder of Nanking in 1937, in the run-up to the blows inflicted on the empire, an Afro-American editorial made the case for Japan and backed the war against China. James Ford, the black communist, was astonished. He issued a blistering critique, but his was a view tainted by communism and, in any case, contrary to the pro-Tokyo sentiment so prevalent then. 39 But William Pickens was no radical. He too had a long-term relationship with the NAACP, and he too had boundless admiration for Nippon. As for their war against China, he declared in 1932 that "We do not like war, but we do like the Japanese. They are the first colored nation to refuse to take orders or to be bluffed by white Europeans and Americans in generations." In that act, he concluded portentously, "They have ushered in an epoch, they have actually put an end to white supremacy in the world." 40 He did not stop there. White supremacy was slain in Manchuria. With all the evil things they are doing in their attack on China, that is the one good result they have achieved, and it is almost, perhaps altogether, a compensation for the evil. Whether they set out to do that or not, the Japanese are recreating Asia. Our present Western sympathy for the poor Chinese is thoroughly hypocritical. We have treated them worse in our country, referring to the pogroms that often greeted Chinese immigrants on the West Coast. Pickens was no dummy. In 1932 he possessed sufficient foresight to see that in the immediate future the resisting Chinese are going to be a far greater threat to white domination in Asia than Japan ever could be. 41 Yet he too was blinded by the rising sun. George Schuyler was a fervently anti-communist black conservative who ultimately hailed McCarthyism. Yet in 1940 he was hailing the Japanese digestion of China, since it continued the progressive deflation of white supremacy and arrogance in the Orient. Where white men once strutted and kicked coolies into the street, they now tread softly and talk in whispers, he noted approvingly. The Japanese have done a fine job in making the white man in Asia lose face and shattering the sedulously nurtured idea of white supremacy. Of course the white people hate them because they fear them. This war was wonderful, he thought, since it was deflating white supremacy and fomenting race equality. 42. These conflicting currents help explain why one black columnist felt that the Japanese war on China had sharply divided Negro opinion, though there was decided agreement that the invasion was a necessary means towards a most desirable end, namely full manhood status and freedom for the Negroes of the world and the colored races in general. The awesome burden of white supremacy had distorted the vision of too many Negroes, he thought. This passionate desire to see some arrogant white imperialistic nations crushed by some colored group has led many astray. This idea that the success of Japanese imperialism will be the means of our racial salvation explained the reasons for black support of Japan's action. 43. Of course, there were noted exceptions to this anti-China, pro-Japan bias among Negroes. A leading Chinese air ace helping Peking to repel Tokyo's assault was a U.S. Negro. E. Van Wong was a native of Greenville, South Carolina, where he was born in 1908 as Edward Van. He took the name of Wang to make his Chinese brothers feel more at home with him. He had unsuccessfully tried to enlist with the U.S. Armed Forces, when he heard that in China, ability counted and not race. So he crossed the Pacific, where he proceeded to shoot down a long list of enemy planes during the Sino-Japanese War. 44 Likewise, when the old Harlemite, Chu Jian, passed away in 1942, this Chinese man who owned the World Tea Garden on Lenox Avenue and 140th Street was remembered with honor. 45 Still, on balance, Harlem possessed a decided fervor for Nippon and a wary skepticism of the Middle Kingdom. Japanese agents in communities like Harlem had the advantage of being able to circulate easily, for these areas had attracted a sizable Asian American population. This group and the Negroes with whom they shared neighborhoods had been consigned to the most run-down, decrepit, dilapidated section of Harlem. In August 1940 the journalist Marvel Cook decided to saunter down around 110th Street and Lenox Avenue and found the effect startling. For lining the avenue for almost 2 blocks are countless small shops, groceries, laundries, souvenir and notion stores and chop suey restaurants. On every window can be seen Chinese names, often inscribed in Chinese characters. It would be a Herculean task to determine how many Chinese actually live in this little settlement. Nor is it any easier to attempt to determine the total Chinese population of Harlem. 46. 3,000 miles due west was San Francisco, facing the Pacific, and it too had a similar makeup. The Japanese colony and the Negro colony in San Francisco are close enough neighbors to provide many contacts, said one writer. Further, they share some things in common. The color line is not noticeable as it is elsewhere. This had made it possible, my agents learned from loyal Negro sources, for Japanese to spread racial propaganda. Writing in March 1942 as the outcome of the war hung in the balance, this analyst asked nervously, "Who do you suppose is tearing down air raid shelter signs and defacing other notices designed to prevent confusion and save lives?" 47. Even Japanese fiction manifested a strong interest in Negroes and their potentially subversive role in the United States. The Japanese novel Mishiva Senmuraiki, Forecast of Future American-Japanese War, written by Lieutenant Commander Kyosuke Fukunaga and prefaced by Admiral Kanji Kato, both of the Imperial Japanese Navy, published in 1933, concerned a fictitious battle between the American and Japanese navies in which the Japanese emerge victorious. One incident relates that a Negro messboy, won over by the Japanese, procured information as to the time United States warships would pass through the Panama Canal after the commencement of hostilities between the United States and Japan. The Negro messboy leaves the fleet at Havana after planting a time bomb which resulted in the fictitious destruction of the battleship Oklahoma while it was passing through the canal lock. Such efforts helped to move some Negroes to contend that they envisioned a race war unfolding in which the Japanese were the champions of oppressed Negroes in the United States and of colored people the world over. 48 Japanese agents could swim like fish in this ocean of color. Not surprisingly, days before the bombardment of Hong Kong, Yoshitsai Nagatani, who was Japanese and a prominent businessman and expert on America, saw the color problem in the United States as one of its major weaknesses. 49. Evidently Washington felt the same way, for immediately following the launching of the Pacific War, the New York Police Department invaded Harlem and began rounding up Japanese suspects. But even this setback provided dividends for Negroes. For with the exception of marked facial distinction, there is somewhat of a striking similarity in hue between the Japs and many Harlemites. Thus, colored policemen were deployed en masse and played an invaluable role in the mass arrests, exhibiting their indispensability in a world where color mattered. In addition to Chinese shops, Lower Harlem also was distinguished by its Jap restaurants. In a final flourish, as they were being marched to the gallows, many of the sons of Nippon declared "Me colored man," too. 50. So began, as the Pacific War was launched, a witch hunt in the Harlems of the United States, though Washington claimed that there were real witches out there, namely, many colored persons prominent in New York and Washington political circles who may have received Japanese money. The bibliophile Arthur Schomburg, who widely introduced Japanese figures throughout the United States, was singled out for special scrutiny. The visitors would travel Jim Crow and visit colored homes as their guest lodger in places like Tuskegee and Hampton. This endeared them further to Negroes, who were unaccustomed to such gestures of solidarity from the residents of powerful nations. However, the authorities' intense scrutiny of Schomburg in 1941 was wildly misplaced, as he had passed away in 1938.51. Such was the nervous hysteria that accompanied the Pacific War. Old habits die hard, however. Many in the United States desperately wanted to maintain racial segregation, though they recognized that the Japanese challenge had made it untenable and this conflict could create an enervating dissonance. Roy Wilkins of the NAACP was stunned in January 1942 when he encountered the authorities in Washington trying feverishly to arrange Jim Crow air raid shelters. 52 Of course, if Tokyo had invaded Washington, such segregation would have facilitated them in their effort to intern Euro-Americans immediately, as they had done in Hong Kong while relying on Negroes in their administration. James Thornhill was part of a sizable and organized pro-Tokyo constituency among U.S. Negroes. As he was being carted away in Monocles in 1942, A. H. Johnson, an FBI agent in Chicago, warned that black membership in pro-Japan groups exceeded 100,000, many more than the number of Negroes in pro-Moscow and anti-Tokyo associations, the usual target of FBI harassment and surveillance. 53. One of these groups was the Tokyo-backed Pacific Movement of the Eastern World, which had revived with new intensity after the successful seizure of Hong Kong and Singapore. This alarmed responsible Negro leaders, as several thousand St. Louisans joined the movement and tens of thousands elsewhere. In March 1942, black columnist A. M. Wendell Malliot counseled that pro-Japanese sentiment among colored people is said to be growing in the United States, buoyed by Tokyo's victories. 54 For the longest time Mimo D. Guzman, alias Dr. Takis, had operated a little hall on Lenox Avenue with a signboard carrying the inscription "The University of Tokyo." He told Harley Mitz that rifles would be furnished them by the Japs. 55 Born in 1894, he had enlisted in the U.S. Navy before being dishonorably discharged in 1920, then started a thriving business as a herb doctor among his followers. 56 Pro-Japanese sentiment was not quelled by reports that Australia was resisting the dispatching of black troops there because of concerns about white supremacy. This was one of the most bitter experiences that any race may be called upon to face, it was said, that is, rescuing those who despised you. 57. There was said to be a massive Tokyo spy ring in Harlem that held regular meetings of its well-organized and well-financed group of agents. Germany too was considered a friend of the black race, since it was exterminating the European enemies and exploiters of the Negro, thus saving the latter time and trouble. An octoroon colored woman served as liaison, together with 2 Japanese and 2 or 3 whites. Negroes were told that the present leader of the Japanese had an African mother and a Japanese father. It was predicted that when we, Japanese, win, we will have FDR picking cotton and Stimson and Knox riding us around in rickshaws. 58 These gatherings were among the many meetings held by federations and congregations at which the silent but gracious little sons of the Mikado have been interested listeners. As one black journal put it, the colored laborer with wife and children at home, who is turned away from the door of industry, whose advertisement reads "Colored men not wanted," is a virgin field for Tokyo propaganda. 59. The U.S. government did not dismiss the efforts of black advocates of Tokyo as empty rhetoric. On the contrary, the government detained and placed many Negroes on trial in the fall of 1942 as Japan continued to rampage through Asia. Almost 90 were arrested, including Elijah Muhammad, leader of the group that was to become the Nation of Islam, who it was reported was found hiding under his mother's bed. Keith Brown, Assistant U.S. Attorney General, was explicit. These Negroes, he said, were part of a conspiracy to corrupt the patriotic, loyal, and law-abiding colored population of Greater New York, and more particularly the community known as Harlem. In his view, they had crossed a dangerous line by saying that colored United States soldiers should not fight the Japanese. Among the 42 specific statements he cited, the one that rankled particularly was that the defendants had resisted conscription on the grounds that they might shoot the wrong man. James Thornhill was among those convicted. Born in the Caribbean, in the U.S. Virgin Islands, he contemptuously referred to the United States as the United Snakes of America. It will only be a matter of time, he contended confidently, until the Japs are running the United States. Indeed, they will eventually rule the world. Thus, he instructed Negroes, you should learn Japanese. When they tell you to remember Pearl Harbor, you reply remember Africa. After all, the white man brought you to this country in 1619, not to Christianize you but to enslave you. This thing called Christianity is not worth a damn. I am not a Christian, he declared. We should be Mohammedans or Muslims. Thornhill's gumption got him a conviction and an 8-year prison term, though 3 members of the jury, including the forelady, were colored 60. Leonard Robert Jordan, also known as Robert Leonard Jordan, was also among those targeted. He was a small, nattily dressed man with a passionate flare to his nostrils, which dilated when he spoke. 61 A Harlemite residing at 239 West 116th Street. He was born a British subject in Jamaica, and was in Central South America in 1914 in the Navigation Department of Great Britain and later served for the Japanese Steamship Company. He is alleged to have made the statement that while in Japan he found the Japanese to be very friendly to the Negroes and that he had the privilege of studying the customs of the Japanese and becoming a member of an outstanding society in Japan. Jordan, who claimed to have served with the Japanese Navy and was reported to have been their agent since 1922, declared that Japan was going to form a government in Africa which the Negroes could rule under Japan. This may have been the least of the inflammatory statements he routinely made from various street corners in Harlem. 62 The eloquence and sharp debating skills of the Harlem Mikado was said to have driven a number of competing street speakers to introduce Japsic propaganda in their talks to hold their audiences. 63 The fiery Jordan allegedly intended cutting off the heads of a lot of colored people when he took charge, most notably those not as enthusiastic about Tokyo as himself. 64 The fates of Washington elites would be a mite better, however. The president would be reduced to picking cotton while his 2 top cabinet members would be riding me around in rickshaws, a common fate prescribed for the mighty. 65 Jordan was reported to be backed by Japanese money with substantial weekly allotments. 66 In November 1936, Robert O. Jordan, the President General of the Ethiopia Pacific Movement based at 204 Lenox Avenue in Harlem, wrote Japanese Foreign Minister Hakiro Erda. The head of the EPM, whose chief business advisor was T. Kikuki, was explicit in noting that we, the dark race of the Western Hemisphere, are putting our entire confidence in the Japanese people with the hopes that in the very near future we will be 100% united, and when this is accomplished, we will desire a very close relationship with the Japanese government. Yet, he warned, if Japan were to back Italy in its invasion of Ethiopia, this would completely wreck the progress we have made in this direction, and naturally this will lessen the faith that the sons and daughters of Africa had placed in the good government of Japan. Jordan was certain that Tokyo would not disappoint, for according to history, we are sure the Japanese people always show a good feeling toward their colored brothers of the world. We have great faith in what the future holds for the dark races under the excellent leadership of Japan. 67. The attempt by black nationalists to reach out to Tokyo was a reflection of their desperate plight, besieged as Negroes were by lynchings, poverty, as well as mundane indignities. Their desperation is also reflected in their contemporaneous effort to get Britain, a land otherwise known as the epicenter of global white supremacy, to intervene on their behalf. Thus, in 1933, the members of the Pacific Movement told Your Majesty that we are suffering sick here. In the southern part of the states they lynch and burn them unmercifully with no other reason than that we are black. We do not know why they have to treat us with such hatred. We are writing you because when the first slaves were brought from Africa, America belonged to England. We want to go back to our native land Africa. We are requesting that you enable us to do so. This is not our country and we do not want to stay here, we want to go back home. 68. Many in Harlem were indignant about the so-called Harlem Mikado. One newspaper influenced by the black left was dyspeptic in its assessment. Jordan, it said, was part of an unlikely BB plan. This plan also implicated black followers of Buddhism who preached Buddhism as the religion of people of color the world over as the key to racial success. Under this scenario, American Negroes who became Buddhists automatically won Japanese citizenship, would get chances to visit Japan, study science and professions, receive military and naval training. This fiendish plot was said to have over 11 million followers in Burma, and millions of others in the rest of Asia. Success of the plan would mean establishment of a black empire in Africa, a prospect that probably delighted the paper's readers, alienated as so many of them were by colonialism in their ancestral continent. 69 The paper's investigations revealed that the scope of the World Basic Plan of the Japanese is almost unbelievable, supposedly exposing the cunning of an Oriental group that had gone back to the wars of the Crusaders in the interest of Christianity. 70. The FBI was convinced that the Negro nationalists were part of a plot to create a force of pro-Tokyo blacks and Asians who would be utilized by the Japanese armed forces when they invaded the United States. The scheme included Policarpio Manansala, a Filipino, linked to Japan's race-conscious Black Dragon Society, a paramilitary indeed, Leninist elite of activists and thinkers. 71 Manansala was among a motley array of the discontented and disaffected who spearheaded Tokyo's crusade in the United States. Another was Eugene Holness, also known as Lester Holness and Lester Carey, who vowed to fight for Japan with every drop of my blood. He was a leader of the Ethiopia Pacific Movement, second in charge behind Jordan. Like his commander, he had been born outside the United States and was active as a street speaker. 72 Then there was Joseph Hilton Smith, a tall, sallow man with a long forehead, and his spouse Anastian Haynes, a brown-skinned beauty. Smith founded the Negro News Syndicate with active assistance from Tokyo. 73 Others included David D. Irwin, a cook, and General Lee Butler, a janitor. 74. It was left to a black columnist to point out that white metropolitan newspapers are making much of the fact or fiction that the men arrested are British West Indians, many of whom found it difficult to understand why they had to pull London's chestnuts from the fire lit by Tokyo. 75 Harlem was just a leading indicator, however. There was a pronounced inclination among black children generally to play the Japanese in games, since they are fond of imagining that they are in a position to avenge themselves against white oppressors. 76 One analyst found that Tokyo had turned for spying to the American Negroes, a massive force of largely disgruntled citizens, many of whom had a racial axe to grind against white Americans. Japan, it was reported, had established contact with influential Negroes who had promised to keep the Japanese informed about the operations of Negro organizations. 77. Congressman John Rankin of Mississippi railed vigorously against these trends. Desegregation, he suggested, was all a Tokyo plot, for if these agitators will let the Negroes alone, we will not have trouble with them. 78 But to Congressman Rankin's dismay, Harlem was not alone. FBI field offices from the Atlantic to the Pacific were filing reports as the Japanese advance unfolded, indicating that Washington faced real problems in keeping a restless mass of pro-Tokyo Negroes in line. In Detroit, to cite one example among many, George Clarence Myers, a 19-year-old Negro, was indicted in 1943 for sabotage in connection with his activities at the Chrysler plant, where he toiled as a janitor. Myers kicked off gauges from a machine which caused a delay in the production of tank motors. Scrambling to stay ahead of events, Detroit quickly hired more Negro bus drivers to pacify black ire. It was not just the U.S. ruling elite that was compelled to undertake racial reform in the face of a race war. Negroes themselves, inspired by the Japanese example of driving Euro-Americans to the brink, received further confirmation that the idea of white supremacy itself was at root just a confidence game. Undermining such seditious talk would require major racial reform, As a matter of national security, the United States found out the hard way that being a major power and retaining racial segregation could be fatally incompatible. 79. Surely many Euro-Americans had reason to think so. A reporter from the Afro-American, a paper that a few years earlier had supported editorially Japan's invasion of China, told Eleanor Roosevelt that he had attended Negro meetings where Japanese victories were slyly praised and American defeats at Bataan and Corregidor brought amused and knowing snickers. Ms. Roosevelt's good friend Walter White of the NAACP, who could and did pass as a Euro-American from time to time, also sparked concern. The authorities in Dallas were alarmed when in February 1942, as the startling fall of Singapore was being consolidated, this usually mild-mannered functionary was reported to have said that America had incited Japan's attack on the United States for 50 years with its color prejudices. Speaking before a crowd of 2,000 Negroes and 100 Euro-Americans, White supposedly asserted that racial and color prejudice had also resulted in the loss of Singapore and is threatening the Burma Road. He stated that if something is not done immediately for democratic equality of the 13 million Negro minority in the United States, he would not answer for the horrible consequences. 81. Ultimately, this tension between raw white supremacy and national security was to be resolved in favor of the latter, though White's NAACP was loath subsequently to acknowledge this connection. Early in 1942, the writer Isaiah Berlin observed that both members of the administration and others are a good deal perturbed by development of the Negro problem under influence of color propaganda by Japanese. In his view, the United States was being compelled to endure racial reform as a result of this external pressure. Thus, Washington was encouraging employers to look more favorably on black workers. Moreover, all this was placing pressure on the empire as the United States sought to deflect attention from its own racial dilemma to the equally netlesome matter of colonialism in Africa, which was primarily a European burden. 82. This gave momentum to anti-colonialism in Africa. Many Negroes wondered why the racial consequences of the war, which they commented on and debated regularly, did not seem to be of similar public concern to their Euro-American compatriots. At a particularly tense moment in early 1942, when Japan seemed to be on the verge of upsetting the apple cart of color, columnist A.M. Wendell Malliot mused that although the racial aspect of Japan's fight is being willfully ignored and written down in the United States, the fact is that the racial phases and activities of the Japanese are considered and understood as dangerous in other capitals of the United Nations, especially London. 83. It was as if the race changes brought by the war were too painful to contemplate. 84. Malliot, an unheralded intellectual, was regarded as the only Negro commercial publisher. After arriving in the United States from Jamaica in 1929, he had worked for Oxford University Press. 85. He was no neophyte. Yet, while hands were wringing in London and Washington about the fall of Singapore, he felt that to others, especially the colored races, it may be good news. Today, he continued almost hopefully, as never before in the long and ghastly history of Western civilization has the future of the white race hung so dangerously in the balance. 86. The belief that this war was a white man's war is rapidly gaining adherents among colored people in the United States, he wrote. 87. It was clear that unless profound racial reforms were undertaken, the security of the United States could be in serious jeopardy. Carter G. Woodson, the doyen of black historians, also was not particularly depressed by the seizure of Hong Kong and Singapore, a fact that had caused him, like other Negroes, to be questioned by white government officials. He was unrepentant, however. "I can't blame the white Americans," he ventured, "for being suspicious of our loyalty now, because they have done enough devilment to have their suspicions justified." 88. Du Bois did not disagree. He felt that the British Empire has caused more human misery than Hitler will cause if he lives 100 years. It is idiotic to talk about a people who brought the slave trade to its greatest development, who are the chief exploiters of Africa and who hold 400 million Indians in subjection, as the great defenders of democracy. 89. Adam Clayton Powell, the black congressman from Harlem, was of like mind, as he saw it. In the fall of 1942, the difference between Nazism and crackerocracy is very small. Crackerocracy is a pattern of race hatred. 90. From the other shore, the black conservative George Schuyler concurred. In mid-June 1944 most of the United States was elated about the nation's prospects in prevailing in the war. But Schuyler was thinking different thoughts. The Europeans, he noted caustically, have been a menace to the rest of the world for the past 400 years, carrying destruction and death wherever they went. True, this system of world fleecing directly benefited only a handful of Europeans, but indirectly it benefited millions of supernumeraries, labor officials, and skilled workers. Europe has been a failure as well as a menace, he concluded wearily. The European age is passing. One can derive a certain pleasure from observing its funeral. 91. On the other hand, the fact that Schuyler could emerge as one of the harshest critics of white supremacy, though he was the nation's preeminent black conservative, exposed the fault lines of black conservatism and the nation itself. For it was apparent that under pressure from Japan, Negro conservatives could espouse a philosophy that hardly comported with that of their Euro-American counterparts. Moreover, the prevalence of white supremacy meant that Negroes of virtually all ideological persuasions could flee from the banner of the nation in times of stress and strife, severely calling national security into question. 92. These angry and passionate words emerging from all corners of the black political spectrum were often matched by comparable actions in the streets of a racially torn nation. On the Pacific coast there were ominous reports of Negroes choosing white people, that is, assaulting them randomly. George Schuyler felt that a change comes over many of these Negroes when they migrate north. There they are ready to break the law, slice the throat or shatter the eardrums of some white person they have never seen before on the slightest pretext. 93. In Los Angeles in 1944, J.F. Anderson was upset with the pugnacious attitude of the colored people who have come here in droves. People tell me that they have what they call Shove Tuesday. On that day the Negro folks emphasize themselves in every way they can, even to shoving white folks off the sidewalk if they feel inclined to do so. If the colored folks are not set right on these questions, he warned, there will be trouble in the state. 94. Governor Earl Warren of California was told a similar story that year. O.L. Turner of San Mateo said that a dastardly attack was made by a Negro sailor upon the person of a 24-year-old wife and defense worker. Ruefully, he noted that the Japs sick who were driven out of this community were far more safe for our white girls and women than are the hosts of Negroes that have moved in and taken the place of the Japs sick. And I am no Jap sick lover. With exasperation, he pleaded, how would you like to have this or any other Negro attacker hold the knife to your wife's throat or your daughter's or even your own? 95. Apparently the situation had deteriorated to the point where L.G. Bratton felt moved to confide to Governor Warren a plan which is determined to be used in disposing of the entire Negro race. With understatement, he added forebodingly, the plan will be a revelation to the entire population of the United States for its very boldness. 96. Theodore Roosevelt McCoy suspected that this diabolical plan was already in force. In the fall of 1943 he was moved in desperation to write the president himself because of the awful experiences he was compelled to endure working for E.I. DuPont at Hanford, Washington. For he and other Negroes is getting very bad here, sick, one killed by white men, cursed and whipped. The white men on this job hate a Negro man. We don't want their women, he cried, we don't want to be white, we want to be treated right. Despite his tormentors' fears, every day the white men take the Negro woman in the car and the Negro man can't say nothing. Most ominously for FDR, he mentioned in passing that as a result of such racial persecution, we will never win the war. 97. Washington did not make things easier by countenancing a vile form of discrimination against Filipinos too, while Japan was telling those who resided in the Philippines that they too would receive a better deal if Tokyo ruled. When news broke in 1943 that California might seek to repeal laws banning intermarriage between Filipinos and those of European descent, Governor Warren was besieged with angry mail. His press secretary hastened to clarify that Warren had no authority to abrogate the law. 98. But John D. Stockman of Hollywood fumed, we should have a law against association of Filipino men with white girls, making them guilty of mésalliance and immediate arrest and deportation of the Filipino and the girl given a mental test. Why? The more segregation we have, he reasoned, the fewer race wars we will have. Desegregation was insane, he declared. While the best of our manhood are fighting one Mongoloid race to keep it from exterminating another, we don't want them to find when they come home that we have allowed a good California law to be abrogated, he concluded with impeccable illogic. Point 99. Miguel Garcia was an intended victim of Stockman's anger. In November 1944 he alleged that he was refused employment by the American President Lines as a purser because he was a Filipino, that no Filipinos have been employed as pursers bolstered his claim. 100 Filipinos could take solace in the fact that they were not the sole objects of bigotry. In 1941 the shipyards of Richmond, California, were refusing applications from Negroes, Filipinos, Sikh, Japanese and Chinese. 101. The sons and daughters of India were expected to hold the line against Japan's advance, while meekly accepting their place in the empire. As if this were not enough, in the United States, which purported to be more enthusiastic about Indian independence, they continued to be subjected to a legal discrimination that denies them the privilege of naturalization. Ramlal B. Bajpayee, then of Washington, D.C., bombarded Governor Warren with clippings about his countrymen fighting with the Allies in Burma. But like most politicians, the future Chief Justice was reluctant to risk the anger of his constituents, who held white supremacy dear. 102. Unfortunately, in California and the West in general, people of Japanese ancestry were not able to escape the long arm of prejudice. They were persecuted, expropriated, interned. Du Bois was one of the very few Negro leaders to affix his signature to an open letter condemning Roosevelt's internment of Japanese Americans, a sin that he interpreted as conclusive proof of the racial origins of the Pacific War. 103 Du Bois' occasional antagonist, Roy Wilkins of the NAACP, was struck by the internment of Japanese Americans in relation to the comparatively benign treatment of German Americans and German spies. The good white people, he said, keep saying over and over again that this is not a race war, but some of the things they do speak louder than the things they say. 104. George Schuyler was no less critical of this mass jailing, as he saw it as a dangerous example that could be extended easily to Negroes themselves. More ominous, he said in 1943, the native sons of the Golden West in California has suggested that citizenship also be taken from Afro-American citizens. Once the precedent is established with 70,000 Japanese American citizens, it will be easy to denationalize millions of Afro-American citizens. Thus Negroes, he counseled, must champion their cause as ours. Their fight is our fight. And the sooner we realize it the better. To those who argued that the Japanese Americans be ignored since allegedly they had ignored Negroes, Schuyler answered sarcastically, "We are now expending our money and our lives and undergoing privation in order to save the Dutch, Belgians, Norwegians, British. And yet these people have never championed our cause." 105. But Du Bois and Schuyler were far away from the cockpit of intense struggle. In Los Angeles itself, where Little Tokyo quickly became Bronzeville, many Negroes were exhilarated by the opportunity presented by the internment, thus exposing the frailty of race politics. Even before Hong Kong was subdued and days after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, the National Negro Business League chortled that Negroes have the greatest opportunity ever offered in the state of California. Meeting at the headquarters of the black-owned Golden State Mutual Insurance Company, the consensus was that somebody must take the place of these alien farmers and fishermen. There lies the opportunity of the Negro. One speaker contrasted the presumed loyalty of the Negroes with that of the soon-to-be interned. You don't have to distrust a Negro face in a boat plying in California waters, nor would you need to fear a traitor in our lettuce fields. 106. Soon there were elated reports that a race woman takes over Japsik Cafe. 107. The major complaint was that Euro-Americans seemed to be getting more of the booty than the Negroes. 108. There were contrary voices, but these could give no comfort to white supremacists. Alphonse Hennenberg, a Negro and a former official at both the historically black Tuskegee Institute and the National Urban League, was blunt. I feel that the attitude which now is being developed against these Japanese Americans is a part of the total pattern of color in this country. It seems to me that prejudice against Japanese and Jews is indicative of the increasing tension between Negroes and whites. 109. The distinguished writer, Pearl Buck, was all too aware that growing discontent on the racial front could weaken the war against Japan. NAACP leader Walter White cited her words prominently: "The persistent refusal of Americans to see the connection between the colored American and the colored peoples abroad, the continued, and it seems even willful ignorance which will not investigate the connection, are agony to those loyal and anxious Americans who know all too well the dangerous possibilities." The message from Tokyo, Walter White suggested, was, "See what the United States does to its own colored people. This is the way you colored people of the world will be treated if the Allied nations win the war." 110. How could the Empire or Washington respond credibly to this pointed query given their own blood-stained records? Psychologically, wrote a senior State Department official, Japan might well obtain such a secure place as the leader of the Asiatic races, if not the colored races of the world, that Japan's defeat by the United Nations might not be definitive. That is, white supremacy would be eviscerated even if the Allies won. A sobering thought for many. 111 Hiroshima-Nagasaki extinguished this question, but its invocation showed that despite its supposed assets, white supremacy brought with it powerful liabilities. The attraction of some Negroes, particularly those outside the United States, to right-wing European powers suggested that Tokyo also was drawing upon a general disaffection with the Allies that went beyond common racial sympathies and that would make some susceptible to calls for sedition. After the war, for example, there were 300 Negroes being held at Drancy in France as fascist intriguers. Several articles to justify anti-Jewish decrees in Paris during Marshal Pétain's regime appeared in Marroyer de la Guadeloupe, a weekly newspaper published by Negroes in Pointe-à-Pitre. Under the Nazis, few Negroes were victims of day-to-day brutality, as meted out to the Jews. At the same time, Berlin recognized that they could manipulate the frequently bruised feelings of victims of white supremacy, even of those who had decided to throw in their lot with the Allies. Hans Heve reports that in the prisoner of war camp in which he was interned by Germans, Negroes alone among the prisoners were permitted weekly walks in the nearby village. They were given 1 cake of soap for every 4 men, a privilege never granted white prisoners. Their food was improved. The Germans made change with elaborate ceremony. A number of the top German officers in Paris had maintained Negro mistresses. The case of a U.S. Negro musician was emblematic. He became a French citizen, then was seized by the Germans, who made him a leader of a prisoner of war camp orchestra. "I could never have done that in free America," he said with no small irony. In a nutshell, this summed up the dilemma faced by Washington, the chief supporter of London during the Pacific War. For some Negroes, the U.S. record on race seemed hardly better than that of Berlin and, to their mind, lagged considerably behind that of Tokyo. With the war's conclusion, more sober US and UK elites realized that such a state of affairs was not sustainable. 112. 6. Race reverse/gender transformed. The British authorities were very concerned with the presumed enemy within the gates of US territory. 1 weeks after Hong Kong surrendered and just as Singapore was about to do so, the Foreign Office briefed the United States on lessons to be drawn from the attack on Pearl Harbor. For some days before the assault on U.S. territory, Japanese girls had been making dates with sailors for that Saturday night, and most of them saw that the sailors were filled up with liquor. This was remarkable because it is apparently unusual for Japanese girls to mix with the sailors. Also, a Japanese restaurant keeper near Pearl Harbor gave drinks on the house. On Friday, many Japanese quit their jobs and did not turn up on Saturday morning. During the bombing, attempts were made to obstruct military traffic by such means as drawing lorries across the roads by Japanese truck drivers. Some of the local Japanese expected an uprising and a seizure of Hawaii by force. One Japanese restaurant keeper, who owned a restaurant close to Pearl Harbor, appeared at the height of the attack dressed in the uniform of a Japanese officer. He was promptly shot. It has been suggested, said London ominously, that many of the Japanese aviators were Hawaiian-born Japanese. Some that crashed had McKinley High School rings and Oregon State rings. Expressing astonishment and bewilderment at the hybrid Asian American community that had arisen in the race-obsessed United States, the lengthy report continued that in Hawaii the Orientals cooperate and there is none of the Sino-Japanese animosity which exists in Asia. The Japanese, as the most pushing, active and well-organized, run the Chinese. These overheated assertions were not only suggestive of the temper of the times, but also foreshadowed the internment of Japanese Americans in the western United States, though, tellingly, not in Hawaii itself. 3. This anti-Nippon attitude quickly gained currency in Western Canada, principally in British Columbia. The clear message that emerged from a cabinet-level confab that convened in Ottawa in January 1942 was that citizens of Japanese ancestry should be used as leverage to improve conditions for Britons in Hong Kong. There was earnest concern, on the other hand, that if they mistreated Japanese Canadians, the Japanese would retaliate against internees in the occupied territories. 4. This was part and parcel of London's difficulty both before and during the war in deciding how those of Japanese ancestry under Britain's jurisdiction should be treated. The Japanese community in Hong Kong was relatively small, about 2,200 all told in 1931. However, under British rule they were discriminated against. 5 An attempt before the war to have Japanese doctors admitted to practice in Hong Kong stirred the antagonism of many. 6 Afterwards, this bias was rationalized on the grounds that during the invasion Japanese agents worked as waiters, barmen, hairdressers, and masseurs, or at any trade in which customers were given to sharing confidences. Japanese bars in Wan Chai were among the most popular in town. A pint at Nagasaki Joe's was 10 cents cheaper than anywhere else, and the girls in Japanese bars seemed especially solicitous. The finest hairdresser in Hong Kong, who in 7 years cut the hair of 2 governors, the Commissioner of Police, the officer in charge of Special Branch, the Colonial Secretary and the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank Chairman, in late December 1941 presented himself as a commander of the Imperial Japanese Navy. 7 Thus, it was thought after the fact, Japanese doctors in Hong Kong could have perpetrated much damage. One Hong Kong police officer noted sorrowfully that a man he now knew in an internment camp as a lieutenant in the Japanese Army, Mizuno, had run a sports shop in Wan Chai prior to that point. 8 In pre-war Hong Kong, Yamashita was the best barber in the Hong Kong hotel barber shop. Then after the surrender, Yamashita had appeared in uniform. 9 The British sailor George Harry Bainborough recalled a hotel in Hong Kong called the Chitos, a bar with Japanese women used to be in this place. A fellow officer told him that when the Jap sick caught him he was interviewed by an interpreter. The interpreter, no less, was one of the girls from the Chitos. 10. How did Japan, a nation as large in square miles as California, imagine it could take on not only the United States but the Empire, with its virtually inexhaustible supply of African and Asian troops and resources? Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, head of the Combined Fleet and Japan's chief naval advisor at the crucial Naval Disarmament Conference of the 1920s, declared that for victory to come to Japan in any war between her and the U.S., Tokyo would have to cross the Pacific Ocean, seizing Springboard Islands en route, invade the west coast and then march 3,000 miles over great mountains, across scorching deserts and great plains, fighting every inch of the way against a resolute nation of 130 million souls, and at the end of a line of communications growing steadily to a length of 10,000 miles, and to make victory certain we would have to march into Washington and dictate the terms of peace in the White House. 11 The task was daunting. Converting white supremacy into a defect was an active element in the Japanese imaginary, as they had a justifiable reason for thinking that their antagonists had powerful enemies within the gates, in the form of the masses of coloreds in the United States and within the empire in Asia. As the top U.S. Asianist, Owen Lattimore, put it, many of the colonized and the colored saw it as a conflict between their old masters and would-be new masters. The latter might turn out to be worse. But was that a difference worth fighting for? 12. Cleverly, the Japanese ruling elite motivated the Japanese masses, particularly the armed forces, by telling them their mission was to liberate billions from the tyranny of a racialized colonialism. Nogi Harumichi, a Japanese national, later recalled that his teacher would say in class, "I've been to Shanghai where signs say, 'Dogs and yellow people no entry.'" Harumichi observed, "My feelings resonated with him. I burned with a desire to act. Given an opportunity, I want Ed to go to the front. I want Ed to go to China." That's what we all said. Hata Shoryu, a war correspondent in Burma, asserted that the colored people of Asia had been exploited by the have nations of Europe and America, so this was a war to liberate Greater East Asia. We mesmerized ourselves with such arguments. They were quite appealing, actually, and if you didn't agree, you couldn't survive. Korjima Kiyofumi, a soldier, was inflamed when talking to a Japanese American. He told me about how Japanese Americans were horribly ill-treated in America, that they were placed in camps, and still oppressed despite the outstanding record of the All-Nisei 442nd Regimental Combat Team 13. A booklet for soldiers instructed them that their task is the rescue of Asia from white aggression. 14. Unfortunately for those they were tasked to liberate, the Japanese troops often engaged in a brutal banditry. Nevertheless, there was no denying that the propaganda these troops were fed was powerful, not least because it was not wholly inaccurate. White supremacy had provided Tokyo with powerful kindling with which they could set Asia afire. Once you set foot on the enemy's territories, Japanese troops were told, you will see for yourselves, only too clearly, just what this oppression by the white man means. These white people may expect, from the moment they issue from their mothers' wombs, to be allotted a score or so of natives as their personal slaves. Is this really God's will? 15. Caught up in the frenzy of distaste for white supremacy, one Japanese general inquired, why should the United States, Britain, and other powers which had every opportunity to advance their own vital interests now cry, thief, if Japan so much as looked at neighboring territory? 16. Japan's chief propaganda organ in Hong Kong added that one reason why Japan was deemed a warlike country was because, with 95% of Africa, 99% of the South Sea Islands, 100% of Australia and 57% of Asia under the control of European countries and the United States, Japan had to struggle to keep her independence. If Japan did not fight, she might possibly have become subject to some European power or America. 17. Once the empire had opened the door to colonial exploitation, it was difficult to claim that the status quo should be frozen, that only Japanese seizure of territory was wrong but London's was quite permissible. Accepting such logic would only serve to rigidify white supremacy. Before the 1941 invasion of Hong Kong and even after there had been an outflow of Nisei and Issei from North America, spurred in no small part by bigotry targeting them. 18. This was no more than grist for Tokyo's mill. Dozens of Japanese Americans fought with Tokyo in the 1895 war against China. Racism in the United States drove many more to reside in Manchuria in the 1930s. In fact, in the period leading up to the Pacific War, tens of thousands of Japanese Americans went back and forth between the United States and Japan. 19. In 1933 alone there were 18,000 Nisei living in Japan. 20. The abysmal treatment of Japanese Americans during the war impelled some to swear allegiance to Tokyo or make little effort to return to the United States. 21. In 1943, the Japanese authorities in Hong Kong announced that over 50,000 boys and girls returned to Japan proper. 22. A few months later, 75 American-born youths of Japanese parentage volunteered as student pilots in the Army and Navy Air Corps. 23. With their detailed and intimate knowledge of Jim Crow in the United States, these Japanese Americans in Asia were powerful propaganda weapons, bolstering Tokyo's claims about rescuing Asians from white supremacy. 24. In November 1942, when optimism still reigned about an ultimate Japanese victory, a group of 12 Nipponese evacuees from the United States spoke out in Shanghai against white supremacy and the treatment in North America of their compatriots. 25. Some Japanese American migrants wound up in Hong Kong with the triumphant Japanese. There they were able to revel in the historic reversal that had converted those who had once persecuted them into their subordinates. Commenting about a colleague, Emily Hahn wrote, "Suddenly, you see, that Japanese blood of his which had kept him feeling sore and inferior all his life. Suddenly it was a damned good thing to have after all." 26 After the surrender in Hong Kong, a British officer walked over to one of the civilians and said, "Pardon me, but do you speak English?" The Japanese turned his back. "I do not speak English," was all he said, in a clear American accent. 27 The interned Hong Kong police officer, George Wright-North, described Naimarai Genichiro, for example, as a Japanese/American with pointed ears. He had lived for years in Ohio, where he owned a sideshow in an amusement park. He coupled the worst attributes of an American gangster with the cruelty of the worst Japanese. He addressed everybody as "yous guys." He had an evil reputation and was senior of the official Japanese interpreters in Hong Kong. 28 Ellenfield noted that Naimarai spoke perfect English, with only a very faint American overtone due to the many years he had lived in New York. His tone was cold, arrogant, and contemptuous. He was always sharp, rude, and impatient with us. 29. Li Shufan, a Chinese surgeon in Hong Kong, has written of Sato, a graduate of the University of Missouri, who never lost a chance to revile the Anglo-Saxons in fluent English with the accent of the Midwest. Like many of his fellow Japanese who had endured a sojourn in the United States, he too engaged in one of the main aims of the invaders, which was to stir hatred in the Chinese against white foreigners. This aim at times amounted to an obsession. 30 Gwen Du, the U.S. journalist interned in Hong Kong, encountered a one-armed aide to the invaders who wore a ring with an insignia from the University of Michigan. Mr. Kondo had gone to school there during the World War I era. 31. When Japan took over the Shanghai Times in December 1941, an American-educated Japanese was appointed editor and the staff of the paper included a Filipino, Conrado Aui. Keeping them company in Shanghai was a Lieutenant Matsuda, an American-educated officer, and Ikushima Kichizo, an Episcopal Christian who had studied at Amherst College and Cambridge, who worked for Japan's naval intelligence. Takamai Morihiko was an American as well as a Japanese citizen. A dark-skinned, square-jawed, bearded young man, he was well-built and of medium height and was said to look more Hawaiian or Filipino than Japanese. Born in New York City in 1914, he was the son of a Japanese-American doctor who was head of the city's Japanese Residents Association. He was educated at an expensive private school in Lawrenceville, New Jersey and spent 1 year at Amherst. Despite or perhaps because of his extensive experience in the United States, he wound up in Shanghai working for Japanese naval intelligence, where his English language skills came in quite handy. 32 Also to be found in wartime Shanghai was Kazumaro Buddy Ono, a graduate of Compton High School in Southern California in 1932. He felt he had been treated like a yellow whore by white men, so he said, "To hell with the United States." The POWs who encountered him spoke of his special hostility towards whites. 33 Japanese Americans were also to be found in Singapore. When Lee Kuan Yew, the future leader of the city-state then occupied by Japan, went to be interviewed for a position with a Japanese news agency, the man sitting on the other side of the desk turned out to be an American-born Japanese, George Takamura, a tall, lean, fair-skinned man who spoke English with an American accent. 34. What was striking about this participation of Nisei Issei in Japan's military occupation was that it was virtually coterminous with the empire in Asia itself and often stretched beyond. Intelligence officers in India got wind of Tokyo's intentions to send espionage parties into Nepal. How was this sensitive information uncovered? An informant overheard a Japanese officer who was educated in a university in America from which he graduated. He is aged about 25 years, strong-built and fluent in Gurkhali. 35 In wartime Singapore, Charlie Gen recalled vividly one Japanese whom my wife was working with. He spoke beautiful English. Oh, First class. And a very understanding man, very much Westernist in his ideas, very friendly. 36 He was believed to hail from North America. Soon Kim Seng had a similar experience in the Lion City. Born in Burma, he arrived in Singapore in 1933. The most interesting persons that we met, he recalled later, were two Japanese brothers. They were repatriated from America. Could not speak Japanese, could not read and write Japanese. They only speak American. He was very happy to meet someone who could communicate, and we did have a very jolly good time. They were frank with him and he had a very pleasant experience with them. 37 Tan Cheng Wei, also of Singapore, was interrogated by a man from Japan during the war. The Japanese who questioned me, he recalled later, knows English. He told me he was not educated in Singapore. 38 Samuel Eric Travis, the director of Henry Waugh & Co. in pre-war Singapore, confessed that he suffered considerable physical maltreatment during the war. In a sworn affidavit he detailed his unpleasant memories of a fat American-speaking interpreter. 39 An Indian resident in Singapore encountered a Japanese officer during the occupation who was once in America and could speak English well. 40 He made no comment about his treatment. When the New York Times correspondent Otto D. Tolicius was arrested in Tokyo, his torturer, whom he contemptuously referred to as the Snake, reminded him angrily, "I have been beaten and spat upon in America." Then he hit the dazed Tolicius forcefully and spat in his face. "I'm going to get even with somebody," he snarled. Later the bruised and battered journalist learned that his assailant was Yamada, who was supposed to be a graduate of the University of California, a former federal court interpreter at Oakland, and a former YMCA secretary. 41. Tolicius's abrasive experience was illustrative of something else. These Japanese from North America who were assisting Tokyo were often more brutal than Japanese who had not resided in the Western Hemisphere. They seemed to be exacting retribution for the racial indignities they had suffered. In the Wuzhen internment camp near Shanghai, there was a camp interpreter named Ishihara, colloquially known as the Beast of the East because of his aggressive tactics. He spoke excellent English, which he had learned while working in Hawaii. At the camp at Mukden, CPL. Ikenoda was particularly disliked by the Americans. He had been born and educated to the high school level in the San Francisco Bay Area. He often took the opportunity to beat Americans. For his cruelty and enmity toward Americans, Noda was called the sadist or the rat. At the prisoner of war camp in Fukuoka, the interpreter for Mitsui Mining Company, an American-born Japanese who went by the name of Riverside, the California city he was raised in, was at times an informer and grew to be strongly disliked by most of the Americans. It was an American-born Japanese named Uno who conceived of the idea of a daily scheduled radio broadcast by POWs to their families back home. He was arranging to bring POWs from the occupied territories to Japan for this purpose when a New Zealander objected. He was promptly dragged from the room, beaten and taken away. 42. Reverend Joseph Sandbach of the Stanley internment camp in Hong Kong has spoken of Colonel Toganarga. Years before he'd been in America and had been engaged in fairground business. He was a rough, tough character. And he was no good to us at all from the word go. 43. Martin Boyle had enjoyed thoroughly the pleasures, carnal and otherwise, of pre-war Guam, but his preoccupations were interrupted abruptly with the arrival of Japanese invaders. He wound up interned in Osaka where he encountered the Sheik, a tough, thoroughly Americanized villain who returned to Japan from the United States. In some sort of administrative capacity. He was the spit image of the city slicker whose picture is now on the wrapper of a well-known brand of American contraceptives, and that's why he got his nickname, the only name I ever knew him by. Boyle despised him. He roared. Command S in perfect English, he added with disgust. Moreover, he was violent toward his charges. The Sheik was the only man I ever saw who was able to knock a man down with one blow of his bare fists. The Sheik was an ornery son of a bitch. 44. Jack Edwards had a similar experience while imprisoned during the war in Taiwan. He recounted a guard there who spoke English with an American accent. He was born in the United States. Before being transferred to Taiwan, Edwards was incarcerated in a camp on the Malay Peninsula. There he encountered an engineer with a strong American accent. Born in the USA. In an incident that illustrates the value of the Japanese Americans to Tokyo, a fellow prisoner said, "I wonder if this little yellow bastard in charge today will stop somewhere for a woman. While he is in there we can nip off and find some grub." He was stopped short when a Japanese American guard said, "Say you guys, this little yellow bastard has pulled up, but not for a woman. Now you get the hell out and find some food." 45. It would be a grievous error to assume that all Japanese Americans were models of cruelty. Such an assumption could not account for Kiyoshi Watanabe. He studied at Gettysburg Seminary before winding up at Stanley as an interpreter. He thought he may have been the only Christian among the occupiers. Some saw this as an explanation for his tenderness and gentleness toward internees, and for his rejection of advice to stick to your own kind, to your own people. 46 Mary Irwin Martin was sufficiently moved by her treatment at Stanley, that she swore in an affidavit about the kindness my husband and I received. He was London's consul in Chungking at the hands of Takeo Oda. She forwarded this message to the Tokyo War Crimes Trials that were then trying him. Yes, she conceded, this 35-year-old former student at Amherst College and former diplomat in Washington had an aggressive personality and was extremely bad-tempered at times. And yes, he was a member of the Black Dragon Society, notorious for its radically racial outlook. Nevertheless, she could hardly forget the kindnesses shown by Mr. Oda to my husband and to herself, which were innumerable. 47. The interpreter at the Argyle Street camp was named Matsuda, but was affectionately known as Cardiff Joe as he spoke excellent English with a Welsh accent. He was seen to be closer to Watanabe than to Ishihara, Noda, or others renowned for their physical tactics. 48 He had married an English wife and had lived for some years in London, working as a shipping clerk. 49. George Stoddard was aboard the heavy cruiser USS Houston, which went down in the Battle of Sunda Strait, one of the early naval battles of World War II, on March 1, 1942. He wound up in the infamous Changi camp in Singapore, then in 1943 was dispatched to Yahata Branch Camp No. 24, near a steel mill on the Sumisaki Strait. The Japanese guards, he recalled in 1985, were supposed to speak only Japanese to us. But some of the Japanese people had been educated in the United States and would come and talk with us in English. 50. Many Japanese migrants had fond memories of Japan. The fact that ties between Tokyo and the Allies were worsening because of discriminatory immigration policies which affected them and their relatives directly endeared Japan to them further. Just as the Allies expressed concern about the fate of their nationals interned by Tokyo, Japan expressed concern about those interned by the Allies. Frank Fujita, one of the few Japanese American soldiers to be interned by Japan. 51 acknowledged that the Japanese treated internees harshly, just as the Allies' treatment of Japanese prisoners often left much to be desired. 52. More than once, Japanese propagandists were aghast at the treatment of Nisei and Issei. 53 This was one of their chief complaints. 54 Those interned in Hong Kong read about Professor Ken Nakasawa, a former faculty member at the University of Southern California, who was interviewed in Tokyo about the internment. He had been held by the Los Angeles police, beaten, and lost 3 of his front teeth as a result. 55 Special radio broadcasts were directed to the United States in an effort to have the Washington government correct such matters. 56. The pro-Tokyo attitudes of some émigrés may have been somewhat artificial, if the opinions of London's pre-war consul in San Francisco are any guide. The consul's Japanese manservant informs that he is required by the local Japanese consulate to make a monthly contribution of $5 towards the cost of the war in China. This was not just an isolated case, but allegedly applied to all propertied or wage-earning Japanese in the state of California. 57. Yet whether Japanese Americans were voluntary or forced adherents to the cause of Imperial Japan, the question asked by Yuji Ichioka remains: what is the meaning of loyalty in a racist society, 58 Shouldn't allegiance be mutual? Can one be loyal to a state that does not uphold its end of the social contract, when it treats a significant portion of its citizenry in an apartheid-like fashion? Mia Sunamaya Kikuka would have understood this predicament. Growing up in California in the early 20th century, this Japanese-American woman was familiar with bigotry. But the stronger she felt that white Americans were prejudiced against her, the harder she studied something of a metaphor for the evolution of Japan itself since 1853. In all her classes, Jewish Americans and Japanese Americans were the smartest, which she ascribed to the discrimination both groups faced. But when she went in 1913 to the Grand Guignol of Bias that was Alabama, she was shocked and became bitterly critical of Southern racism. 59 How then could she subscribe to the belief that the United States was the locus of all that was good and Japan the epicenter of evil? This was the grim situation faced by many Japanese Americans. One Nisei who requested repatriation to Japan in 1944 had the distinct feeling that a person of technical or professional training cannot find full scope for his activities in the United States because of race and caste lines. This man was excellent in his field and he was only one amidst so many cases of persons who have requested repatriation or expatriation for similar reasons. This raised the question of whether the United States was not likely to lose many of the best trained and talented people among its people of Japanese ancestry, to Tokyo's benefit. In the moving words of one Nisei, I feel that I've made every attempt to identify myself with this country and its people. But every time I've tried I've got another boot in the rear. I realized that any white foreigner who came here had a better chance than I had. I have a Japanese face that I can't change. Look at the difference in the way they treated the Italians and Germans and what they did to us. You can't tell me that having a Japanese face didn't make a difference. I figure that if it happened once it can happen again. I can't see much improvement during my life. The Negroes have been in this country for generations and look how they are treated. I don't expect an easy time in Japan, he continued. I know how tough things are. But when I get turned down for a job it will be because there isn't a job, and not because I look different from someone else. The logic of white supremacy was driving US citizens straight into the arms of Tokyo. I don't think I'll ever forget evacuation, he vowed. If a gang rushes me and piles on me, even if there are 5 or 6 of them, I'll get every one of them, no matter how long it takes to track them down. I'm not afraid to die, and I'll fight for any country that treats me right, but I've gone through too much to talk about democracy in this country anymore. 60. Such angry despair was one reason why Tokyo radio broadcasts to foreign audiences were able to employ a large number of Nisei. One such person was Kanai Hiroto, educated in Pasadena, who was an interpreter for the hated and feared secret police, the Kempeitai. He interrogated U.S. flyers who had been captured, and led them to decidedly perilous fates. 61. The brutality of the Japanese Americans came as a rude awakening to their victims, who had come to view all those not of pure European descent as inferior. Light General William Slim of Britain didn't think of the Japanese as humans but as soldier ants. 62. The leading publication of U.S. press mogul Henry Luce compared the Japanese soldier to a cockroach, superbly adapted to getting along on almost nothing. 63. One of his magazines considered the Japanese automatons in uniform. 64. In 1941 Air Chief Marshal Sir Robert Brooke Popham, commander of Allied forces in Southeast Asia, attempted to boost his troops' morale by belittling the martial qualities of the Japanese. Myopic creatures, he called them, incapable of night fighting, lacking in automatic weapons, inferior in the air. 65. British Major General A.R. Grosset believed, like many British servicemen, that the Japanese were an inferior race. In mid-November 2 courageous but almost untrained Canadian battalions disembarked at Kowloon. When do we get to grips with the goddamned little yellow bastards? One soldier asked in a sentiment reflecting the attitudes of many. 66. The British soldier, Harold Robert Yates, was told that because of their slant eyes, Japsic pilots would not be able to bomb accurately. Even after this bizarre perception was dashed in the rubble of Hong Kong, it persisted, In the early days at least, some were heard to say, after witnessing the precision with which the Japsik planes bombed and machine-gunned, they must be Germans in those planes, they're so good. 67. Lance Sergeant Andrew Salmon, who served in Hong Kong, avows we had a very poor opinion of the Japanese. This business of saying that they can't fly at night time and everything, we really believed those things. I don't think we took them seriously. 68. Gwen Du reflected the views of many expatriates when she proclaimed, when one tries to think of one great contribution Japanese brains have given to the world in music, art, literature, science, or modern inventions, there is not one to be called. They have been expert copyists, but never creators. 69. The US elites were little better. There was a popular belief among them that the Japanese were members of a lesser race, as not a few Americans believed that one Westerner was equal to 5 to 10 Japanese. Ko Hong Choi contends that even to this day Asians are thought to be inferior pilots to Westerners due to the myopia factor. This misconception is a factor in the reluctance of many airlines, even Asian ones, to hire Asian pilots. 70. This imprudent dismissal of Japanese capabilities was not mirrored by comparable condemnation of other antagonists. One British lieutenant said, somehow one could imagine that one would have a drink and a cigarette and a cup of tea with a German prisoner, but once having met the Japsik one can only imagine kicking their heads in. They look like animals, they behave like animals, and they can be killed unemotionally as swatting flies. And they need to be killed, not wounded, for as long as they breathe, they're dangerous. 71. Harold Robert Yates of the British military concurred, adding, I don't think you'll find a British soldier who will talk about a German soldier in a disparaging manner. There's only two enemies who have ever made the British soldier actually hate them. One were the Indian mutineers, and the other, of course, is undoubtedly the Japanese. None of us, I don't think, would ever have a reunion or meet any Japanese soldier. A British soldier will call a German Jerry, which is rather an affectionate term to us. But a Japsik was never given a nickname like that. Decades after the war, he continued to maintain, I still hate the Japanese. 72. LT. COL. Graham Crew agreed, declaring bluntly, we hated their guts. 73. This animus was reciprocated, in the sense that it was widely thought in Japan that the Europeans and Euro-Americans wanted to reduce them to the level of Native Americans and Negroes. This perception led many Japanese to confront white supremacy fiercely. They felt that their nation must subdue the empire and their allies in order to escape this unpleasant fate. Ineluctably, in the right-wing atmosphere then prevailing in Tokyo, defensiveness was transformed into chauvinism. The U.S. journalist, Gwen Du, then interned in Hong Kong, was subjected to a disquisition by Colonel Toda of the Japanese military, who went into a long dissertation about Greek and Roman civilization, how it changed from time to time, with the inference, of course, that now Japan was going to take charge of the history of the world, and our era of white influence has ceased. 74. Ellen Field met a Japanese officer in occupied Hong Kong who would not allow her to deliver medicine to the camp for interned soldiers. Abruptly he reminded her, if British soldiers' stomachs are not strong enough to expel these germs, it proves how weak they are. Japanese are immune to this disease. This demonstrates the decadence of the white race. 75. Nevertheless, this chauvinism must be seen in the context of the palpable fear among common, ordinary Japanese not being of pure European descent that they could suffer the fate of Negroes or the colonized Hong Kong Chinese. Indeed, this real fear is what made the chauvinism so effective. Gwen Terasaki, a Euro-American married to a Japanese diplomat, was in Japan during the war. It was assumed that she did not understand the language. So a harassed mother told the crying child on her back to hush or she would give him to the foreigner, me. The child immediately choked off his cries and became fearfully silent. 76. Japan stoked these fires of fear. One of their propagandists derided U.S. pretensions in light of the tens of thousands of American illiterates, a disproportionate percentage of whom were racial minorities. 77 In the Empire and the United States there was much to do about the Yellow Peril. Well, argued Japanese propaganda, we are more justified in saying that our world today is menaced by the White Peril, which is infinitely more dangerous than the Yellow Peril. 78 With pride, Japanese elites claimed that the war that has been thrust upon Tokyo is certain to be the greatest leveler of class and race, irrespective of color or creed. Since the French Revolution. 79 General Douglas MacArthur confirmed the explosive nature of Tokyo's racial appeal when he claimed that Japan might try to overrun Australia in order to demonstrate their superiority over the white races. 80. The mutual recriminations between these bitter antagonists are reflected in the attitudes of some Chinese immigrants, who, like Japanese Americans, found themselves collaborating with Tokyo not least because of their own bitter experience of white supremacy. The most notorious of this group was George Wang, who participated in torture on behalf of the occupiers in wartime Hong Kong. During his post-war trial, one witness testified that Wang was an American citizen who had torn up his papers. Before the war, he had nothing to do with Japs sick. But since the war he had torn up his papers because it was a war between yellow and white races. He said he hated Americans. 81 A young man in his 30s, Wang had roots in Huiping, Guangdong. Wang operated an auto repair shop on Nathan Road before making the fateful decision to throw in his lot with Tokyo. 82 He was not alone. The U.S. consul in Hong Kong, Robert Ward, spoke contemptuously of a renegade Chinese named Tizao, a graduate of West Point and from a good family, who had become a panderer, a dope smuggler, a collaborator with the Japanese. 83. This collaboration began early on. On December 8, 1941, 1B. Mishima was jailed by the British as the invasion was unfolding. He was treated harshly and given little water and food. I still recall, he said a year later, an incident which occurred on the day when we first entered Stanley Camp. When they saw the Japanese entering the camp, the Chinese inmates in the prison put up their thumbs, indicating triumph for the Japanese forces. Their act was seen by the British guards, who severely reprimanded the prisoners. 84. When the invaders seized a radio station in Hong Kong, one of the first things they did was to install an Australian Chinese announcer who, in the words of internee John Straker, appeared to like the Japanese an awful lot and us not at all. Naturally we christened her Lady Ha Ha. 85 Tien Wei Wu contends that Tokyo had little difficulty in successfully recruiting numerous Chinese collaborators or traitors to fill the ranks of the puppet governments in China and Hong Kong. 86 Frank Ching maintains that the British were distinctly embarrassed by the fact that all the men they had appointed to senior positions had cooperated with the Japanese. 87 In fact, says Wing Tak Han, the Japanese administration was much more embracing than that of the British. It included people from all levels in society. 88 There was a strong anti-British sentiment, in particular among well-to-do Chinese. 89 Japanese propaganda stressed the discriminatory treatment accorded Chinese in North America, including Canada where the king was still sovereign. 90 Iwai Chang recalled bitterly that those of us who lived in the seaports and big cities of Asia have noticed the clubs and homes of the Oriental are open to all races without any barrier of color or race, while the opposite is the case with European clubs and homes. 91. There was a large body of opinion in what was regarded as the left of the KMT who agreed with Eugene Chn, a wartime informant for the Japanese, and his pro-Tokyo sympathies. Chn Kungpo had been one of the founders of the Chinese Communist Party in 1921 and had graduated from Columbia before becoming one of Tokyo's key collaborators. The leading British diplomat, John Keswick, complained that Chinese nationalist underground channels to occupied China were double circuits from which the Japanese seemed to derive more benefit than the Chinese. Among this latter group in Shanghai were the Chinese-American collaborationist Hubert Moy, who attended Columbia University, and his mistress, Marquita Kwong. 92 In that vein, Emily Han had a Chinese friend in Hong Kong named Bubbles who before the war must have been a Japanese agent. She had specialized in American seamen and British soldiers, young men who were inclined to credit Chinese girls, especially pretty ones, with the most impeccable romantic and patriotic sentiments. Naturally, they thought wrongly. As it turned out, Chinese girls would love Chiang Kai-shek and hate the Japs. 93 The British in particular had few allies. The interned officer George Wrightnuth conceded that strangely it was usually better to fall into the hands of the communists rather than the nationalists. The former's hatred of the Japanese was intense, whereas if the nationalists thought there was more money in it for them they would often hand escapees over. 94. Ellen Field's own experience corroborated this observation. During the war, a U.S. pilot was shot down near Hong Kong. He managed to crawl into the undergrowth where he lay hidden until he saw a Chinese peasant. Supposing that all the Chinese in Hong Kong were still loyal to the British, he had called the man and asked him to bring help, giving him, as a token, his U.S. Navy ring. But the Chinese had betrayed him, going straight to the Japanese gendarmerie. 95 The collaborators from the Chinese diaspora had plenty of company. Why would they side with Tokyo in light of the bloody massacres in Nanking and elsewhere and the debasement of the occupation? The answer is not so much that they liked Tokyo but that they disliked more London and its policies of pure European descent. Moreover, the leading force contesting Japanese hegemony in China, the Communist Party, had been subjected to destructively negative publicity by European and Euro-American propagandists. The fact that by war's end Chinese were occupying judicial and executive posts with responsibilities unknown before the war, shows how biased the British had been toward the Chinese. 96 Similarly, as the Europeans were chased into exile from Hong Kong or interned, the Chinese often took their places, including quite a few from the Japanese colony of Taiwan. 97 The invaders probably made their deepest inroads among the Indians, then in open rebellion against British colonialism and predisposed not to view the vanquished as allies and heroes. Why? To cite one example among many, the mother of the U.S. historian and presidential advisor Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., visited India in the early 1930s. She asked a British official how to say thank you in Hindustani. He refused, telling her no white person ever thanks an Indian for anything. 98 When the Chinese writer Han Suyin visited India in 1942, she did not remember meeting any Indian who was not a servant, a bearer, a something walla. In the hotels no Indians stayed as guests, these edifices were only for the British, or diplomatic guests, such as us. But in the back streets of Calcutta, just behind the hotel, I saw scribbled upon a wall "Long live Subhas Chandra Bose," a reference to the pro-Tokyo Indian leader. 99 Han Suyin's observations in India, including the scribbled graffiti, indicated the source of the difficulties faced by the British in forging a united front with Indians in Hong Kong. Indian sympathies were often with their brethren back home and with Tokyo's position in Hong Kong. A British internal intelligence report from Hong Kong filed during the war noted that the Indians are, in the words of one refugee belonging number 1 people. In other words, they are receiving excellent treatment from the Japanese. They have many representatives in the government, several being highly paid. The Indian police are solidly behind the Japanese. 100 Indian officers and men were subjected to intense propaganda and a large number were persuaded to work for the Japanese administration. The chief of Japanese counterintelligence in Hong Kong endeared himself in particular to the Indians in Hong Kong, and therein lay his most powerful weapon against the anti-Tokyo resistance. 101 The British writer Phyllis Harrop agreed. The Indians are being especially favored, she acknowledged. They have been allowed, or should I say, encouraged, to stage an Independence Day. This is, I suppose, to help in the Japanese attack on India. 102. Mohammed Sadiq was one of many Indians who collaborated with Tokyo in Hong Kong. One witness against him, swearing on the Quran, said that Sadiq stated, "When the Japanese are ruling India you will not be sent back to India but to England." 103 Sadiq's alleged remarks were representative of a virtual tidal wave of anti-British sentiment in the Indian community of Hong Kong in the aftermath of December 8, 1941. Gwendu saw an Indian knock down an aged British doctor who did not understand his order that a road was temporarily closed. A number of times Indian guards kicked women, or hit them with guns. 104 Emily Hahn saw Indians everywhere in occupied Hong Kong, renegades from the British regiment that had been stationed in Hong Kong and former policemen and watchmen who had a grudge against the English and were glad to welcome their new conquerors. In this part of town they were under the command of a white man named Grover and his Eurasian henchman, John. Grover had run a butcher shop in Hong Kong and had passed as English until Pearl Harbor. Then he suddenly claimed to be stateless. Probably he was White Russian. 105. The invaders made a special effort to woo the Indians. When B. Mishima, a Japanese journalist, was arrested on December 8, 1941, he was jailed in Hong Kong. What struck him was the kindness shown to me by the Indians on staff, which gave me the impression that they realized that Indians and Japanese were all Asiatics and they would be close to each other. A year after this incident he mournfully recalled that at the time of the British surrender, the British took no notice of the many dead bodies of Indian soldiers which were scattered along the roads. When Mishima saw such treatment of the Indians, it made him shed tears for our Asiatic people. 106 True or not, such words were appreciated by an Indian population that had been ground down over the years by the colonialists. Before their arrival, the Japanese authorities emphasized, Indians were often treated as unwanted children. Worse, in order to achieve the best results, communal differences between and among Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs were played up by the British. These differences, said Hong Kong's new rulers, have been the chief drawback against India's attainment of her lofty aims and should be banished from the affairs of Indians living in Hong Kong. 107 Soon thereafter, an editorial in the Hong Kong News hailed the formation of a Muslim-Hindu Friendship Association in Malaya. 108 In August 1942, as India itself was in turmoil as a result of the Quit India movement, Japan freed a few thousand Indian war prisoners, all of them, it was said, have expressed their desire to cooperate and work with the Nipponese. 109 Banner headlines in occupied Hong Kong spoke of thousands attending mass meetings demanding freedom for India. 110 That same year, Indian Independence Day was observed for the first time in Hong Kong. Mr. Singh, a prominent member of the Sikh community, said that Britain had been in possession of Hong Kong for the last 100 years and during that time they humiliated the Indians to the extreme. 111 Shortly thereafter, preparations for the publication of the first Indian newspaper in Hong Kong began, to be edited by yet another Sikh, Mr. Hukam Singh. 112. Tokyo seized the opportunity to press home a message that would not be forgotten once London returned to rule Hong Kong. In July 1942, the Hong Kong News editorialized that one of the black marks of Hong Kong under British rule was the policy of fostering prejudice among the Chinese against the Indians. The British, they charged, brought Indian troops and policemen to this country and were the first to start a gigantic propaganda machine to fan fear and dread in Chinese and other Asiatic minds against the Nipponese. While the Nipponese attitude towards the Indian has always been one of sympathetic understanding, the same could not be said of the Chinese attitude, due to British perfidy. 113. Indians resident in wartime Osaka, Japan, according to Martin Boyle, who was interned there, were none too sympathetic to the Allies either, although they too were prisoners of war. 114 That was the dilemma faced by the Empire, because of their treatment of Indians in the past, some Indians now preferred imprisonment over dodging bullets on the battlefield. Naturally, the Japanese distinguished between Indian and British prisoners. Their instructions regarding the interrogation of prisoners of war stated bluntly that the means of obtaining a statement will vary with nationality. The need to rouse anti-British feelings among the Indian troops was stressed. Contrast treatment of British and Indian troops. Point out slave attitude of Britishers towards Indians. Stress patriotism of Eastern Asiatic Indians and activities of INA. British and Indian troops must be kept in different camps and receive different treatment. Indian troops must be treated by Japanese officers and men as if they were brothers. Awaken in them a sense of superiority over the British. Chinese troops were to be treated similarly. Point out common racial homogeneity of China and Japan. British troops should be reminded of American atrocities. To women in England. Generally speaking, the rule of thumb was, do not kill Indians, kill whites but not officers, or those who understand Japanese. 115. The empire had its own special approach to Indians, as well. The racial arrogance of the Japanese should be emphasized, it was said, along with Japanese sharp practice in commerce. It remains to be seen whether we have enough evidence for this. Their treatment of women should also be stressed, but the British, who were not exactly renowned for their advanced theory and practice in this realm, added cautiously, this needs to be handled with the greatest possible care and quite impersonally. London was hoisted on its own petard in launching this crusade. In dealing with all items in this section, it was said prudently, it will be necessary to bear in mind Indian National Congress criticisms of the British and either avoid instances where unfavorable comments on the British might be made or else discuss such comments quite frankly. 116. Japanese racial ideology was sufficiently flexible to allow for a special appeal to disgruntled Europeans too. The collaboration of White Russians, that is, refugees from the Bolshevik Revolution, with Japanese forces in China and throughout Asia was well known. More generally, disaffected minorities reached out to Tokyo. A petition from citizens of Ukrainian descent complained about the Polish government. 117. The beleaguered Macedonians beseeched Tokyo to assist them in their struggle against Greek and Serb domination. 118. The Ukrainian population in eastern Galicia sought Tokyo's support in fighting persecution. 119. Thus, viewed widely as leader by default of the majority of the colored world and having made decided inroads in Europe itself, Japan thought it was well poised for global domination. Tokyo's crusade also had far-reaching consequences in the realm of gender, as conquest and its handmaiden, submission, inevitably do. Just as the various marches of humiliation in which the captives were compelled to walk through masses of Asians while the often smaller Japanese troops held the Europeans and Euro-Americans at bay at gunpoint were designed to have maximum psychological impact, convincing all sides that the era of white supremacy was over. Tokyo also had other aims with regard to their new captives. In particular, they sought to break down the notion of racial supremacy that rested firmly on the shoulders of the men of the allegedly superior race. Like the breaking of a Mustang or, more precisely, the taming of a newly enslaved African, the Japanese sought to dehumanize their captives. George Wright Knuth, interned in Hong Kong but born in Kenya where his father was an army officer, needed no introduction to racial serfdom. He noted that his captor had a normal way of addressing internees, all Europeans were hairy apes, thereby reversing pre-war usage when Japanese were routinely referred to as those monkeys. 120. This reference to Europeans as simians crept into fiction of the era. 121. Such indignities, both profound and trivial, were shattering to the psyche of those who had come to believe in the alleged verities of white supremacy. 122. Solomon Bard, interned in Hong Kong, was among the many who had begun to see the experience of the internees in stark gender terms. The Japanese, he said, were exceptionally cunning, or perceptive, in selecting an effeminate, spineless Royal Army Service Corps officer, one Major Boone, to act as liaison officer between the camp and them. 123. Major Boone, seen by many of the interned as a collaborator, had also, in their eyes, lost a prized possession, his manliness. Louis Bush described him as an effeminate-looking individual, well-shaved, powdered and perfumed and well uniformed, with a slender waist which seemed to indicate that he used corsets. They gave him a nickname, Queenie. Many of the men felt the loss of their masculinity deeply and performed what they felt in various ways. Louis Bush was the master of ceremonies at an event featuring a beauty chorus of handsome young men dressed as girls with Japanese captors as the audience. Our girls were a tremendous hit, he thought, they looked quite fascinating. 124. In the penultimate scene, the lead girl threw his bouquet to a Japanese officer. We do not know whether either blushed. Leigh Fisher was not amused. Sure, the leading lady was certainly a wow and was kissed by some of her fans when she came amongst the audience. Although this was looked upon as good fun, Fisher could not but help feeling that it was all wrong psychologically. 125 Sonny Castro didn't think so. He was the object of affection, the leading lady, wow. He described himself as a slim lad who dressed as a lady and did a man's job of it too. Born just as World War I was ending, in 1978 at the age of 59 he had the looks even then of someone about 20 years younger. At Sham Shui Po in Hong Kong, where soldiers were held captive, he was known as Sonia, Carmen Miranda, or simply the sweetheart of Sham Shui Po. He dressed as a woman with brick dust for rouge and Chinese ink for mascara. Wigs were made of old rice bags. The site where he performed, extravagantly known as the Hippodrome, staged a new production each month, and the run lasted 3 months. Years later he continued to relieve the command performances for the Japanese. They often came backstage to look at us ladies, he recalled blushingly, and sometimes they'd give us some sweets and cigarettes. Once, Castro said, a guard picked me up for a working party and told me to bring a strong friend. When we got to the place where we were supposed to dig, he told my friend to do the work, while I was told to sit there and teach him to sing My Blue Heaven. No actress alive or dead had better notices, said one writer understandably. 126. This kind of performance was not peculiar to Hong Kong or unique to the British, though they were the ones who raised it to the highest art, their male prisoners taking female parts. Attractive young men who could act like attractive young women. They drew wolf whistles, stage door Johnnies, even Japanese guards bringing gifts, cigarettes, candy, perfumed soap. 127. In such an intensely homosocial environment, homosexuality flourished. In one camp something like 25 homosexual couples were getting counseling from one of the American doctors. 128. There were variations on this theme. Captain Crum Chatta was charged before the war in Hong Kong with homosexual offenses with a Chinese boy. Disgrace, dismissal, and imprisonment followed, but he was released to fight the Japanese and displayed outstanding courage and leadership in the battle for Stanley. 129. Otto Swartz of the United States found himself in a cell with 2 Englishmen. One of them was very feminine in behavior and also very timid. Red Kraken took on the role of being a sex-hungry sailor from China. He started making passes at the Englishman just for the hell of it, and we had more fun over that. This poor Englishman. I believe he would have died if we didn't get out of there. Sure, there were a few incidences of homosexuality that he knew of. There were incidences of homosexuality among the British that I heard of. Just as during stage shows, they had one Australian officer who was dressed as a female. There was standing room only for the latter performance. 130. In Australia, as in the United States, one of the key obsessions that sustained the continued existence of segregation was the hoary chestnut that white women could only be partners of white men, with Negroes, men and women alike, viewed as hypersexual and dangerously and compellingly attractive. At the same time, there was thought to be a high incidence of homosexuality among black American troops stationed in Australia, which both ratified and challenged these more traditional notions. 131. Of course, in these camps, more specifically in Hong Kong, there was heterosexual coupling as well. One would imagine, thought internee Louis Bush, that lovemaking was the last thing to bother about in such circumstances. But there were a number of full-blooded young men and many healthy and lonesome women. Unfortunately, there were many tragic love affairs, broken marriages, and the infidelity of some whose husbands were across the water in the prisoner of war camps in Kowloon. In these camps, where resurgent spirits fought tenaciously against death, the cemetery was popular with camp lovers. 132. As Emily Hahn put it, a freshly dug grave is one of the most private places you can find. 133. The Stanley Journal published by the internees included such Stanley proverbs as "never put off till tomorrow the man you can do today," and a poem about the camp gigolo. He was young and quite good looking and reasonably dressed, yet he's often designated as Stanley's major pest. There was also the admonition, "My son, beware of the damsel who telleth you that thou are 1 in 100, for there is no doubt thou might well be that, suggesting once again that sexual intercourse is the poor person's grand opera. 134 Of course, the cemetery was also popular with those bone-tired and haggard with hunger and seeking a bit of rest, with nary a thought in their minds nor the energy for a romp through the tombstones. It was remarkable how the former burghers of Hong Kong, many of whom were dismissive of the mating habits of their alleged racial inferiors, engaged in behaviors they might have denounced officially months earlier. At Stanley there was a regular red light district. A girl for a tin of bully beef was the going rate. A brothel of sorts was established. 135 John Straker, administrative secretary at Stanley, noted soberly that very often between persons, one or both of whom had a legal partner elsewhere, affairs ensued. This caused comment at first but soon became accepted. 136 One sensational marriage at Stanley, of a young man of 25 to an old lady of 60 initially drew criticism, but after a while it too ceased to be of interest. 137 Many of the men at Stanley were holding women responsible for lowering morals, promiscuity, and the increase in babies that resulted. It is unclear, however, how the women could have had babies without the men's participation. Some men had difficulty adjusting to the fact that their decreased status and the transformation brought about by internment of necessity had fundamentally altered gender dynamics. Why should women defer, for example, to men who were deferring to the Japanese who were supposedly their racial inferiors? Consequently, the women became more assertive. Many said that internment had changed them, some had gained more tolerance, and another internee spoke for many when she said, "My husband had a lot of trouble adjusting to the new me." 138 Her husband was not alone in having difficulty accepting new realities. Father Meyer, a Catholic priest who was interned at Stanley, was opposed to abortion and made no effort to hide his views. Some women might have argued that if he was opposed to abortion, he should avoid having one. But this would not have deterred this determined man of the cloth who feared a loosening of morals if such operations were allowed to be conducted indiscriminately. He objected to the attitude that children now should not be born in the camp owing to the general conditions prevailing. 139 This might lead to a general belief that abortions could be lightly undertaken, with the result that with this period of the camp's history the moral standards of the camp might be lowered and rather more promiscuous sexual intercourse undertaken. 140 In the spring of 1945 Father Meyer, and he was not alone, expressed his deepest concern over the apparent ease with which abortions were done, not less than 7 cases. Any woman who desired it has been accommodated. 141 A surgical board was established to rule on whether pregnancies should be terminated. In March 1945 the case of Mrs. E. Philip Pence came before the board. Some said that there did not seem to be any reason to terminate the pregnancy, though one doctor objected, considering it definitely wrong to continue any pregnancy due to malnutrition, semi-starvation, and avitaminosis. After all, it was proved in the last war that the children born toward the end of the period of hostilities lost their permanent teeth in their early teens and were mentally very poorly developed. 142 The women and their allies did not blithely accept such remarks. By the summer of 1945 the camp medical officer, after a brisk discussion with fellow medics, presented a motion accusing Father Meyer et al. Of gross impertinence in attempting to interfere with rational medicine. The motion was defeated by a large majority. 143 There was another concern, one that was once thought to be a preoccupation of class and race subordinates, namely, that legitimacy of the child should in no circumstances be allowed to influence the decision to terminate or otherwise a pregnancy. 144 Some interned men and women too were concerned with the tendency of some women to become a bit too friendly with their captors in order to garner favors. 145 Emily Hahn discovered that many women have a Sabina complex. They can't wait to get into bed with the triumphant Romans, even when the Romans happen to be duck-bottomed, odorous Japanese. After all, they must have felt, we are desperate, there is security only with the Japanese. Never mind what they look like, they whip the proud British in record time. If I can capture a Japanese protector, my family will eat. 146 Sir Franklin Gimson of Stanley observed that the Japanese generally did not cause any difficulty which the presence of many women in the camp might have occasioned, though I regret to record there were some of the latter who were only too ready to receive the attentions of the former. 147 In her Roman A. Clef about the occupation, Hahn writes of Dorothy Macklin, who had run through a series of affairs, choosing her lovers with an eye to gain and ease. 148. Nevertheless, interned women in non-segregated situations still had to rely on men to some extent and vice versa to help protect them from the excesses of the occupiers. During the war, white women were particularly prone to assault, rape and public abuse in Japanese Manchukuo or Manchuria. 149 However, Sir Arthur Blackburn of Hong Kong was told by people who were in Kowloon when the Japanese came in that the behavior of the latter towards European women was good, though numbers of Chinese and half-caste girls were taken off, obviously for use in soldiers' brothels. 150 Li Shufan estimates that there were 10,000 rapes during the invasion alone, a figure reputedly confirmed by a deluge of maternity cases in October 1942. Even if this figure is inflated, most of the sexual aggression was aimed at Chinese women. By some accounts, the occupiers had peculiar social habits that did not bode well for women generally. In pre-war days, said Idizia, it was the custom of the Japanese family to offer their grown-up daughter to their guest of honor as a bed partner. Bearing in mind this custom, the soldiers did not think of rape as a serious crime. 151. John Straker, a leader at Stanley, felt that comments from abroad were unhelpful. In March 1945, the Japanese press gave much publicity to the suggestion of a well-known American senator that all Japanese internees should be sterilized. As may well be imagined, this was considered a poor idea by the British and Americans who were still interned at the time. Apart from anything else, it was extremely unlikely that the Japanese would use anything like such up-to-date methods as the Americans. 152 Gender anxiety was not solely a preoccupation of the interned. Liang Yan recalled that in wartime Kunming, China, there were times when I found myself alone with one or another of the Americans. And sometimes I had to exercise a certain amount of persuasion, once or twice a certain amount of force. 153. But things were especially difficult for European and Euro-American women as their elevated status had crumbled, along with their racial privilege, and they now had to compete with more numerous Chinese and Indian women for favors. Bernice Archer points out that prior to internment all Europeans in Hong Kong had at least one servant, most had 2 or 3. Many of the women had been in Hong Kong a long time and had therefore done little in the way of laundry, cooking, shopping, and general housework. 154 This changed dramatically with internment. Like a seesaw, the fall in the status of women of European descent was accompanied by the elevation of a number of Chinese women, who became intermediaries between Stanley and the larger society. Tobacco was an all-important currency and a palliative for hunger. A monopoly in this valuable commodity was first obtained by the Chinese wife of a British policeman, who had been interned. Then other Chinese wives went into business. They were part of a larger phenomenon of the rise of a soon-to-be fabled Chinese capitalist class in Hong Kong born on the back of the war and European degradation. 155 As Emily Hahn put it in her Roman A. Clef, Japanese and Chinese guards and the Formosans who were put on the job later, made friends with the common-law wives or Chinese wives of internees, and the latter were catapulted up the socio-economic ladder. The aristocracy altered fundamentally, which was of enormous import in terms of race and gender. A Chinese woman became queen of the market. 156. The fall in status of many Europeans and the rise of once lowly Asians is illustrated by Alan Dudley Coppin, interned at Sham Shui Po, who was once a prosperous businessman. He found that a lot of Chinese shopkeepers were quite practical in doing business with the Japanese. They managed to make peace with the Japanese army there and made good profits. He also witnessed a lot of Chinese, Taiwanese, and Koreans collaborating and was shocked to find that some collaborators there had been spies in Hong Kong too before the war. The broader point, however, is that Coppin lost almost everything due to the war: his business, his property, and his wealth. he left Hong Kong as a sad man and returned to the UK in 1945 at war's end. 157 But while he was falling, male and female Asians were taking his place. Some European and Euro-American women adapted to the newer conditions, though old habits died hard. As Gwen Priestwood escaped to the mainland, dodging Japanese troops and nationalist bandits alike, she was also careful to take her powder compact and Elizabeth Arden lipstick. The plan was that Anthony should be in charge and she should take orders provided they are reasonable orders, she added mentally, womanlike. Priestwood was wrestling with the change from her previous status as a sheltered socialite to her present role as a desperate escaped prisoner. Her male comrade was little help. "Those old flannel trousers you're wearing," he said. "I don't like to see foreign women dressed like that, and it's bad for the peasants and coolies to see you so poorly dressed." Even on arrival in bomb-torn Chungking, she began to realize, it was up to a white girl to do her bit to maintain white prestige even if she had escaped from a prison camp and marched and ridden across China for weeks. "I'll buy a dress," I promised. She took a bath, stepped out of the tub and stared in the mirror, then noted with some satisfaction that the rigorous Japanese diet had, at least, given me a pretty decent figure. Priestwood was trying hard to pretend that the intertwined worlds of race, gender, and class had not been decisively transformed. 158. The Euro-American, Gwen Du, was tickled that some questioned her rooming with a man in camp. This was funny, she mused, for I had been assigned to rooms with men since December 20th, and under war conditions everyone becomes merely a human being, not a man or woman, and there is no false modesty. 159 Du's avant-garde approach showed just how much gender relations had been transformed, if only temporarily. 160. Perhaps the final fall from grace for the women of Stanley came when they were forced to wear khaki shorts because their few changes of clothes had turned to rags. Having been made locally for dispatch to Africa where they were intended to be bought at cut rate by natives, now they were eagerly grabbed up by the former mollycoddled mistresses of Hong Kong. 161 On the other hand, Sir Franklin Gimson is probably correct in suggesting that women endured privations better than men, possibly because domestic duties eliminated to some extent the opportunity for morbid introspection and criticism of administration. Men had further to fall and often received the brunt of the occupiers' assaults. Their identities were more bound up with the empire and thus they were more likely to crack when the empire itself crumbled. 162. There was a tradition in the empire of merging a sense of authority with the white racial identity, Suqualton noted, citing George Orwell, whose legitimacy as a representative of the rule of law, even when dealing with a mad elephant, seemed to be intimately bound up with the prestige of being white. Actually, this tendency was not specific to the empire. In 1896 the London Times regretted the Italian humiliation in Ethiopia, complaining of the disrepute it had brought to all white armies. The chief feeling expressed is one of sincere regret, not merely because by this defeat the prestige of European armies as a whole is considerably impaired. 163. Women were also under immense pressure as reflected in the self-policing of those outside Stanley who were tending as best they could to their loved ones in the camps of interned soldiers. As Emily Hahn observed, any woman who forgot herself and broke the rules of the men's prison camp was the object of our indignation. We kept watchful eyes on the girls who had bad reputations for being emotional. It was always the same ones who smiled, or waved at their husbands behind the barbed wire, or otherwise loused up the proceedings, and we knew it. We were savage against these women. I was as bad as the rest of them. I joined in cursing the Portuguese girls who giggled, passing camp. The Japanese were not charmed. Sometimes there was mass punishment for all the women, which brought down further collective wrath upon the heads of those directly involved. 164. Such pressures led directly to the formation of the British Women's Group in April 1942, which quickly agreed that the Dutch ladies and the Maryknoll sisters could be invited to their meetings. In early 1943 the British Women's Group observed that a year ago the presence of women had been largely resented in the camp, but now this feeling had died down, especially as the women had contributed very greatly to the harmonious running of the camp. The women were working in clinics, diet, and community kitchens as well as in the hospital and school. The group also decided that the use of the word Eurasian was deplored, and it was agreed that a letter be sent to the council pointing out the need for more careful wording. The men also had become more sensitive under conditions of duress. Some had requested that they should be taught to darn and patch their clothes before the women were repatriated. But this compelled sensitivity had its limits. In the minds of the men, according to the minutes of the BWG, women did not count in the camp. "We don't want any women in our meetings," they said. Thus, the women organized work squads and were doing a nice, quiet job when suddenly they were given a man supervisor. The women promptly rebelled. After that they respected us, as they thought at any time we might be a strong political bloc who would vote as one. Further, the men expected that complaints about delinquent and noisy children would be taken up by the women's group. It was, however, agreed that it was a camp problem and not just a problem for or of women. 165. The experience of interned women beyond Hong Kong was both similar and different. 166. Unlike their counterparts in Hong Kong and reflecting Tokyo's improvisation and lack of an overall plan for the internees, a group of 400 women and children were segregated from male internees in Sumatra. 167. Sister Jessie Elizabeth Simons, an interned Australian nurse, recalled that some of her comrades sought to make themselves appear as unattractive as possible. 168. Shirley Fenton Huey, also interned in Indonesia, had a different recollection, emphasizing how interned women traded sexual favors for the necessities of life. Like some of her male counterparts elsewhere in Asia, the traumatizing experience of internment taught Huey to understand better the attitude of poor and underprivileged people. Coolies often used to carry around with them a piece of material about 1 meter long and, say, half a meter wide. My mother confessed that she had often wondered why they carried such a piece of material, sometimes slung over one shoulder, sometimes wrapped around the waist. It was not until we ourselves were reduced to the state of coolies that we learned to appreciate the uses of a rag. In the first place, she marveled, one can use it to wipe one's brow, one's hands, one's neck, one's armpits. Anywhere. In the second place, it is always handy to wrap something in, and especially if one intends to steal something, say, for instance, a dropped cigarette, a piece of wood from the commandant's kitchen, a piece of handy firewood. Just nonchalantly drop your rag to cover the object, and leave it there for a while. If nobody seems to have noticed anything, pick up the rag when leaving, at the same time making sure the object in question is wrapped inside. It can be used as a turban, a scarf, or can serve as a bandage in case of accident or to tie up some firewood. Increased empathy for the underprivileged, a status in colonized Asia that had hitherto been thought largely to be divinely inherited and or racially driven, grew under the intense heat of oppression, and led to the subsequent loss of support for colonialism. As Huey wrote, for those of us who survived, it probably did us a lot of good. Most of us lived very spoiled lives in the Indies before the war, and I think the camp taught us new perspectives. We learned that class barriers are only artificial and came to place a greater value on the everyday things of life. 169. The moral state of the interned was reflected in the treatment of children. The presence of women and particularly children in Stanley, however unfortunate it may have been, gave the camp population the semblance of a normal community and may well have been responsible for its mental stability, as only one case of serious mental disorder occurred. 170. Nevertheless, interned children suffered disproportionately and insidiously in a way not unlike what had happened to enslaved African children over the centuries. A report in 1948 observed that European children who were interned vary from 1 to 3 years behind the general standard of education, and in certain subjects, history, science, and geography, they are even more retarded. 171. In the higher age groups there was very definite evidence of retardation, lack of concentration and inability to apply knowledge. It seems probable, the report concluded sadly, that they will never reach normal standards. 172. The trauma induced by the war continued to reverberate years later. 173 Ralph Malcolm MacDonald King, a former Hong Kong solicitor, still overwrought long after the war had ended, found that for a period of time after the war I was unreliable in the sense I did odd things, strange things. 174. Odd and strange were also terms used to describe the impact of internment on collapsing marriages. At Stanley, questions arose over the divorces pronounced by Sir Athol MacGregor. Were these proclamations valid? One man had obtained a divorce in this unorthodox manner in June 1942 and his spouse had remarried on the basis of its validity. She remarried in Singapore, and after the war he wanted to remarry in Britain. Was she a bigamist? Would he be deemed one? 175 Margaret Sams faced a related dilemma. Interned at Santo Tomas in the Philippines, she had more problems with her fellow Americans and their ethos than with the Japanese. The Americans' antipathy toward her soared when she fell deeply in love with a fellow internee, though her spouse was interned in a neighboring camp. 176 Gender bias may have been involved in the animosity between her and her campmates. 177. As for the Japanese, they had to endure a gender reversal after the war. Male writers tended to typically rely on metaphors of linguistic and sexual subordination. Their stories were often told from the perspective of an adolescent boy and suggest that the occupied society, like the narrator himself, has yet to attain, or has been stripped, of its masculinity. With remarkable consistency, male writers from both mainland Japan and Okinawa have articulated their humiliating experience of the defeat and occupation in terms of the sexual violation of women. 178. 7. The White Pacific. British settlers in Australia in the latter part of the 18th century began to create a successful white supremacist system in the Pacific. As the Pacific War approached, this system provided Japan with a lush opportunity to appeal to the downtrodden who were not of pure European descent. The settlement of New Zealand was also an illustration of this pattern. The indigenous Maoris had fought the Europeans to a virtual standstill before acceding to 19th-century treaties that were largely ignored subsequently. New Zealand had attracted a sizable Chinese population as well. As war loomed on the horizon, the Chinese did not fall silently in line behind Wellington despite the Japanese siege of China. In July 1941, the Association of New Zealand-born Chinese instructed the Prime Minister that unless we be granted imperial citizenship with imperial privileges, the government has no moral or ethical right to compel Chinese subjects to fight overseas in defense of territories in which in peacetime they have not even the rights of free entry and residence. There is a definite discrimination against them in spite of their birth as British subjects, because they are of Chinese race, as distinct from those of European race. Is it fair to discriminate against them on the one hand, and to ask them to offer their lives on the other? This pointed query drove post-war racial reform from New Zealand to North America, as those not of pure European descent refused to be cannon fodder in war, even wars deemed just. The New Zealand-born Chinese did not stop there. As far as we can ascertain, they asserted, we New Zealand-born Chinese enjoy the rights of a British subject only within New Zealand. We do not, however, enjoy the rights of a British subject as do others of European race in other parts of the British Empire. 1. Pearl Buck has told the tale of her preaching to a Chinese man, telling him, if you reject Christ you will burn in hell. Reputedly, he replied, with a twinkle, besides if heaven is only full of white men, I should be very uncomfortable there. I had rather go to hell, where the Chinese are. Too many New Zealand Chinese would have agreed most heartily. Racial reform occurred when it intersected with national security. It seemed that only the prospect of being overtaken by racial revenge could erode the calcified system of white supremacy. The British Empire teetered uncertainly on a shaky foundation of racial prejudice. When those within the empire began to challenge this injustice, racism, not to mention the empire itself, had no choice but to retreat or, minimally, redefine itself. When in the 1930s Tokyo complained about discriminatory policies concerning the entry and immigration of Japanese nationals, Wellington sought to secretly continue its normal rules concerning Euro-Americans, while continuing to discriminate against the Japanese. But it no longer did so openly. Of course, the Japanese embassy only needed to keep a keen eye and ear open, coupled with a bit of investigation, in order to ascertain whether Japanese nationals were being allowed into New Zealand like Euro-Americans or Europeans. It was precisely this kind of bias that helped to mobilize the Japanese public against white supremacy and, despite Tokyo's defeat in the war, these were the kinds of policies that fell apart as a direct result of the Pacific War. 3. Surely, the Japanese embassy only needed to listen to local politicians to ascertain bias toward the Japanese. Particularly after their resounding shell-lacking of Russia in 1905, Wellington began to look nervously over its shoulder, worried that they would be next on Tokyo's hit list. This precipitated an early version of the post-World War II campaign by New Zealand to move away from the declining power, the United Kingdom, and toward the ascending one, the United States. For it was early in the century that one Wellington parliamentarian raised his voice against the Yellow Peril, adding, "I would rather live in the most abject manner under Uncle Sam's flag than I would tolerate the monkey brand Japan any time." The then prevailing London-Tokyo alliance, whereby the United Kingdom viewed Japan